We have all put the clocks back, but we're very much looking forward to a full day's action here at Brands Hatch. Welcome back to the 54th running of the BRSCC's Formula Ford Festival, the 50th time it's been held here at Brands Hatch. We had a little bit of a nostalgic day yesterday. Well, probably the evening was. We look back at many of the 50 years and the great experiences we've had. That's online for you to go back and have a look at our informal Q&A session in the Kentagon last night. We were joined online by the man who won the festival 50 years ago, Derek Daly. It was a real treat for us to get to catch up with Derek. But as I said, we were looking forward today to some superb action. Everybody that raced yesterday in the Formula Fords is back on track today, starting in a moment with our first progression race. But it's not just about Formula Ford. We've got more Ford product with the Fiesta Junior Championship, which reaches its climax today. Thomas Merritt and Isaac Doble going head-to-head for the championship. Isaac Doble with the upper hand as we come into day two of that. We've got the Fiesta Seniors in action too. Alistair Kellett underlined his championship title yesterday, trying to keep his car clean and tidy because he sold it on and he doesn't want to take it home to have to repair it. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Fiesta Seniors get on. In addition to that, we've got the BRSCC's Production Cup, the DS3 Cup as well within that. And today we also welcome the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. They've got two races which are going to bring you a little bit later on too. Formula Ford, as well as the festival, we got the Brian Jones Historic Trophy for the older cars and a pre-82 Jeff Page special Formula Ford Festival Trophy race. Second of those coming up for you a little bit later on this morning, and that's commemorating the late great John Webb, who looked after everything at Brands Hatch and brought the Formula Ford Festival to Brands Hatch all those years ago. So plenty to look forward to. If you're a new racing fan or an old fan alike, we've got plenty for you to enjoy. Starting with, as we said, the very first progression race today. Going to take the opportunity, if we can, to catch up with a couple of the drivers, and looking into the sun at the moment, just shielding himself, is Guy Skin, who's on pole for our first race. Guys, we're right to have a quick word.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Nice sunny day. I think the weather's going to turn in on us later on, but nice to see you here, bright and early. Looking forward to the progression race?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, it's, as you say, a beautiful morning, dry track. Should be fun. Just try and end up in the top six somewhere. That's the aim of the day.
What was the story yesterday? Were you on the bubble of getting into the semi-final outright?
Well, yeah, I started 12th on the grid in my heat, and rather stupidly didn't have it in gear when the lights went out. So I lost about 6 places and fought my way back up and managed to get to 13th. So that's why I'm sitting here today. Made a lot of hard work for myself.
That sounds like a cracking drive yesterday. We all learn from what happens, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly won't be making that mistake today.
Nice one, guys. Wish you well. Thank you for having a chat with us. Have a great race and stay safe and enjoy.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks, guys. Get in their pole position. We're going to go alongside to Anthony Denham, if we're all right. I can't see Anthony because he's got one of those blacked out bars. You okay for a chat, Anthony? And have a quick word. Now, I may have got this wrong. Apologise if I do, but are you Chris's son?
Yes.
Yeah. So I used to watch your dad racing back in the day and raced in Clubman's, and I'm guessing you've got a bit of a background as well.
Yeah, I did 15 years of Clubman's.
Yep.
And then been racing a Formula Ford 2000 since for the last 3 or 4 years. And this is my first weekend in this car.
Oh, well, tell us about the car if you would.
I just watched this on TV for the last 3 or 4 years and thought I want to have a go in this. So then I messaged a few mates and they said, oh, there's a car going. So I had a chat with Paul Crosby, who used to own this, and ended up buying it. And then I've been racing the Ford 2000 all year, yeah, and then slowly just getting this ready for this meeting. I've always wanted to do this meeting.
Cool, well, it's great to have you here. Any chance there's an idea, we were talking about how things could change with the festival. It'd be nice to have a 2000 race at some point.
Well, it would be, yeah. Yeah, maybe they should start talking together, yeah.
Yeah. What's the 2000 car that you've got?
It's a Delta, a T80 Delta.
And is it a big transition going back? Obviously, back in the day, we would look at the likes of Senna, who raced in 1600, going up into Slicks and Wings of 2000, and we had Frank Bradley with us last night, who was obviously a bit of a legend in it as well. Is it a difficult step coming from out of the Slicks and Wings into this?
Yeah, it's different. My friend said, what's it like compared to the Delta? And I said, well, it's just like driving the Delta with 30 psi in the tyres. It's just a lot slipperier.
Yeah. Going back to your dad, a great pleasure watching him back in the day, and obviously it makes you a second-generation driver. And what are your memories of watching him race?
Well, I was very young when he was racing. I think he gave up racing when I was about 4. But I've got all the videos that I watch back, and he used to win races, which is good for him. But you know,
top driver. We enjoyed watching him back in the day. Lovely to meet you, and good to see you with this racing. And best of luck. And I hope you can make it into the semi.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anthony Denham there. Quick chat. I'm going to grab a quick word with Will Arrow if I can. The red car with the very prominent Scalextric brand as well. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Will. He's having a chat at the moment. Will, you okay for a quick? Very sorry to interrupt because you're having a quick chat. Will, always good to see you. A very well-known name here and an extremely well-known brand name. What's the connection with you and Scalextric?
Well, it's Peter Alexander who's running the car, so it's to do with Peter. So I should imagine he's got something, but I like driving with Peter because he always does a good car. But this car's just been built, and well, you'll see. We'll see if we make it to the next round.
We hope you do, Will. We've been called out, so we'll let you go. Best of luck for the race, and thank you very much, Will. Car's going out. Over to Scott and Andy, who will give you all of the updates from the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Festival Sunday, one of the highlights of the year for me. It's been a great privilege over recent years to be able to call the action on the Formula Ford Festival, and day 2 is where the tension really starts to ramp up. We begin with these 2 10-lap progression races. The top 6 finishers from these races will tag on to the back of the 2 semi-final grids, and then of course there are further eliminations, and it all builds up to the grand final, the 54th grand final, later on in the afternoon. If it's half as good as last year's race, then we are in for a real treat. If you tuned in last year for the Formula Ford Festival and you enjoyed that final, then well, you'll have enjoyed it even more, because I wasn't the one waffling over the top of it. Instead, you had the pleasure of Scott Woodward's brilliant commentary. Delighted to say we have the same privilege today. Scott has trekked down from Alton Park, where he was fun cupping yesterday, and I believe enjoyed a very exciting race event up in the northwest as well, to join us today at Brands Hatch. Scott, good morning. Great to have you here, and I know you're just as excited about what's going to happen today as I am.
I'm still sleepy, but I'll get there. But no, absolutely. Good morning, everybody. And it's slightly unexpected. I wasn't even expected to be on comps today, if I have to be absolutely honest. But I'm glad that I am, because Festival Sunday is by far, and I'm sure it's the same with you, of course, it's one of my favourite days of the year. And also, well, we should mention one thing, even though it's 6 degrees. Beautiful sunshine this morning. It couldn't be more perfect for an autumn day here at Brands Hatch. Blue skies, sunshine. It's going to be a little bit warmer as the day goes on. 6 degrees, about 75% humidity. It's supposed to be apparently some rain later on, so I hope you're not spoiled it too much. But as the cars, well, almost all head off, as one got stuttering away a little bit to try and get going. But this is the big day. This is the day when it all counts. And the fact there's no last chance race means that if you don't make it through the semi-finals, that's it. Unless you get into one of the reserve spots, if you're outside that, that's it. Your festival's done. So it all begins here for the progression races. Here's the first grid, and let's see what Festival Sunday brings us to 2025.
Indeed so. So it is a Guy Skin, who has pole position, with Anthony Denham alongside him there. Gerhard Hauschild and Will Arif, who we just heard from on row 2. Oliver Buckton one to watch, I think, from the 3rd row alongside Brian Graham. Then it will be Stuart Kestenbaum and Michael Fitzgerald. Matthew Sturmer and Lorna Vickers complete the top 10, ahead of Russell Giles and Mark Sawyer. Then it's Kevin Teager, Alan Slater, Ian Geary, Burke Larson and Sigbjörn Marlem at the back of the field. Sigbjörn, remember, pulled off at the side of the road at Druids in his heat yesterday. So top 6 finishers progress automatically to the semi-finals. If you're not in the top 6, then yeah, unfortunately your festival weekend is over. As you would expect, I suppose, Scott, a lot of the cars in these progression races are among the older cars on the entry. That's sort of inevitable. Couple of outliers though, couple of more modern cars up towards the pointy end, and those are drivers perhaps who just didn't quite have the setup right, maybe got caught out by the very changeable conditions yesterday. Every heat really had slightly different conditions yesterday afternoon, and so those drivers in particular will be hunting down a top 6 grid position. But 10 laps, short, sharp race, Scott. If you're outside of that top 6 on the grid, you don't have a huge amount of time to do something about it.
No, but that's the beauty of the festival, because it is that kind of jeopardy element to it. The knockout format means that you have to be up against it, and every single lap absolutely counts. We're looking towards the front. Guy Skin's a quick super classic driver anyway. We've got Gerhard Hauschild, who comes along every year. Will Arif, who's an old school Formula Ford name, in a newer car, I should mention, one of the newer cars. So I'd be surprised if he doesn't get through in the Scalextric sponsored car. Oliver Buckton in a slightly newer car than he's used to in super Super Classic. He's starting with the third row of the grid. I've been impressed to see if Brian Graham can make it through. He's the man who's typically behind what was the Team Canada scholarship, but he's come back across this year as a driver for the first time because he's done it for so many years. He wants to experience it, see what it's like. So they're all lined up, ready to go. So I think it's time we kick off Festival Sunday.
10 laps of racing ahead of us then. Progression race number 1. 6 spots in the semi-final up for grabs. The red lights are on. The red lights go out now. And Gaia Skin launches from pole position. Not quite as quickly though as Anthony Denham, who had a much better start from the outside of row 1 and goes absolutely toe-to-toe with the pole sitter into Paddock Hill Bend. Slots in behind though. Quite sensible that. We often see some tactical driving in these progression races as drivers just try and keep hold of a top 6 position rather than going for a really risky move. Up towards Druids though, 1 or 2 further back are going for it, and they all try and pick their way through. A few damp patches offline, but generally speaking a dry circuit for the drivers to enjoy. Down through Graham Hill Bend, Gaiskin now starting to get away, Scott. The battle really is for second. Hausschultz on the tail of Anthony Denham.
Yeah, Gerhard once again making his pilgrimage to the UK from Germany. It's good to see him back in the mix as well. Buxton very sideways as he went through Surtees corner, been chased by Will Arif. And in that final transfer spot, it looks like it seemed to me it was Matthew Sturmer in car 163. So he's up there in P6. We'll get them across the line to end lap number 1. But Guy Skin looks as though he's got a comfortable couple of seconds gap to the scrap for second place. Denham on the outside as Hausschultz looks to make the move into Paddock Hill Bend, side by side into the right-hander. And as Brian Jones would say, not quite high, wide and handsome, more the inside line this time. But Buckton also arriving on their tail as they come down to the bottom of the hill, back towards Druids. He now looks to the inside for third place, but sweeps across and takes the line. So the top 6 at the end of lap number 1, Ginn, Denham, Hausschultz, Buckton, Arif and Brian Graham. Those, if it stays like that, are the first 6 drivers that will go through to join the 48 drivers that automatically qualified yesterday.
And they were the top 6 on the grid, actually, not necessarily in grid order anymore, but they were the top 6 with Matthew Sturmer, as you quite rightly said, moving up the order nicely from 9th on the grid to 7th. And he is the one on the outside looking in at the moment. So these 4 now, in a way, Scott, don't really need to take too many risks. They've got a good position that will get them through to the semi-final. It is worth, though, battling for position even within that top 6, because every position you gain in this race puts you an extra row further forward on the grid for the semi-final. And since they're already going to be starting at the back of that grid anyway, any further progress they can make is useful, and that certainly is on the mind of Oliver Buckton, who is all over the gearbox of Anthony Denham's car, as they drop down through Paddock Hill Bend. He's got to the inside line at Druids, and I think Oliver Buckton should be able to find a way through, although Denham, in fairness, stands his ground on the outside. That gives him the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. We saw that time and again yesterday. Sometimes the inside line here at Brands Hatch is not always the best place to be.
Yep, that's why the phrase high, wide and handsome exists. As what cars off in the background. I hate to say there might be Brian Graham, I think, because his car was in that mix as well, so he could be dropping down outside of the top 6. But we still see Oliver Buckton continuing to push on as he turns out through McLaren and Clearways, through Clark Curve. This is now allowing Guy Skin to get away. He's got away by 1.3 seconds at the end of 3 laps. We're going to cross the line to see what the gap is now. It is another new fastest lap of the race, 52.9, 1.6 seconds. Personal bests for also Hausschultz and Denham as they turn in through the right-hander and down the hill once again at Paddock Hill Bend. Safety car's been deployed.
Now, why would we have a safety car, Scott? Do you know? I can't see anything out of the window. Ah, there we go. Off has gone. Sigbjørn Marlem at the same part of the circuit where he pulled off yesterday, but this looks more driver error perhaps than mechanical issue. Car beached in the gravel up at the top of the hill at Druids, and that means the safety car is scrambled. Now, this is interesting then, because Guy Skin's handy little lead that he built up will evaporate, but also it could have a significant effect on the battle for 6th place, because there was a 1.3 second gap between the number 72 car, which is Mark Sawyer, who started 12th on the grid. He's up into 6th place already. He had a nice little margin over Matthew Sturmer. That nearly 2 second gap, though, will now disappear. So Matthew Sturmer has a real opportunity here to try and buy his way in to the semi-finals later on. Great drive from Sawyer, though. We often see this in these progression races, some Herculean efforts from drivers who maybe didn't have the best of luck yesterday, but know that this is their chance to make it further in the festival.
Yeah, you can take a bit of a hero's driving to get somewhere a little bit further than you expected. If you can make it happen, that's always good to see. Big shout out, of course, to all of our marshals, of course, who are once again here on Festival Sunday. Of course, we couldn't go racing without them, so good to see they're always springing into action, and our recovery teams, all our volunteers and officials, everyone else that's making this event happen. And I think it's safe to say the weather's also, for now at least, complementing the event as the safety car is out. So yeah, reminder of the top 16: Guy Skin, Gerhard Hausschultz, Anthony Denham, Oliver Buckton and Will Arif. And then that last transfer spot on the bubble is Mark Sawyer. One car in the field that I quite like the look of is Ian Jerry's car, which is the old school Eldon Falconer with the Hippocampus livery on it. I think that's a bit of a reference back to, if I'm right in Senna, Australian called Buzz Bazaglo, I think, who used to run a very similar kind of bodywork for that. But that's one of the more unique looking Formula Fords, and that's what I love about the old school Formula Fords, is that whilst as aerodynamics and as technology and race car design advanced through the 80s and 90s to the point where most cars tend to look, depending on their logistics and how they're all set up, they all tend to look roughly the same if you look at a modern Formula Ford. Whereas if you look at the old school Formula Fords of the 60s and the 70s, even into the early 80s, some manufacturers, big or small, were not afraid to try different designs, to try different ethoses and try different concepts. And so good to see that even though that is a slightly wider Formula Ford than you'd likely see with the Eldon Falconer, it's just coming just the top of the shot, the white and green car, just coming through towards the middle of Ian Jerry. That car with the Hippocampus livery, it's one of the wider looking Formula Fords I've seen front end wise, but it's different. That's what I like about it, the ingenuity, the difference in those cars compared to some of the more traditional kind of more narrow pointier cars. CPO Marlon has now been extracted from the gravel, good effort from the marshals, and he will now rejoin the back of the field, albeit a lap down. So his festival is already at least prematurely for the main one over, but nice to see with this race also showcasing, it shows the evolution of Formula Ford over the years and where it started back in the 60s with the old almost cigar-shaped type race cars that we had, all the way through to the modern cars that look like pretty much modern Formula cars just with no wings.
And there were a few examples yesterday of cars with a couple of decades between them in age actually going really toe-to-toe with each other on track, because yes, the design changed over time, but the performance of the cars hasn't massively leapt forward. Yes, you would expect a modern car to outperform a car built in the 70s, but with a good driver behind the wheel, they're still more than capable of springing a few surprises, and we saw that in actually last year's festival. Quite a few of the slightly older cars making it all the way into the final and even mixing it in wet conditions towards the pointy end of the grid. Who knows, maybe we'll see some more giant killing performances like that later on in the day. What we're about to see, I think, is a restart, because Sigmund Marlem's car is back in the pit lane, the lights are off on the Jaguar safety car, and Gaia Skin is now starting to bunch everyone back together. We don't add any laps on in these races for a safety car, as you'd see in other series, so we are coming through now to complete lap number 6 of 10, which means, by my calculations, 4 more laps to go. There is Sigmund just having his car having once over down in the pit lane. I don't think there's any damage done, it was just stuck in the gravel, and he should now be able to drive off into the outer paddock. Race gets back underway then, no overtaking until they cross the start-finish line, of course, but that is of no concern to Gaia Skin, who has bolted already, and once again leaves us with really the second-placed battle being the one that we need to focus on, between Gerhard Hausschultz and Anthony Denham, and others. Actually, Oliver Buckton was the one looking the raciest, wasn't he, in the yellow and white car at the back of the queue, and he's already up the inside of Denham into Druids. He's tried this move a few times, though, and just can't quite find a way to get ahead of Anthony Denham's car, and so again, the order stays as it is, as they drop down out of Druids and into Graham Hill Bend for the 7th time. Keep one eye on that 6th place battle as well between Mark Sawyer and Matthew Sturmer, both of whom started quite deep in the grid, so they'll be delighted to even be in the conversation for a transfer spot. And there wasn't a huge amount of daylight between them. Oliver Buckton launches to the inside at clearways, and Scott, try as he might, he just cannot break through the defences of Anthony Denham.
It's pretty steadfast, considering he's only got 3 laps to do it now as it comes to the end of lap number 7. And already you can see Hausschultz trying to chase after Ginn. Ginn's going to try and rebuild that lead again in 3 and a bit laps. Whereas Denham now in 2 cars that are very similar vintage. You look at the cars, Anthony Denham's car, well, actually they're 6 years apart. In fact, they look very similar, but that's the Vladimir concept. As right around the outside, 4th, 3rd position goes Oliver Buckton. He's almost made it stick. He's going to be side by side in the approach towards Druids, but that was another gutsy, typical high, wide and handsome move. Denham stands his ground, forces Buckton to do the up and under on the exit of the corner. I have to say, credit for Oliver Buckton to try that high, wide and handsome line. That was a typical Brian Jones approved move, I think, watching that one. He almost made it stick, but the key thing is almost doesn't get you 3rd place, but he's still in a transfer spot, but you'd like to be a little bit higher for the semi-final if you can. Yeah,
I mean, I have to say, I'm very impressed with Anthony Denham. He will not be moved, will he? He is defending this 3rd place very, very well, yeah, to the frustration of Oliver Buckton, I suspect, who possibly feels that he's quicker, but just hasn't been able to find a way by. Out of clearways we come then, this lap 8 being completed, so 2 more laps to go, and Buckton is back in the slipstream, in fact pulls out of the slipstream as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend, but again it was the outside line that was presented to him by Denham. We'll see in a moment or two whether that was a more successful attempt around the outside. Further back though, we check in on some of the battles just outside the transfer spots. Yes, finally Buckton's gone through. We didn't see exactly how he did it, but he was heading to the outside line into Druids, into Paddock, excuse me, and has now managed to move ahead. So the yellow and white car goes 3rd. This then is the battle for 6th position. It is Will Arif now who has 6th position, because Mark Sawyer's gone past him, so Sawyer's into 5th. Arif now, the man right on the edge of being eliminated, and he's being caught by Matthew Sturmer.
Yeah, Sturmer, who is one of the older cars. This is exactly what you were talking about, the fact you've got 2 cars with several decades apart, but I've always said in Formula Fords too. The concept of Formula Ford is exactly the same. They've all got Kent engines, they all run roughly the same tyres. If the car's engineered well enough by the team running it and the driver's good enough, there's no reason why a car of any vintage can't be up there as off the road has gone. I think that possibly might be Björk Larsen. I think that possibly that's Dan Rainer Larsen's car with Björk at the wheel. So his festival is prematurely over, at least for this morning. As we're now on to the last lap of the race. So if everyone stays exactly where they are, this will be our 6 qualifiers for the semi-finals. They'll be split across the 2 semis based on how they finished in the position, so I'm sure that the fastest ones, I think it depends on the fastest progression race that gets through in terms of who goes where. Yeah,
I think you're right, yes it is, yeah.
Yeah, fastest progression race, so it'll stay dry, so it'll depend on who can be quick enough, and also if there's any more modern cars and drivers that should have gone through that couldn't quite make it. Looks like Button will get close to 2nd place, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. But it looks as though at least Guy Skin going to come across the line and secure his spot for the semi-finals. Once again, top of the race in progression race number 1.
Guy Skin then wins progression race number 1 here at Brands Hatch. It was a bit of a close run for 2nd, but Gerhard Hauschild keeps Oliver Buckton, the charging Oliver Buckton, at bay. Oliver will be feeling, won't he? I think that if he'd have got past Denham a little bit earlier, he would have then had an opportunity to move into 2nd place as well, but it wasn't meant to be. Denham 4th, Sawyer 5th, and Will Arif does hang on to 6th position. Matthew Sturmer just misses out in the end by just under a second, the eventual margin between the 2 of them. But yes, it is Guy Skin that wins the race. To your point about fastest progression times, that safety car won't have helped Guy Skin's chances. Indy, it only makes a slight difference, 1 position further forward on the grid, but if the 2nd progression race is safety car free, then that will, you would expect, naturally be the faster of the 2. But Guy Skin will be very happy. A strong start to his day. Started on pole position and really looked the class of the field, didn't he, in that one, both before and after the safety car, able to build a nice little cushion, and he is your race winner. And the winner's time, I will make a note of it just in case, was 10 minutes 40.336, so that is the race time, and it was Guy Skin who set that race winning time, winning by 1.2 seconds over Gerhard Hauschild, with Oliver Buckton, Anthony Denham, Mark Sawyer and Will Arif joining him in the semi-finals. Matthew Sturmer, unfortunately, is on the outside looking in. His festival is over, with Matthew Sturmer, Lorna Vickers, Michael Fitzgerald and Brian Graham completing the top 10. Stuart Kestenbaum was 11th, ahead of Russell Giles, Ian Geary 13th, and Kevin Teager 14th, with Berg Larsen and CPM Marlem, the 2 non-finishers. Right, let's head down once again to hear from Richard John Neal. He has got our first progression race podium finishers ready and waiting to tell him all about their race.
Guy Skin taking the first win of the day. A little bit of a debrief going on down here in Victory Lane. We'll get Gaius over for a chat and also our placemen as well. But that's a little bit of a weight off the mind after yesterday's issues. Well done, Gaius. Nice to see Gaius out of the car now. We'll get the silverware from Alan Bowles. Thank you, Alan, for doing the honours, trophy, and all the other goodies as well. Such a lot to take away from the race. Let's get you over here. Guys, well done. Nice to, as I say, good to see you out of the car. We had a brief chat with you as you were waiting, and that's a little bit of pressure off now, I guess. So
yeah, I was very pleased about that when I managed to get had it in gear today, so that helped, and yeah, I managed to get a get a bit of a gap between the guys behind, and managed to keep my head down and keep it on the track. So yeah, happy with that, very happy.
And now looking forward to the semi-final later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, delighted to be involved in that, and obviously do what we can there to see where we progress to. But no, this morning was a great race. Good fun.
I was reminiscing actually with Jeremy, our cameraman, earlier on. I'm pretty sure you were at Silverstone Race School years ago, is that right?
Yeah, I was. That's absolutely right. I think that was 2006. Right. I think it was the last actual race school they ran before they packed it up. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah,
it was one of the. I think they used to race it on the Stowe circuit, and I remember the name because it's a memorable name.
Yeah, that's right, and it's actually pronounced gin. Everyone, of course, it says it's gin, but it's yeah, it's actually gin. So.
My apologies, guys.
I've been known as gin for many years around the circuit. So, yeah.
Well, at least you get one commentator getting it right, and maybe Scott as well, and Andy up in the comments. We've got the Garland for you as well. Well done on the win, and we'll see you for the semi.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Gin, spoken correctly for the first time now, and second position goes to Gerhard Hauschild. Gerhard, one of our very welcome visitors, and we get a round of applause as well, which is great. Congratulations. And you had to get past Anthony there.
Pardon?
You had to overtake Anthony to get that P2.
Yeah, but that was not so easy, but I tried to be under the first three, and I reached it, and I'm very happy about that.
Great to have you coming over and racing with us. You do a fair bit of racing with us in the UK.
Yeah, we did a few races this year with the United. We've been 2 times here in Brands, but we trained the whole year for the festival for sure. Yeah, that's what we wanted to do.
And now you've made it into the semi. Obviously, the next step is to get as high as you can. Is there much more left in yourself and maybe the car to get you into the final?
Yeah, the car was very good, and I will try to do my best in the semis to go a bit forward in the grid, and we will see what will happen.
Very best of luck. Thanks for chatting to us. Engines revving up in the background. So car's about to go out, and Oliver Button takes third position. Can I call you Ollie? Is that all right? Ollie Button, well done, mate. Tell us about your race, because you've climbed up through the order as well.
Well, yeah, it was an all right race. I think we've worked some stuff out with the handling of the car, and we're borrowing the car, it's not mine. And yeah, we've been working it out all year, and it's there now, we think, but just down on power a little bit.
And any changes you'll make setup-wise as you're borrowed cars, so you're kind of learning it?
Yeah. No, well, we've softened it off a bit, but that's it. Just making it feel more like the historic car than anything, yeah.
Oliver, well done. We've got cars on track, so we've got to go to the next race, but congratulations on the podium. Lovely to talk to you. Oliver Button there taking third place, Gerhard Hochschultz in second, and our winner, Guys Gin. Let's go back to Progression Race 2. Andy and Scott have all the details for you.
Well, Scott, I've been commentating for about 13 years now, and I think for all of those 13 years I've been commentating on Guy's Gin, and that's the first time I've heard that is how his name is pronounced. So 13 years worth of apologies, guys, and we will get it right this afternoon when we see him again in the semi-finals.
Yeah, with that I officially announce my retirement. No, I'm kidding. But we appreciate the clarification. For any racing drivers that we happen to commentate on, please do tell us if we're pronouncing your name wrong, because we want to get it right. Obviously, otherwise you don't want someone to come up with us and go, "You're saying my name wrong." You didn't tell us. So that's the key thing. So. Anyway, on to more pressing matters. Of course, we've now got Progression Race 2 coming up, which is now the second race to determine the last 6 drivers that will go automatically to our 60-car pair of semi-finals, 30 in each. And as we go into Progression Race number 2, here's the grid.
Yes, headed by Oliver Chapman with Colin Williams for company on row number 1. Then Peter Daly, who was just narrowly outside of the transfer spots yesterday, starting third alongside Klaus-Dieter Hackel with Callum Dunbar and John Blanchard on row 3. Row 4 for Bob Hawkins and Vincent Jay, with Ben Turner and John Harlow completing the top 10. Harrison Morrow is 11th alongside Tim Fitzgerald. Then Jonathan Nash and Andrew Noble, Christopher Edwards and Ben Barry, with Phil Atwood, Simon Langman and Andy Charsley, who crashed at Paddock Hill Bend yesterday. Hopefully, yes, he is there at the back of the grid, the number 10 car. There was a bit of damage done to that machine yesterday, but they have got the ray fixed, and he is one to watch, I think, because he qualified 12th for his heat, did Andy Charsley, and unfortunately crashed out when he was running in the top 10, I seem to recall, so he will definitely be one that we would expect to see charging through the order. So, same as Progression Race 1, top 6 will progress, and well, we've got an interesting car on pole position, haven't we? The 691 car, the Lola T200, one of the older cars on the entry, and here it is on pole position. Yes, it's only a progression race, but that still means it was running just outside the top dozen in its heat, so that is a well-driven car. We know Oliver Chapman is a quick driver, and he'll be gunning for a win here, I think.
I think certainly, or at least he'll be in shout for a podium to get himself through. I think he should be, at least, if he can keep himself on the straight and narrow, he'll be in contention for that top 6. I think for his own bragging rights and his own satisfaction, I think Mr. Daly will be looking for a top 6 finish as well. I think it'll be good to see. Good to see if he gets through to the semis. And of course, he'll be keen to put a good performance on. I'm certain he'll be somewhere in the historic final, I'm sure, somewhere. Full winner of that race, of course, back in 2020, of course, when it was there. And it was quite a fantastic wet weather race it was on top of that, too. So that was the last, I think, historic final before we named it the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy, because we sadly lost Brian at the beginning of 2021 during the days of the COVID era, shall we say, on that side. But of course, dearly missed to this day, so we'll see that historic final later on. Interesting, it's changed this year because it's not by the semis, it's by the heats that the grid's decided by. So that'd be quite intriguing to see how that all plays out. I think as one car got to the grid, I think a bit of frustration for
That's Chapman.
For Chapman, because he hasn't got to the grid first, but the car in second alongside Colin Williams did. So,
well, he stopped in the third. He did get there first, but for some reason stopped in the third grid position. I'm not entirely sure why.
We prompted the "What are you doing?" Or gesture from the hands on that side. So the last few cars get up, and again another great mixture of older and new cars. One of the older cars towards the back as well. I think that's possibly Andrew Noble in car 181 as they line up. A couple of cars that are missing. I think possibly for that, although Chris Edwards is not there too. So there is a gap somewhere on the grid. But the last couple of the cars get into position, and once we're all set to go, time for our last progression race. So time to decide our final 6 spots to get through to the semis. If you can't make it this time, the festival might well be over.
Indeed so. Right then, another 10 laps. Red lights go out after quite a long hold now, and Oliver Chapman looks for a good start from pole position. Not always the easiest thing to do here at Brands Hatch, but that was about as good as I've seen this weekend from pole, and he will lead uncontested into Paddock Hill Bend. Williams slots into second, the black car of Peter Daly third, but under threat from Klaus-Dieter Hackel, who tries to get to the inside into Druids, but not able to do so. The car's wriggling around on cold tyres. There's an almighty scrum here, and this is for 6th position. That little group of cars heading now 4 abreast nearly out of Druids. That surely won't work. There's still 3 abreast heading down the hill, and when cars run 3 abreast here at Brands Hatch in particular, those wheels almost seem to stick out even further, don't they? So easy to tangle wheels in these cars, but thankfully they kept it clean. No danger of that happening to Oliver Chapman, though. He is checked out already, Scott.
Seems to be. He wants that transfer spot, and he's going to work for it. There goes Grant, the 92 car up the inside, I think, which was 92 or 82. It looks like it's
Ben
possibly
Turner.
Ben Turner, which I think is possibly the ex-Matt Cowley car. It looks like it's in those colours, I think. Look at his actual, the vintage of his cars. They come across the end of that number 1. And it is, as we said, Chapman you lead. Daly's up to second, though. He's passed Colin Williams into second place. And we'll see if he can chase after Chapman here in the lower T200. There's the proof. So the black car number 66, Peter Daly, BRSCC chairman, up to P2. And Charles is trying to make a move as well. He's now already up into 13th from the back of the grid, so up 5 spots on the opening lap. Round the outside he goes of car 31, which is John Hayes Harlow. Good to see him back as well, another veteran of Formula Ford in the Crossy 32F. And there goes Charles again. That's him passing the 181. And that one is Andrew Noble. So 2 more places gained in this lap. Charlesley on the charge to try and get himself a top 6 spot.
So I suspect is Peter Daly, because I think he's going a little bit quicker than the race leader now. We'll get confirmation of this, of course, at the end of the lap. But that gap seemed to be coming down slightly at the front of the field. Another move made there by Ben Turner. He's charging it off. Oh, that's Williams, isn't it? Yeah, so he'd lost that second position anyway. And off now has gone Colin Williams at Clark Curve. So that is drama for one of our podium runners. And I was correct in saying that Peter Daly is closing down on Oliver Chapman. That was a 52.8. Scott, that was 9 tenths quicker than the leader.
It was, but I wonder if that leads to come down even further, because then that car's in quite a precarious position. Would not surprise me if we go safety car for this one, so both progression races will be affected by it. So nothing yet, but I suspect the safety car is being readied on the back straight. I'm watching it from our coverage box position. It has its on, of course, but I can't see the lights have come on just yet. I think they're priming it to see whether or not Williams' car is in a dangerous enough position given where it is on the circuit. It's tempestuous, but we'll see what race control decides to do.
Yeah, well, my argument is always if one car could end up there, then so could another. I'm intrigued, though, Scott, to know how it got there. It's an odd place to go off, isn't it? He was battling with, well, he wasn't really battling with Peter Daly anymore, was he? Peter had got away from him, so not entirely sure how that went down. But anyway, lead gap down by only 1/10 of a second that time, as Peter Daly continues to charge after the leader. Andy Charsley also running really well. Now, he is 10th at the moment, Andy Charsley. The red and white car is just at the back of this group, but he is now within touching distance and a couple of overtakes away from getting into a transfer spot. Helped, of course, with a couple of drivers ahead of him having troubles, but Andy Charsley is driving really, really well. He and Ben Turner both moving through the order nicely. Turner, by the way, Scott, we've seen him pulling some nice moves at Clearways. He is in 6th place now.
He is, all the way from Australia. For the Australian contingents here, another one in the mix as well, so I'm sure he's quite familiar, but this might be from Australian Formula Ford. Turner instead of John Blanchard, of course, the father of Tim Blanchard. He's also been quite formidable in Formula Fords back in his day. Up the inside also goes the other of the, you can kind of call it unofficial Team Canada cars, which is Callum Dunbar making a move as well in car number, car number 4, I think that is. No, car number 9, with the red maple leaf on it as well to signify it's from Canada. Good little scrap going on here for P6. New fastest lap of the race initially went to Peter Daly again. Then Charlesy got it back on a 52.1. He's at the back of this train now as Dunbar looks to the outside to try and make a move on Blanchard. Finds her boxed in. The 2 Australians nearly come together. And Dunbar looks back up the inside. It's nearly 4 abreast on the exit of Druids Corner. Blanchard somehow kept in front of all of them. as the pack goes through 2 by 2. It's now Ben Turner on the inside defending from Dunbar. Chargie's made up 2 spots. He's got past. He looks up Blanchard through all of that, or at least through the car that mixes in there too, which is possibly Harrison Morrow in car 75. There's Vincent J chasing after Klaus Dieter Harkle. There's the scrap for 5th and 6th. It's still the 2 Australians in them as well. He tries to get up the inside this time. There was a lot of wheels they have. Round goes John Blanchard, and again more contact with Ben Turner. Both of them might be out on the spot. Well, Blanchard is anyway. That car's not going any further. And if that wasn't a safety car for Colin Williams, it certainly will be. Meanwhile, Peter Daly's taken the lead of the race.
Yes, Peter Daly's gone through by 1/100th of a second, so they must have been side by side at the line, but we were so busy watching what was going on behind. Yes, I can see out of the window. Daly has the lead there, I'm afraid, is Blanchard. He's off the road, though, at least, so no need for a safety car, but that was the 5th and 6th place cars, Scott, tangling, because they wanted to get away from the cars behind them that were coming, one of whom, of course, was Andy Charsley, who does now get into 6th position and could yet take 5th position away from Callum Dunbar as well. So that was all drama centred around that final transfer spot, and we'd seen Ben Turner pulling off that move 2 or 3 times into clearways, but eventually someone was going to try and close the door, and that somebody in the end was John Blanchard, who had started in 6th position, was running in 5th, and unfortunately will now progress no further in the festival. So a dramatic second progression race, this one. The 7th lap of 10 begins, and Peter Daly, Scott, having taken the lead away from Oliver Chapman, is not yet escaping with it.
He's not, and it's good to see Chapman's keeping up with him, but Peter keeping race under control at this point in time. He has got 4 laps to do so. Battle of a third on Klaus Dieter Harkle, under pressure from the Golf liveried car Vincent J, another regular in the Super Classic Formula Ford champion this year on the BRSCC programme. Chapman keeping close in the wheel tracks of Daly's. They come up through Graham Hill Bend, turning their way through once again. Still Harkle from Jaden. The final 2 transfer spots currently is Callum Dunbar in car number 9 in one of the Graham Brunson racing cars, one of the Canadians in the field. And he is catching the cars in 3rd and 4th position, so he's getting them into the mix. Just behind the last transfer spot of Andy Charsley is also Bob Hawkins, I think who's in the same family as Tom Hawkins, of course, who is another Super Classic A class winner again in Super Classic Formula Ford this year. Down the outside in towards Paddock Hill Bend looks Chapman, looking for the up and under. Dunbar sets the new fastest lap of the race back in 5th position, but now he's got just under 3 laps to try and defend here. But if anyone can try and do it, it's Peter, who is a very experienced Formula Ford racer in his own right, has done for several years, does it more for fun these days, but in his day when he was racing, he was quite formidable, so he's using all of his experience to good use here. And I have to say, the chairman doing quite a good representation of himself here, holding on to the lead.
He is indeed, but can he stay there until the end? We'll have to wait and see. Fastest lap now set by Callum Dunbar, by the way, as he tries to get away from this, or to get further up inside that top 6. He is the 3rd car in this group. That means he's in 5th position at the moment, so he's in a transfer spot. So for now is Andy Charsley, but I'll tell you what, Bob Hawkins is staying right with him. We could yet have a bit more drama around that 6th position. The leaders flash through. It is 5 cars then battling for the bottom step of the podium, and Andy Charsley pulls out of the slipstream quite early against Callum Dunbar, who in turn is sizing up a move against Vincent J. Dives to the inside at Paddock Hill Bend, clips the curb, loses some momentum as a result though, and that opens the door for Charsley, who gets squeezed almost onto the grass. Keep an eye on Hawkins in the blue car, who goes round the outside of Charsley. This for the final transfer position. Andy Charsley says, oh no you don't, this 6th place is mine.
And it's not over for the lead yet, because now a lap and a half to go. Chapman is still putting the hurry up on Peter Daly as well as they come out of Graham Hill Bend towards 30. Darts against the inside line, but once again, he's got it covered, but he might just put him offline slightly to try and give him a chance to get into McLaren and Clearways first. Up through the top of the corner. See John Blanchard's car in the middle of the circuit now abandoned, but it is now way off the road. And now as they come to start the last lap of the race, there's 1.2 miles to go. See if Peter Daly can actually hold on to this and win progression race 2. But to do it, he's going to have to keep a very feisty Oliver Chapman behind him. He looks up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, but once more, he's not far enough alongside. Peter Daly puts the brakes on it and says, you want to come past me? Do it the hard way.
This is proper Formula Ford racing, isn't it, though? Peter Daly with his work cut out, the side-by-side action behind. That is Charsley into 5th and now going to 4th. And there goes Hawkins. Hawkins almost got through into 6th position ahead of Callum Dunbar, who suddenly has seemed to lose a little bit of pace beginning this final lap. So that's the battle for the final semi-final position. The leaders head down the Cooper straight nose to tail, and for the 2nd lap in a row, there's a challenge up the inside for Chapman into Surtees because he can't overtake into Clearways. There are yellow flags at Clearways, and that might have been his last opportunity. This is going to be, I think, one of those frantic slipstreaming runs to the line. Can Peter Daly keep Oliver Chapman at bay? Chapman's taking a much tighter line through Clark Curve. interestingly choosing not to sit in the slipstream, and that means that the checkered flag will wave first for Peter Daly, who gets another win at the festival, this time in progression race 2. Chapman second, third was Klaus-Dieter Hackel, fourth Vincent J, fifth for Andy Charsley, and Callum Dunbar did just about manage to hang on to that 6th position, with, in the end, Bob Hawkins by just under half a second, missing out on a top 6 position. Another side-by-side battle further back. This is for 11th position, and in amongst that group, by the way, was the 181 car of Andrew Noble, who picked up a 5-second penalty, I believe, for track limits infringements partway through the race. Well, that had everything, didn't it? A ding-dong battle for the lead, all sorts of excitement around that 6th position transfer spot, controversial clash up at Clearways, and a real sprint to the finish. That, Scott Woodwis, is what the festival's all about.
It certainly is. And we've now got the big business at hand. We've now got 4 more races in the festival left to go, and that's where it starts to get really serious. 2 semis, a historic final, and the grand final. Plus, of course, another pre-82 feature race, which I understand yesterday was quite an excellent affair once again yesterday for the race we had in that action yesterday. So good to see we've got more Formula Ford action, still alive as it ever was, and good to see that the festival is entertaining. And I have to say also impressive to see how many people are already in that grandstand this morning at 10 o'clock, which is really good to see. So plenty of people around, and I'm certain it's going to be absolutely packed out in proper old school festival style by the time we get to the final later on this afternoon. But incredible stuff. Peter Daly, BRSCC chairman, race winner as well. Fantastic.
Indeed so. So Peter Daly makes the semi-finals. So do Oliver Chapman, Klaus-Dieter Hackel, Vincent J, Andy Charsley, and Callum Dunbar after that frenetic 5- or 6-way battle for the final transfer spot. Bob Hawkins just misses out. So does Harrison Morrow. Ben Turner and Tim Fitzgerald complete the top 10 ahead of Jonathan Nash, and the number 31 car was in 12th position of John Harlow. Then it was Andrew Noble with the penalty, Christopher Edwards, Ben Barry and Simon Langman, whilst we lost John Blanchard dramatically up at Clearways corner, and Colin Williams, of course, also from a transfer spot. So 2 drivers who really should have been able to get through to the semi-finals, both ending up out of the race after a few dramatic moments earlier on. Right, lots to talk about after that race, and we've got plenty of time to do so. Let's head down and hear from Richard John Neal with our podium finishers.
Well, the one thing we heard down here was Peter Daly giving a huge whoop as he came into it. Peter, you seem very pleased with that, and rightly so, I think. Congratulations. Yeah, there was a definite whoop. Are we not going to repeat that for us, are you?
No, it was woo! Last time I won a race like that was...
Spoils, by the way. Here we go.
Thank you. 20... flowers for the wife. Was 2020, wasn't it? The historic final, 2020, like that, you know. Ollie, myself, we had a game plan. You know, we had a feeling when we looked at all the times that we might move away, but Dieter was obviously going to be an unknown. And then, yeah, just that was mega. Mark Bates, Sarah Bates at Shaw's Motorsport sorted the car out. You know, thanks to Jeff Page for all his sponsorship with the Super Classics this year. Alan Bowles is doing loads of work behind the scenes. You know, 85 cars here. That's fantastic. I'm nearly finished. Shattered.
You got a semi to do now, semi-final to do.
Yeah, looking forward to the semi-final and hopefully the historic final, and then we'll get ready to it's an honour to present the Neil Shanahan Trophy on behalf of Liam and Mary. I'll be doing that later on today, and I hope they're watching, and we'll really remember everything for you guys.
Absolutely right. Nice to do a winner's interview with you, Peter.
You mean they don't come around very often?
No, well, it's the first time I've done one, I think.
No, thank you, Richard. No, thank you. And, yeah, it's just great. This is only the second race I've done all year, race meeting. I've been working away a lot with motorsport jobs, and Lorna and I really have missed out on a lot of driving, but you can't beat a Formula Ford.
You can't. You know, it was a buzz yesterday, tangible buzz, and Friday when I was here for a little bit of testing, and when you hear it, a lot of them, some of the magic at times goes out of motorsport, but it's here, isn't it, at the festival?
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, I've not spoken to Klaus all weekend, and he's just come up and given me a big hug and said, well done, Peter. You know, you bump into people. Last night in the clubhouse, you did a fantastic job interviewing lots of people up there, and it was great to see people like Stephen M. Daly there, and the contingent come over, the Smiles, you know, Dick and Neville, of course, young Jason's doing a cracking job, and all these guys come over. It's fantastic. It's a party, you know, with a bit of racing thrown in.
It's great for me. The festival has always been about the weekend narrative. You don't really get that in any other event for me.
No, not at all, not at all. This is, I mean, don't forget, we've got the sun on our side at the moment as well. That does make a difference. But
what are we going to be saying at 3:30?
I'll have a nice hot cup of tea and be wearing some BRSCC clothing ready.
But well done, cracking win. And what's your aim? What do you think you can do in the semi-final?
I'd like to finish, have a dice, just finish and put the car back in the box.
That sounds fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've got no chance of getting in the final.
Nice one, Peter. Well done. Congratulations. We'll see you a bit later.
Thank you.
Peter Daly, our race winner. He will go and have a word with Josh Barrett, who's doing the circuit commentary. Let's get our P2 interview and Oliver Chapman. Cracking, Oliver, well done.
Thank you very
Thank you for entertaining us and keeping Peter. Peter said there was a little bit of a game plan, is that right?
It was a bit of a game plan. You know, we both race in the same team, and we thought we'd, you know, keep it fair and not be bumping wheels and all the usual shenanigans that some Formula Ford drivers get up to. So we kept it fair. I was obviously out in P1 for most of that, and then Peter saw his gap, and that's when the fair racing decided to come to an end. And as soon as I saw that, I was doing everything I could to try and take the place back, but unfortunately it's too little too late.
One of the things we get to see in the festival, and the magic of it for me, is the age difference in the cars, and obviously your car is much old. Tell us a bit about the age gap between the cars and the machine you're driving.
This is now where I can come in with my racing driver excuses. It's a 1970 Lola, so it's not far off the age of the festival. You know, of course, we've all got outboard suspension and a lot less slippy and, you know, less mechanical grip than some of the new cars. In the wet, it's performs just as well as some of the new cars. Well, give or take, you've got a better chance. And but yeah, I can blame my performance today on the fact my car's a good 20 years older.
Have you got now? What's your next race? Are you in the Jeff Page one as well?
In the pre-82.
So you've got to quit. You need to get away fairly quickly.
I don't know when that is.
It's after this next one, yeah.
Okay, yes, I'm out in that. I think I'm out in four times today, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, value for money though in the entry.
It really is good value for money, this festival. Yeah, fantastic.
I'm going to let you get away because you've got a very quick turnaround to do. Thank you very much, and well done, and thanks for entertaining us. Our second place driver there, Oliver Chapman, and Klaus-Dieter Heckel. Great to finally meet you, Klaus-Dieter. Well done on Super Drive, third place, and now up into the semi-final. So today has started well.
Yeah, the day's starting well, but yesterday I was unlucky with my 14th place in the heat. But today I must go for the first three, I think. But behind me is a pack of cars, so I must have a look every time. But he fight with these guys fight, and so I can go. Yeah. I prefer to go first, but third is good.
You were saying yesterday was bad luck that you were out of. What happened?
The problem is we have a rain. Much rain in the heat, and we have a complete dry setup, and so it's very difficult to drive, and so I lose 2 places in the last 3 rounds, and but today I can manage. It's good.
That's good. And have you got a little bit of a rest now before your next race?
Yeah, we have only 1 hour, I think, and then we must go to the semi, and after that to the historic final. But it's I have good guys, so it's not a problem to do this. But I'm very happy with the situation. We have nice weather, nice organization, and the BRSCC make a good job. All is good. Yes.
That's very kind of you. We appreciate that feedback. Thank you, and thank you guys for coming over and racing with us. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All the very best.
Oh, I don't understand the question. Sorry. What is the question?
No, I was just saying thank you guys for coming over.
Yeah, we're coming over next week. We go back tonight, and we come back Thursday to the Walter Hayes. So it's big traffic. It's this, but it's a surprise. Yeah, thank you.
Good luck for that. Thanks, Klaus-Dieter. Klaus-Dieter Heckel taking third position there. Right now, if you're watching the stream and hoping to see qualifying, we don't do qualifying, whether it's the BRSCC Formula or our guest, the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, but we will see their races a little bit later on. One of the things we will do is nip up into the holding area. We might take a little break after we've done this, but we're going to see if we can have a look at the cars forming up in the holding area for the Jeff Page thing, or are we got to throw to break? We're going to go round. We're going to get a quick... I'm getting puzzled looks here, but we're going to do the country code again, open the gate, and hopefully have a chat with one of our sponsors that's here as well, as we look forward to the first race of the day for the pre-82 cars. Actually, nobody there, but have we got Suzanne here, Alan? We'll do this here and then we'll go to a break as we haven't got the cars in the holding area. Suzanne McFarlane. Yes. Hello, Richard John Neal. Nice to meet you. One of our sponsors, tell us about your company and who you're looking after.
Yeah, so I'm here representing 2 businesses, 2 companies. One is Seed Data Solutions, which provide marketing resource for companies. So if they're looking to grow their business, acquire new customers, then we'll help them. And we have My PA, which basically answers your telephones if you're too busy. Yeah, or you're under a car fixing it and you've got an inquiry, then we'll answer the calls for them.
And who are you involved with driver-wise in the upcoming races?
Ollie Roberts, so we're sponsoring Ollie today.
You got a decent driver then. How have you found the weekend so far?
Yeah, I could only be here on Friday because I sponsor another race team, so I had to go to Alton Park on Saturday, so back today. But we're in a good position. He's promised me a podium, so...
OK, we'll see if we can hold him to that. And as a sponsor, how important are results, or is it as much about people and promotion?
Yeah, it's more about the people. Ollie's attitude to the racing is exactly what I want as a sponsor. He likes, he's very enthusiastic, he works hard, and he likes a good fight. And that's what we have to do in business as well. But these guys, these drivers need our support. It's a historic race. We need to keep it going. So I'm delighted to support them.
Well, it's great that you are. Thank you for that support and for coming along to our festival. Welcome to the event at Brands Hatch. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Suzanne McFarlane, one of our very valued sponsors here. As you can hear, we've got the classic and modern cars out on track. Haven't got anyone in the holding area yet for the second of our Jeff Page races. So we'll take a quick break and Andy and Scott will fill you in with the details of the upcoming race in just a few minutes. As you can see, still nice and sunny here. The harbingers of doom tell us it is going to rain this afternoon, so even more reason to stay tuned, because we've had some very dramatic weather changes over the weekend, and indeed in the past at the Formula Ford Festival. We're now looking forward, though, to the second of the pre-82 feature races, supported by Jeff Page Engineering. Ultimately, the drivers in this are going to win the John Webb Memorial Trophy. We were talking about that a little bit earlier on. I want to go down and have a quick word with some of our drivers, and we've got a youngster here. I'm going to see if he's okay. You okay for a quick chat? Ben Powney, we're going to have a chat with. Again, I seem to be drawn to the Scale Extric livery for some reason. It's the inner child in me, Ben. Tell us about your season so far, and then we'll maybe talk a little bit about the car. But first of all, thanks for having a word with us.
Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down season. I don't feel like we've quite shown full potential yet, but I think in qualifying yesterday, in both cars actually, I think we showed a bit more where we should be, I think. But yeah, I need to get it done in this race and not let the rocket ships past.
Tell us about this car first.
Yeah, so it's a T3 built by Tony Mundy back in a shed back in the day. And Peter now works closely with Tony still with a little bit of his guidance, but these guys are magicians. They're making a very, very average racing driver look very good. So no, it's all hats off to them, really.
Oh, you're a great driver. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't convince yourself otherwise. And the other car you're racing this weekend?
Yeah, that's an M92. So yeah, obviously 1992. So we've got like 20 odd years difference between them. So they got their certain quirks, but the only reason we're actually racing both is I couldn't really decide which one I preferred all season, and the option to do both was there, and Peter's silly enough to take it on and give it a go. So yeah, it's been great fun, and you only live once, right?
It's a nice thing for a racing driver to have a choice of two cars, isn't it, to come and play with?
It's brilliant. There's plenty more in the garage that I could have choose from as well, to be fair. I think if I could have entered more, I probably would have, to be fair. But no, it's been brilliant. Yeah, sun's out, Brands Hatch Festival. Doesn't get better than this.
It doesn't. It's going to rain later, though.
I bloody hope so. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say that, should I? I hope so.
We've heard worse language than that on streams. Don't you worry about that. That's fairly tame. And so races so far for you this weekend?
Yeah. Qualifying's gone really well. Races, not so much. I got caught up in the wrong pack, I think, in the last race. Need to make amends this time.
Fourth here, predictions, what can you do?
I think I can win it. Yeah, just need to get in that front pack, get my head down, do what we did in quali, get it done.
Best of luck, Ben. Thanks for having a chat with us. Ben Powney there. I'm going to turn round and see if we can grab a quick word with Oliver again. Quick turnarounds, aren't they?
Yes, it had to be, yeah. Yeah, we quick refuel into park firmly for a ride height check, and out we go.
You seem to be taking it in your stride. If it was me, I was saying yesterday coming into the stream, there's so much going on. Are we going to get it all covered and everything else? Do you just take it in your stride, or are you sort of marshalled along by team members to get you in the right place at the right time?
Yeah, fantastic help from team members at Shaw Motorsport. But generally, yeah, I mean, it may be more of like a duck under water type of thing. It all looks cool and calm on the surface, but yeah, when you're back-to-back races, it's no doubt a little bit of a stress for everyone.
At least you're in the zone and you've had a race already, so you're up to speed.
Correct, and very much looking forward to this one.
Oliver, best of luck for the race. Thank you very much for chatting with us. It would be wrong. Am I right to have a word with Rick? Let's have a quick word with Rick. Yesterday we got all nostalgic about 1976 Festival, and you were at that one, and I was on the bank way over there at Druids watching, and lovely to have you here. What's your secret in keeping going?
I have plenty of naps these days.
Plenty of naps? That's a pretty good idea. On a serious note, I'm guessing you probably don't get the chance to on a race weekend.
No. Well, I do. I try to. But cycling and jogging and running is the secret, really, and keeping the weight down and keeping the old man out if possible.
I should probably listen to that advice. Unfortunately, the whistle's gone. Rick Morris, best of luck. Thank you for chatting to us. Rick, an absolute stalwart of the festival, and he's going out now for our Jeff Page sponsored pre-82 feature race. Over to Scott and Andy in the commentary box to tell you a little bit more.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, cars then released from the assembly area out onto the circuit for the second pre-82 Formula Ford 1600 feature race supported by Jeff Page Engineering. And yesterday's race got the unofficial award for closest finish of the day, where Cameron Jackson and James Rigby's race-long dice for the win was decided by just 56 thousandths of a second. James Rigby had a really good run off the final corner. It was one of those proper Formula Ford slipstreaming battles. He just couldn't quite beat Cameron Jackson's Winkleman to the line, and it was in the end the narrowest of winning margins for Cameron, who'll be looking to try and do the double today. There was some good battling further back as well, but really those two were very much the stars of the show. And again, as we were referring to during those progression races, two cars that are not of the same age. I think there's about a decade between those two cars, and yet 56 thousandths of a second was all that separated them at the end of the 18 laps of racing. It's a time-certain race, this, unlike the other Formula Ford racing this weekend, which runs to a set number of laps. This is a 15-minute race, but as I said, yesterday's one was absolutely thrill a minute. This is how the grid lines up. Cameron Jackson and James Rigby row 1, Mark McKenna and Ben Powney together on the second row ahead of Oliver Chapman and Rick Morris, with Jonathan Nash and Oliver Buckton on row 4. Row 5 is Colin Williams and Harrison Morrow. Row 6, Stuart Kestenbaum and Matthew Sturmer to complete the top 12. Then on the 7th row of the grid, Alan Slater and Anthony Denham, Russell Giles and Christopher Edwards row 8, row 9, Ian Geary and Kevin Teager, with Phil Atwood, Michael Saunders, Simon Langman and Timothy Bennett completing, hopefully, the full 22-car grid. So, Scott, I know you weren't here yesterday to enjoy this race, but take it from me, it was certainly one of the highlights of the day, and I see no real reason for that to change here in race number 2. It was similar conditions to these that it took place in, sunny and dry, so it wasn't weather affected. In the same conditions, with the same drivers at the front of the field, I think we're in for a similarly exciting 15 minutes.
The great thing about classic Formula Ford is that it never tends to disappoint. Of course, it does go back to the glory days of when Formula Ford was in really its prime in the late 60s, early 70s, all the way through the 70s into the early 80s, and these are cars which raced in that period. Of course, it is all pre-82, and it really does help us to celebrate 50 years of the festival here at Brands Hatch. We talk about it's a 54th festival, but for those with long memories or want to know a bit of a history lesson, the first 4 races for the festival took place at Snetterton in Norfolk on the old school circuit they had there, when they had the old Norwich Straight with the hairpin at the end that was marked, I think, by Christmas trees at one point, I think, if my research on that circuit serves me well. But yeah, these cars would have raced in period both there and also here at Brands Hatch, and it really does cement the fact that it was almost a natural progression for this race to come to Brands Hatch, given that, you know, we talk about this as for the John Webb Memorial Cup for the best performing driver across the 2 races, and that's been determined by Alan Bowles and co, who are involved in putting this together. I have to say credit to not just BRSCC but Alan Bowles and co for getting such a grid of cars together to help commemorate the 50 years of the festival at Brands Hatch. And of course, remember, one person who did take the first ever festival victory at Brands Hatch, I think, was Derek Daly, and he was available via satellite last night in the Q&A for Legends and Drivers. So he came and actually enjoyed some questions towards the end with other Legends drivers. He was there technically in spirit and on the screen rather than in person, but he was enjoying himself quite well. But getting away from other tangents, I think, yes, the front runners here, the likes of, look at the front, Cameron Jackson, former historic final winner in the main festival. James Rigby's been quick anyway throughout the weekend. The likes of Mark McKenna, Ben Powney, who's been a star in Super Classic Formula Fords this year as well. Oliver Chapman, who's just gone ahead and taken 2nd place in the second progression race on top of that too as well. And Rick Morris, you can never count out Rick Morris. Anytime he's in a Formula Ford, particularly in his old school Royale RP29, he's never out of the conversation. He's always up there as a threat for some kind of good result. I think one car we're not with on the grid, because I didn't spot it because there was a gap near Oliver Buckton, is Colin Williams. His car was off in the progression race too. I don't think it's made itself around because there is a gap between Oliver Buckton and Harrison Morrow. So that yellow PRS machine, which is due to start in 9th, looks like it will be absent from the 5th row of the grid.
So Cameron Jackson then in a car that actually predates the Formula Ford Festival, a 1969 Winkleman, of course the first festival at Snetterton in 1972, as Scott was just saying. A very, very old car, but a very, very quick car still, well prepared clearly, and Cameron Jackson more than capable of getting a good result out of it, as we saw yesterday. Can he do the double, or has James Rigby managed to suss out a way to get the better of him? It's going to be a fascinating 15 minutes, and we are almost ready to go. There's a gap on the 5th row of the grid. I think possibly Colin Williams is absent from the 9th grid spot, but everyone else appears to be there. The red lights go out, and it's not a great start from Rigby actually from the outside of row 1. In the 2nd second phase of the start, though, as we saw yesterday, Cameron Jackson's car doesn't seem to accelerate terribly well. He'll hold on to the lead, and it is going to be that side-by-side battle for second. There's contact, and out wide goes Rigby. That nearly ended in complete disaster. A bit of wheel banging there with Mark McKenna in the number 19 car, who came through on the inside line. There wasn't a lot of space left between the two of them, and James Rigby ended up almost in the gravel trap, so that immediately changes the dynamic of this race compared to yesterday, because Rigby and Jackson got away from the rest of the field early doors. This morning, though, Scott, or this afternoon, actually, as I should say now, that is not the case.
Certainly isn't. Massive twitch over Cameron Jackson, sideways through 30s, showing he's pushing early on. Also got their battle going on with Oliver Buckton, back in his more familiar Eldon chassis that he's been campaigning in the Super Classic Formula Ford recently. That car squirming around also, so it looks as though even though it's dry out there, it's still quite cold. And of course, on these narrow Formula Ford tyres, getting them up to temperature is not always the easiest thing. He's putting the pressure onto Jonathan Nash in car number 7. That's Nash in the 1980 Van Diemen. That's the top two nose to tail there. Mark McKenna, who's also quite a formidable classic Formula Ford racer, now putting Jackson under pressure. He's got track position up the inside in towards Druids. Ben Cameron tried to turn across to get the corner, but found McKenna's Eldon chassis across the 35F chassis right there next to him, and now it's Mark McKenna to the front at about a lap and a bit. Well,
McKenna, who was a bit of a distant third place yesterday, really, has certainly woken up bright and early this morning, ready to go. That extra hour in bed has done him the world of good, I think, with the clocks going back, and he is now right at the front. He leads the way, but there was a challenge there from Jackson up the inside at Clearways. I'm looking out of the window, they almost tangled wheels. Oh, and around has gone James Rigby. James Rigby with a spin at Clearways. Now, hopefully he hasn't beached the car. No, gets it going again, but that is real drama now for a man who, well, we fully expected to be up there contesting for the race win as he was yesterday, and that is 2 dramas in the first 2 laps of the race, and that one, Scott, particularly costly.
Yeah, it was. Put him right down the order to at least the top 10 as McKenna's lost the lead back again. McKenna did set the fastest lap of the race, but Chapman's now taking it with a, what's now 52.389, so put more personal bests coming in. 2 laps completed, and McKenna now going back and forth. So I have a feeling that if McKenna's on the pace here as he has been since the start of the race, this could be him taking up the mantle that Rigby took up to try and chase after Cameron Jackson here. But if Chapman, who was in particularly good form in the second progression race, leading for a while and then losing out to Peter Daly in the end, if his pace is anything to go by from progression race 2, he'll be enough to get into the mix. And if he gets himself close enough, could have here a 3-way fight for the lead before long in this 15-minute encounter.
Yeah, good point. It's his second race of the day, of course, so he's familiar with the track conditions. He's already revved up and warmed up and in the groove, so to speak. So too, though, clearly is McKenna, who once again is on the attack to the outside line into Paddock Hill Bend. But Cameron Jackson stands his ground. Watch for that switchback, though. This is the move McKenna seems to like. But now, look, Jackson is wise to it. Pulls over to the inside line, defends into Druids, and all of this defensive driving is benefiting one person, and that person is the third place man, Oliver Chapman, who set the fastest lap of the race last time by 52.0, only a 10th and a half or so quicker than the leaders. But now that they're really starting to hold each other up, I would not be surprised if Chapman makes this a 3-way fight for the win. Powney is still 4th, Rick Morris in 5th, 6th for Jonathan Nash. Where did James Rigby end up after that spin? He is well down the order, isn't he? 10th position. Well, actually not quite as far down as I thought, Scott.
Yeah, down 8 spots. He's going to try and chase after Anthony Denham in his Van Diemen, who also is fresh and competing in this morning's progression races too. And of course, the key thing is the harder this lot fight each other, the easier it is for the cars behind to take advantage. As down the outside looks McKenna for the lead. Ben Powney now in 4th, sets a 51.885. That's a rapid lap considering that the cars in front are doing 52.0, 52.1. So sub 52. First time for Ben Powney in 4th position. Morris isn't that far away in P5 as McKenna tries to give Jackson the hurry up, but Jackson's winking a lot of defensive. But there's a small puff of something at the back of Jackson's car I saw just up towards Graham Hill Bend. Looks like it's okay for the moment, although he's looking to the inside line to defend. Now Morris has been given a tight 10-second time penalty as Jackson lets McKenna through. Was that puff a possible issue, I think, because I saw something puff at the back of his car going into Graham Hill Bend. McKenna's got through, but that looked all too easy.
Yeah, well, he took a very odd line out of Graham Hill Bend, did Cameron Jackson. He seems okay now, doesn't he, in the slipstream, but yeah, it was a bit slow down the Cooper Straight. There is Ben Powney, fastest man on the racetrack then, and the car that is really closing in on this leading trio now, that I think we have to call it, because Oliver Chapman is right there with these two, so that latest lead change has delayed the top 2 enough to bring Oliver Chapman into contention. So Chapman in the Lola, now perhaps the man to watch. Powney is coming too. He's bringing Rick Morris with him, but as Scott Scott said, Rick has picked up a 10-second penalty, I'm guessing for some sort of start procedure infringement.
I think it'll either be a jump start or out of position start typically. If it's a 10 seconds straight away, it's usually one of those two. So either he was too far forwards, as just seeing the back, Oliver Buckton's had a spin up at Graham Hill Bend. He's let both Jonathan Nash and the recovering James Rigby through. That was just out of my commentary box window. I looked up and saw his elbow just sideways going across the grass over the curb. So he's carried on but lost 2 spots from 8th down to 10th. Meanwhile,
that's Powney third now, is it?
And it's past Jackson, so he's back up to speed again. So if it is an issue for Jackson, it's intermittent, because he seems to be back up to racing speed again, back down the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. So if it is an issue, it's kind of cutting in and out rather than being consistent.
It has to be an issue because he was second last time we saw him and now he's fourth, so that's quite a big loss of time. I was tricked initially by the 2 red cars because there is still a red car in second place, but that is now the Lola of Oliver Chapman. So yeah, there's definitely an issue, isn't there, for Jackson? It was a slow lap, a 53.4, about 1.3 seconds quicker than the race leaders. The top 2, by the way, both did personal best laps last time by McKenna and Chapman. Well, I have to say, Scott, when James Rigby spun on lap 2, I thought, well, there is a real problem now then for yesterday's winner, Cameron Jackson, pulling out of the way of Rick Morris. So well spotted. That puff of smoke must have been an issue for Jackson, which he's now really struggling to manage, it would seem. But yeah, when Rigby fell down the order early doors, I thought, oh well, this might not be quite as exciting a race as yesterday. If anything, Scott, it's been even better.
Yeah, we've got more cars in the mix towards the front at least anyway, which is good to see. McKenna, Chapman, Powney and, well, sort of Rick Morris on the road in spirit at least he is, but of course with a 10-second penalty. With his arm out in the air is 30, which is Simon Langman, in, I guess, arguably one of the most arguably best-looking cars on the grid, which is the old-school Duckham's Van Diemen car that's in the field that now has an issue that's pulling away. Further back in the field, this is 77, which is Phil Atwood battling away with the trip 880 of Timothy Bennett, who retired yesterday, as did Simon Langman yesterday also, and also Matthew Sturmer, who finished yesterday 12th and has fallen back a little bit in the order. He's now back in 20th place, so not a great second race for Matthew, but going back up the inside to pick up another place, and through he goes to pick up another spot up the road. Off the road has gone in Jerry in that rather pretty looking Eldon Faulkner. Don't get it damaged too much in. It's a good looking car. Shame to see it get a bit of damage. Looks like it's dislodged the nose section a little bit, but apart from that, it's there. As for Cam Jackson, I think possibly that puff of smoke I spotted was a problem because he's in pit lane sadly. So that's his pre-82 race, unfortunately, prematurely over.
Yeah, that is a shame. So neither of the 2 contenders really from yesterday's race then are going to play a significant part in this one. We are just coming towards half race distance then. And what's going on at the front of the field? Well, McKenna leads by, less than 1/10 of a second at the line, except I can tell you out of the window, it's Ben Powney that now is on the charge. So Ben Powney, there are the leaders. In 3rd position, he does not have the fastest lap anymore. Oliver Chapman has taken it from him, but he is about to take maybe 2nd place away from Chapman. And if he can do, I think Powney might have a few questions to ask of the race leader as well.
He may well. There was a bit wayward there through Surtees there for Chapman as he tried to wrestle the car through Surtees and in towards McLaren. But Ben Powney, of course, racing 2 cars this weekend. It's not just this car, it's also his car in the main festival. He's running the old school Jamin T3 with still just under 7 minutes to go in this race. But Ben Powney, who is running his Jamin N92, so 2 Jamins of 2 different vintages, but his T3 serving him well. Him just sliding around there as Oliver Chapman. That's just how his car's set up, being oversteer, or just he's pushing it a little too hard. Top 3 are stacking up here. Morris is there in 4th position. His last lap was a 52.096. But the leaders are doing 51.8 is off the road, has gone 880. That's Timothy Bennett, so he's off the road straight away. Nose cone dislodged, and ironically, the 2 cars that didn't finish the race yesterday are both out of the race once again today, plus Cameron Jackson.
Yeah, that one in particularly spectacular fashion. It did make contact with the barrier there, with the rear of the car hitting the barrier, and the nose, as you said, dislodged over the grass. So that's a shame. Yellow flags out then at Surtees for now. Whether or not that requires a safety car intervention, we'll have to wait and see. I sort of hope not, because we've got a fascinating battle at the front brewing, and any one of these 3 drivers you feel could still win. They're about to start coming up against some lapped cars, and this is where things get really complicated, because there's quite a speed differential between the very quickest cars on track and some of the slower ones, and that can lead to a few sketchy moments. We'll wait and see over the next lap or so what happens. There is hand out of the cockpit because there are yellow flags out into Surtees, so hand out of the cockpit for Oliver Chapman, and that means everyone has to slow down because you're not allowed to overtake anybody in a yellow flag zone, even a lapped car. Chapman trying to take advantage of that delay for the leader and actually sort of outfoxed himself there. He runs wide, gets boxed in behind the back marker, and that I think has invited Powney through into 2nd place. They're side by side, but Powney's got the inside line. He's getting a slipstream from McKenna in front. Chapman, in fairness, doing his best to go with him. Look at this absolutely neck and neck in amongst the traffic. Who gets second place? It's still up for debate, and there's nowhere to go. The road is completely blocked. They both have to stand on the brakes, and Chapman somehow hangs on to second.
How do they all get through that without making contact or some kind of an accident? That was extraordinary between all four of them, the two lapped cars. Ian Gira just noticed has got two very tall kind of his wing mirrors, but they're stuck up on pylons in some cases, quite high up in quite old school fashion. So great to see, you can see both behind him and alongside him in equal measure. But that was extraordinary, and that was using traffic to full effect, but they really picked themselves carefully through. As for Mark McKenna, he's laughing in his helmet thinking, I'm just away and gone now with 4.5 minutes to go. This is pretty much his race, initially signed, sealed and delivered, but if these two can start to stop fighting a little bit and close back in, there's a chance they might do, actually, because even though they lost a few car lengths at the beginning of that lap, they seem to have gained it back again in the second half.
Yes, not really much to choose in lap time. 52.1, let's call that for McKenna, 52.3 for Chapman, so they didn't lose a huge amount of time, but they are further back now from the leader than they have been. And, oh, that's Rick Morris, is it, going through the gravel in the background? A few people have been doing that at Paddock Hill Bend. There is quite a stiff tailwind, I've noticed, going down the main straight. Spin as well for the number 13 of Stuart Kestenbaum. That's up at Clearways. Thankfully the car hasn't stalled though, and he's able to continue on. But yeah, quite a stiff breeze blowing down that main straight, and that's making them arrive at Paddock Hill Bend a little bit quicker maybe than they're expecting. I think that's why a few people are struggling at that end of the circuit. We've seen a lot of sideways action through Surtees too, and we're definitely now, Scott, I think, seeing this lead gap coming back down. So Mark McKenna, okay, looks reasonably comfortable in the lead, but cannot escape.
Yeah, he was one of the ones very sideways on the exit 30. That was the one that trolley wiggling around as he went through the left-right sequence. Back down to Paddock Hill Bend. Gap at the lead end of the lap is just under 0.6 of a second, so it's about a second covering the top three as they come out of Paddock Hill Bend, back towards Druids, now stacking up a little bit more. And you're absolutely right, because both Chapman and Powney just closing that gap back in. There's more back markers to tackle here. One of them is Matthew Sturmer. Just ahead of him is going to be the 410, which is the PHRSO2, it looks like, of 410, which is of 40 of Russell Giles by the looks of it. No, Christopher Edwards, then Russell Giles. Here they come. And McKenna getting stuck in the traffic here. This now gives the opportunity for Chapman to close in. Both the back markers move safely out of the way, but looks like trying to negotiate that has given Chapman the chance he needs to get right into the slipstream, into the wheel track to McKenna. Pulls out to the left-hand side, puts two wheels on the grass near the pit wall. He's determined, I'll give him that.
Well, that was close, wasn't it? I don't think McKenna realised Chapman was there, because it was a very late move to try and cover off the inside line, but he did at least manage to scare Chapman off, I think is what happened, really. But that is the closest Chapman has been. He's closing again and launches up the inside into Druids. Can't stop the car, though. Straight off he goes, and Oliver Chapman into the gravel at Druids. He absolutely smacks the wheel in frustration, and understandably so. That was just an error of judgment, perhaps. I don't know whether he got caught out by McKenna braking. He's still furious at himself, but that is his race over, and another potential race winner is out of contention.
So this now gives a free pass to Oliver Chapman to Ben Powney. Now he's on to the tail of Mark McKenna here as they come back towards lap somebody else, but that's just, he was so determined to make that move. He went diving up the inside. We thought for a second that's the Banzai move he needed to get up the inside. But you have to remember, of course, he's on, 1970s brakes rather than 2010 ones, 2021s. So he wasn't really going to make the corner too much. But, yeah, understandable frustration for Oliver, who is quick, but possibly just needs to work a little bit more on his timing of his braking and his move rather than just going diving up the inside. He was running out of time a little bit because there's only about 2 minutes left on the clock, but even so, it's a good attempt, but unfortunately Chapman's race is done. It's not his festival done, he's still got the semi-final to come, and I'm sure the historic final on top of that for a bit more redemption. So he's getting his money's worth there, at least.
He certainly is, isn't he? So, well, that's a shame, but he, as you said, will be back out on circuit yet later on, and it also hasn't robbed us of a grandstand finish, because we've got a minute and a quarter to go, and still a battle for the lead, as Ben Powney now moves up to challenge McKenna. Tell you what, if McKenna hangs on to win this race, he will have really earned it, won't he? Because this is, he's had to fend off at least 3 different drivers, I think, who have been breathing down his neck at any given moment. They cross the line with just enough time for 2 more laps, so the penultimate lap begins, and a challenge comes from Powney, who in the early stages didn't seem to have the pace to live with the race leaders, but as it's gone on, he has got quicker and quicker and quicker, and he's right there now with the leader heading into Druids.
He's going for it, isn't he? Looking down the outside into the right-hander through the 180 degrees. One thing I should also point out as well is that the Rick Morris, of course, has got the 10-second penalty. So despite the spin, James Rigby is back up to 3rd place. So it looks like you might get a chance to chat to Richard O'Neill after all, which is quite exciting. But, of course, the 10-second penalty. I think also in actual track position, Rick Morris has dropped backwards somewhere, because Rigby, there appears to be ahead of him on track, it seems. We'll come back to that shortly, coming on to the last lap. 2 more back markers to negotiate, one of which is Stuart Kestenbaum. getting through them nice and cleanly. There's also the 69 in there, I think, which was Alan Slater. He also moves out of the way neatly. 169 that was, up in 9th position. Starting with last lap of the race then, a few seconds to go. Ben Powney's got a real chance to close in here, but he's going to have to do it now or never. If McKenna goes darting to the inside, puts the lap on Kestenbaum, he moves out of the way. Powney follows him through Paddock Hill Bend. Less than a lap to go. Can Powney make this happen, or is McKenna about to make it a victory in the second pre-82 race of the weekend?
Oh, clever driving there from Powney at Paddock. He took a very wide line going into the corner, knowing that McKenna was going to have to go up the inside of a slower car. That means that he carried more speed up the hill and has closed right in now, with realistically one more overtaking opportunity to go, although he's going to try and make his move down the Cooper Straight. Gets squeezed onto the grass by Mark McKenna, who will not relinquish this lead without a fight. Well, it was a photo finish yesterday. It might be a repeat of that between two completely different drivers in race number 2. Can Powney get the slipstream and close in at the line? I think he might be a bit too far back. That grassy moment down the back straight has cost him. He is closing, but not quickly enough. So Mark McKenna hangs on to win a thrilling second race of the weekend for the pre-82 Formula Fords. It is Ben Powney in second, and yes, it will be eventually James Rigby, who went off at the first corner nearly, then had a spin at Clearways on lap 2, dropped all the way down to 10th position, and will eventually come across the line in 3rd. Rick Morris limps across the line in 4th. I wonder whether he damaged the car with that gravelly moment that we saw midway through the race. We'll wait and see where he ends up on corrected times with that 10-second penalty to be applied. I think he might hang on to 4th place, actually, because here comes Jonathan Nash to the line, and yes, he was 15 seconds behind, so even on corrected times, it is going to be Rigby in 3rd, Morris in 4th, and Jonathan Nash in 5th position. But that was another brilliant race, and exactly what we hope to see from the pre-82 Formula Fords. It doesn't matter what era of Formula Ford racing you're watching, you can pretty much always be guaranteed a brilliant race, an eventual winning margin of a gargantuan quarter of a second between McKenna and Powney, with James Rigby in 3rd, Rick Morris 4th, and Jonathan Nash in 5th position. Then it's Harrison Morrow and Oliver Buckton, Stuart Kestenbaum, Alan Slater and Matthew Sturmer to complete the top 10, with Russell Giles and Christopher Edwards in 11th and 12th respectively. 13th position then was Ian Geary, despite a couple of dramas along the way. Phil Atwood 14th, Kevin Teager 15th, and Michael Saunders 16th. We lost, unfortunately, Anthony Denham, Oliver Chapman, Cameron Jackson, Timothy Bennett and Simon Langman. And for Jackson in particular, a potential race win slipped from his grasp there with the off that he had, and Cameron Jackson as well, of course, with his mechanical issues that struck when he was leading the race in the early stages. Right, lots to talk about. Richard John Neal is down there to have a chat with our podium finishers.
So Mark McKenna takes the win. Ben Powney's just having a hug. There's always lots of love shown here in Victory Lane, which is great. Jeff Page is going to do the honours as well in the presentations. Thank you, Jeff. We're just waiting at the moment for Mark to get derobed, and a win for Team Dolan there, which is not an unusual thing to say at a festival meeting, is it, to be perfectly honest? Mark, let's get you over. Get congratulations from Jason Smythe. Well, congratulations, mate. You. Very well done. Let's get you the awards first of all. Thank you again to Jeff Page for looking after us, and there's the trophy and the winner's hat, bottle of bubbly as well. I think the main thing from that race, Mark, was, I think you had to deal with 3 different attacks.
Yeah, it was great. We had to be better than yesterday because the lads were very fast yesterday, and I think Cameron Jackson got a misfire. Yeah. So I said, right, this is it now. So it was just a bit of a battle the whole way through. There was always, with the back markers, it would slow you down. Yeah. Any lead you had was gone. But it was great, I enjoyed it. It was clean racing, main thing.
It was a great race to watch because you started well, you had to fight, you had to get into the lead, and you had to defend. So for me as a commentator and viewer, a complete performance. Yeah,
delighted with it. Worth the effort coming over, and Brands Hatch is Brands Hatch. Delighted to get that.
Well done, Mark McKenna. Thank you very much indeed. Let's do that. Thanks. Many congratulations. Thanks, Jeff, as well. Second position goes to Ben Powney. Well done, Ben. We had a quick catch up in the holding area. There's Jeff to do the honours there. We get to see what Ben looks like now. But well done. That was another hard but great race to watch.
Yeah, I was just joking with Josh on the circuit commentary that I probably need hair and makeup because I feel like a bit of a mess after that. Yeah, I probably need my helmet on, to be fair. But no, I think that was a great race, proper Formula Ford race. Everything was happening at one point. Shame for the yellow flags up into Druids, otherwise it maybe could have been a different race, but mega happy with that. Made up.
You hit the nail on the head. It was a great Formula Ford race. I mean, you know, why the motorsport authorities aren't jumping on this as an entry-level formula, as it always has been, is beyond me. They just need to watch these races and see what a fantastic formula it is.
Yeah, I think you might have been speaking to Peter at PA Motorsport too much, because I think we've been saying that. I mean, I've only done this really for about a year and a half, really, and ever since I jumped in it, I've kind of been preaching that. I think I've probably learned more about racing in the last year in this than I've done in the previous 8 or 9 years racing other stuff. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. Let's get everyone in one of these first.
Let's hope this starts a proper renaissance. Yeah, sure, we want people to progress to flip sticks and wings, and if they want to go there straight away from karting, fine, but for those who haven't got the money, this is the way forward, surely.
Definitely. I mean, you could probably do 10 seasons of racing versus like a season of like proper Formula 4 or something. So yeah, definitely everyone should try this, and I think if you can master one of these, I don't see why you couldn't drive anything, to be fair.
Well, there we go. It's a driver who's done it all today. Apart from win, sorry, mate. You just rub that in, but a super second place. A great race, Ben. Superb stuff. Good luck for the rest of the racing. And James Rigby as well. We'll get we didn't think we were going to see James on the podium. And Scott and Andy were saying he's not going to get to talk to Richard in Victory Lane. But he did. The fate is a fickle thing, isn't it?
Oh, well, yeah, it didn't quite go to plan that race, but yeah, incredible match to get back on the podium. So, yeah, I just want to say a huge thank you to the team. I feel I let them down a little bit today because they could have had a better result potentially, but yeah, really grateful for all the hard work the guys have put in at the Jesus Saves Racing team, and yeah, see what we can do for the rest of the day.
And you kept on. I see so many youngsters that if they have, what happened to you, happened to them, they drop away, head goes, but you've got to stay in it, haven't you?
Absolutely. Don't give up until the checker flag falls. That's always got to be the mentality, and that's something I learned when I was karting, when I was a teenager and everything, and that sticks with you. Never give up, absolutely.
And many more races. Have you got the Brian Jones and a semi to do?
Absolutely, yeah. Semi-final, historic final, and who knows, might get to the grand final. Give it a go.
Which semi-final are you in?
I think I'm in semi-final 1. I'm not 100% sure, but I think.
So you've got another quick turnaround because we've only got Fiestas, and then so we better let you get on with it.
Absolutely. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, cheers.
James, many congratulations. Well done. Thank you for chatting to us. I have a quick reflection with Jeff, if we may. Again, thank you for your support. Much appreciated. And we've just seen a superb reminder, I guess, of why you're involved, but why people should watch and get involved with Formula Ford 1600.
Yeah, as I've always said, Formula Ford's in my blood as well. I was racing pre-74 in the early 80s. Formula Ford is the highest skill level that you're going to find. Like the drivers are just saying, if you can master a Formula Ford, you can drive anything. And they're difficult to drive. Having driven a number of different cars, all sorts of things over the years, if you can go quick in a Formula Ford, you're a quick driver. Simple as that.
Well, hopefully we'll get more out, and with your support, I'm sure that'll happen. Jeff Page, thanks so much for your support on that one. We're now turning our attention to the Airtech Fiesta ST240, so very much looking forward to that. Scott and Andy will do the honours for you up in the comms box.
Thank you, Richard. Good to hear from our top 3 in the Pre-82 FF1600 feature races to helpfully commemorate 50 years of Brands Hatch for the Formula Ford Festival. 54 festivals, of course, but 50 here in Kent. As you can see, we're now moving on to another Ford-themed championship. That is the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship and their final race of 2025. Now, essentially, both championships, all 3 in fact, are already pretty much sewn up because going into this race, Alistair Kellett has enough points really to even if he was to not race in this race, and if Gary Miller was to take the full result, which is 50 points for the win plus 2 for fastest lap, he would still finish some 60-odd points behind Alistair Kellett. So, and we'll wait until he crosses the line, but effectively Alistair Kellett has one hand on both the Pro Class and the overall championship trophy provisionally, but of course we'll wait until we get the checker flag to show you exactly how that's going to work out. As for the AM title, well, Jason O'Connor came into the weekend some 200 points ahead of his nearest rival in second place, so really it is pretty much his title anyway, provisionally anyway, but again we'll start to call them as we finish this race. The grid is set by the results of race 1, so Gary Miller, who finished race 1, starts on pole position, with Alistair Kellett, who essentially is one hand on the trophy, starting on the front row of the grid. Sean Reynolds then comes next from Luke Waugh on the second row of the grid. Then Morgan Kidd, who's been getting really quick in the last couple of rounds. She starts P5 ahead of Graham Colfer. Then James Pope. And Jason O'Connell, who did finish 3rd in race 1, was given a 5-place grid penalty. Post-race, he will start in 8th. But it's Ricky Glendinning, who's debuting this weekend for Jam Sport Racing, starting alongside Maggie Webster. Good to see her back out after her guy had a rollover at Donington Park last time out. And Harry Hayes starts in P11, should be alongside David Knight if he's down the grid, starting in P12. Then it's be Simon Waugh making his debut this weekend of the championship for Matt Chambers on the 7th row of the grid. Next to Simon Horriban, a bit further back than he'd like to be, in 15th place alongside Marco Ricci. Then John Cooper, George Foxlow, and Connor Blackburn rounds out the 19-strong field, should they all be there. I can't see George Foxlow, though. His car's not there, although John Cooper is. Sadly, George Foxlow looks like either not taking the start or starting from pit lane if he is there too. So the Fiesta ST240s, of course, these cars are based on the Mark 7 Fiesta ST180 chassis, 1.6 litre Ford EcoBoost turbocharged engines. These are proper little touring cars, these machines. They do give you a really good grounding to move forward into touring car categories, one of which in recent times has been Jenson Brickley, who won the 2022 Fiesta ST240 class title, and in more recent years has been a race winner in TCR UK, and even this year became TCR Europe champion in 2025. Dear Jenson, of course, he did that while starting his craft not just in mini stocks, but then into Fiesta Juniors in 2021 where he was champion, and then of course won the ST240 title last time as well. So the Fiesta's coming through. Looking at the front of the field, it's pretty much the typical two that have been at the front. The Irish domination of the championship by both Alistair Kellett and Gary Miller has been quite prominent, and good to see both of them running as strong as ever. But at the front of the field, I have to say as well, two drivers who've been getting a bit stronger throughout the season. Sean Reynolds, who has been finding flashes of pace in the fluorescent yellow and grey 777 car. Also up there pretty highly is Luke Waugh in his kind of Spitfire-esque kind of army green and orange Fiesta. And then Morgan Kidd, who I think he's looking to potentially go forwards to compete maybe in minis, I think, next year. But she's had a really strong couple of seasons in the championship. Of course, was the AM class champion a couple of years ago. Been in pro class the past couple of seasons. She's been finding her feet in the ST240s, but she's found a real good home these last few seasons. Good to see she's running strongly. As you mentioned, the AM class title pretty much was already wrapped up quite a way ago, but officially we can't say provisionally he's got it yet until we really get the last checkered flag. But Jason O'Connell some 200 points ahead of the next man in second place, so really, ultimately there's no real catching him at that point anyway. You can see that, I think that's Maggie Webster's Fiesta in white and pink. That car's been nicely reliveried after it had its unfortunate rollover last time out at Donington Park. See that car's back up to speed. I think they're going to get 2 green flag laps, considering we had some rather damp conditions yesterday. Either that or it is just a short circuit, being 1.2 miles around the Indy Circuit. And the ST240s, one of numerous championships for 2026 that have had their calendars provisionally unveiled for this year as well. Quickly reel off exactly where the Fiestas are going to be this time next year. So in terms of where the Fiestas are going to be, don't even have it in front of my phone, which is not very professional, but another good mix of circuits coming up. Andy McKeown just laughing at me in the background as we get set to do so. So the actual championship coming up for Fiesta ST240 starting in April at Snetterton. And then Silverstone GP on May the 16th, and then going to Anglesey in June, Donington in July, Brands Hatch here in August, and Silverstone National in September, and then wrapping up the season at the Alton Park International Circuit in October. So good to see we've got a nice mixture of circuits for next season. If you want to find out more about the championship, you can head to the website brscc.co.uk, go to the Formula section, and you can find the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. And thank you also on top of that as well to Airtech Motorsport again for their continued support of the championship as title sponsors, very valued title sponsors here. And of course, great to see all the cars in place and with the Airtech Motorsport number plates in the mix as well. Andy McKeown has hot-foosted back on comms with me alongside here, with breathing heavy. He's been running to get some more grid sheets. But good to see we've got the mix. We're just talking about here as well, we were talking about it this morning also. The titles in both overall pro and am are pretty much settled. We can't really officially say they're provisionally titled until we get to the end of the last race and check the checkered flag, but pretty much one hands on the trophy for both Alistair Kellett and for Jason O'Connell. This race pretty should just be for them a bit of a formality.
Yes, exactly. If you get excluded from a race, you can't use it as a dropped score, so that is something that they will have to be a bit mindful of. But yeah, last chance to go out and get some silverware, and a couple of scores to be settled maybe after yesterday. Certainly John Cooper will be wanting to bounce back a little bit. I mean, he's done a fair bit of bouncing back this year already. Just to have him on the grid is great news after the accident he had at the start of the year at Alton Park, and missed a round or two, came back with a brand new car, was leading the race yesterday, got into a tangle with Jason O'Connell at Clearway, race. Jason was given a penalty for that, but unfortunately John Cooper's car was stranded in the gravel trap. So the all-white number 88 car, which lines up second from the back of the grid, is one we definitely have to keep an eye on. John Cooper will move through the order from there, we know that, and he is going to be, I'm pretty sure, hungry for success, or at the very least to beat Jason O'Connell wherever Jason ends up. He is the white, grey and yellow car, Jason O'Connell, that starts on the outside of the fourth row of the grid in the end. So revs starting to rise then. This will be a 20-minute race for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s. Lights go out now, and who's going to get the best start from the front row? Kellett fractionally faster off the line, I'd say, than Gary Miller, and in fact will clear Miller by the time they get to turn one. Look at O'Connell charging around the outside of everybody. Morgan Kidd is 3 abreast as well. James Pope goes out wide, and there's a few little twitches on cold tyres, but I tell you what, Jason O'Connell is flying. That's a big squeeze. Graham Colfer's on the grass. He's banging doors with Sean Reynolds. He's sideways. He's into O'Connell. Oh, and right in front of the pack. How did they all miss him? That, Scott, was an absolute miracle. They're still knocking lumps out of each other down the hill. You can tell it's the last day at school.
There were 4 abreast. Exiting Druids off the road. Goes Sean Reynolds. He's off the road for a second time, damaging the splitter. It really has kicked off. It is end of term, isn't it, for these ST240s? But they were quite literally 4 wide exiting Druids hairpin. How they've all survived just about, I've no idea. This is David Nye wiggling around. Did that? Yes, and it was wiggling around yesterday in race when I saw a clip of that, him getting sideways exiting Paddock Hill Bend. But these ST240s might be on slicks, but they do hop around quite a lot on their higher suspension. Top 2 are getting away as you'd expect, but it's Luke Waugh holding back the cavalry for 3rd place with Jason O'Connell in P4. And somehow, that's Simon Horrobin, who I'm pretty certain started back in 15th place. He's got John Cooper alongside him now to pick up P5 himself. And John Cooper's back in 17th, and he's sideways. Goodness me, calm down, ladies and gents. It is the last race of the season, but at least get to the end of it first. You've still got 18.5 minutes to go.
Scott, how is John Cooper 6th?
I want to know how Simon Horrobin's 5th.
I want to know how everyone's still going, quite frankly. Look at that. Gary Miller completely sideways. Big lock-up from Horrobin. They have just decided they're going to go hell for leather in this race, and I am here for it. This is mightily entertaining. John Cooper charging around the outside of Horrobin, who launched an attack at him at Graham Hill Bend, and Cooper will now be 5th as they turn through Surtees, and on the tail of Jason O'Connell, with whom he tangled yesterday. I'm not saying for a second that John is the kind of person to retaliate, but if he can get past Jason O'Connell, I'm sure that will bring a smile to his face.
What I love is it's just Alistair Kellett, Gary Miller, and then everyone else for 3rd behind, with Luke Waugh leading on here. This is 2 of the AM-class cars here. It's here Jason O'Connell doing Jason O'Connell things up the inside line to pick up 3rd place at Paddock Hill Bend. Cooper trying to go with him, little sideways for O'Connell, but the typical strategy in a front-wheel drive car is if the rear starts sliding, boot the throttle, it'll come round eventually, hence the word eventually. Out of Druids they go all together. That was Charlie Blackburn just elbowing, I think, James Pope out of the way into the hairpin to try and pick up, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place. They've both gone either side of Simon Horrobin, and they just about held on to it, and Pope got through. Blackburn now on the outside line. He's getting assaulted now by Ricky Gledning. Is that possibly Horrobin with a problem, I think? He's now lost out to Gledning and to Morgan Kidd. Miller's on the back of Kellett for the lead. It's now O'Connell, Cooper, Waugh, Pope, Blackburn. Then you've got Ricky Gledning, the guest driver for Jam Sport. Morgan Kidd slipped back from where she started, which was 5th position, down to 9th. And looks as though Simon Horrobin survived in P10 for the moment, but dropping back a couple of places right towards the base of the top 10. And there is still 17 minutes left to go.
We might have 1 or 2 wing mirrors left at the end of that 17 minutes, but not a full grid's worth. That I can assure you. There was a bit that fell off one of the cars down the pit straight. Big sideways moment there for Ricky Glendenning. Did he catch it? Just about. That opens the door for Morgan Kidd to slip through on the inside line, and that will put Morgan into 8th position. Morgan Kidd, massively improved over the last 12 months or so, is a regular top 10 runner now, and on her day is capable of getting up there and fighting for a podium. Be interesting to see if she makes more progress over the remaining 16.5 minutes. You can't miss her. She's the brightest car on the grid, and Morgan Kidd's number 53 car gains a position courtesy of that error. Well, not really an error, just a loose rear end for Glendenning, which seems to be a very common feature. Even, what are we now, coming up to 4 laps into the race, there are a lot of rear tyres that are not fully up to temperature. That's Graham Colfer, whose car really does look a bit second hand now after his various lap 1 issues, slipping up the inside of Maggie Webster and looking to try and gain that position as they run past the pits. That's another car that is -1 wing mirror, so he probably doesn't know exactly where Maggie Webster's car is, but he goes through, and that's O'Connell off. O'Connell off at Paddock Hill Bend. He's into the tyre wall, and that has done quite a bit of damage to the car. Now, he was defending that 3rd position from John Cooper. Didn't see what happened. They came across the line a 1/4 of a second apart, and Cooper had just set the fastest lap, but we didn't see how O'Connell ended up there, so I won't speculate. Either way, he's certainly going no further.
And even though he's essentially pretty much the AM class champion provisionally, it's not quite the way he wants to end his season in the barriers, but not quite the celebration he wanted. Meanwhile, there has been a switch between the two Irishmen at the front, because Miller has now got himself in front of Kellett, and even if he stays in front of him, he came into this race some 60 points behind anyway, which means that kind of regardless of what happens here, Kellett has essentially pretty much got the overall title wrapped up in many cases, just to wait till he gets the checkered flag.
Yes, you can tell it's been an exciting first 5 minutes when the lead change didn't even get any real note of excitement out of either of us. That was pretty much par for the course, wasn't it? But Miller now looking to try and get away from Kellett. Cooper, though, is coming, isn't he? Cooper on the last lap of 54.3, matching the leaders as James Pope has a go at Luke Waugh for 4th position. I mean this with the utmost respect, but I can't remember the last time I saw Luke Waugh in a top 5 position this year. Such is the competitive nature of the championship these days. But here he is in 4th place. Morgan Kidd is continuing the charge as well at the inside of Connor Blackburn. She could yet be a contender for a top 5 as well. She was close to a podium in the last couple of meetings. She got very close a couple of times. Been getting a bit quick in the last couple of meetings. That was thought was Pope there just diving up the inside to make a move on that with Luke Waugh for 4th position. It's the different classes, but overall points, which is what you score. You score not based on where you are in your class, where you are overall in the race. This is now them side by side. They always kind of thinking, after you. No, it's all very British right now. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend, side by side towards the right-hander with Pope on the inside line. And that's a yellow flag zone, Scott, but they were absolutely dead level. So how do you decide between yourselves? At the line, Pope was ahead of Waugh, but the drivers wouldn't necessarily have known that. Probably not, but Pope was essentially in the right to hold the position, so I think that should be fine. But we can hear us because there's more shenanigans going on. That's Blackburn elbowing out new by Ricky Glendenning. Welcome to ST240, he says. Whack straight in the side of his door. Through Graham Hill Bend, there you go. Wing mirrors hanging off Luke Waugh. It definitely is end of term here at ST240s, but I stress again, calm down. There's still 30.5 minutes to go. Let's get to the end here, good boys and girls. I mean, we often refer to this as a sort of mini touring car championship. I think you're probably starting to see why. This is proper touring car style racing, and plenty more of it still to come. Graham Colfer could still get a decent result out of all of this, despite his lap 1 off-track excursions, plural. The car really is starting to fall apart, but it's still going quickly, and he's caught up now to David Nye, who, as Scott said, had dramas of his own yesterday too. Through the yellow flag zone they go at Paddock Hill Bend. They drop down the hill, and Morgan Kidd, I would say, Scott, looks like maybe the quickest car in this bunch. Looks like it. If you can get as high as 4th, that'd be quite impressive. As there goes Graham Colfer. Big swing to the inside to try and make the move on David Nye, but he threw the block quick enough. He's also focusing too much, I think, on Ricky Glendenning, who's now got two. He's got a veteran driver, David Nye, former Fiesta champion himself, and of course ex-BTCC racer, but having a tricky time is trying to hold off, get past Glendenning, but also hold off a very feisty Graham Colfer, who these two are certainly make it difficult for David Nye. He's one of the most experienced drivers in the field, and giving as good as he gets. He certainly is, and Graham Colfer taking some very adventurous lines. I don't think I've ever seen a car take that particular route through the final couple of corners. Out of the window, I can see a change for second is imminent, by the way. John Cooper was up the inside of Alistair Kellett, whose pace seems to have evaporated slightly in this race. But I think given the fact that he knows how far ahead he is in the challenge, I think he's not pushing too hard. He simply just wants to get the points, get it signed, sealed to them, but he was far enough ahead anyway to make it pretty much happen. So he just wants to get to the end, bag the points, bag the result, and pretty much say, right, that's the title provisionally wrapped up. It's all he wants to do, keep out of trouble. And I think if anyone does come to try and show him a door or an attempt to pass, he's not going to fight it too much because he knows it's not worth it. He knows he's pretty much in that prime position. Get the car to the end, get it signed and sealed. Job done. Well, I think I heard Richard John Neal say earlier this morning that he's actually sold that car already. So yes. What he really can't do is break it, because he will have to fix it then before handing it over to the new owner. The funny thing is he did that last year. Of course, he sold his starter-winning car last year to George Foxler and ended up racing against it for the whole season for the championship. So he's going to do it. If he's going to build another new car and come back next year, he might end up racing against George and the guy who buys this car. So he's up against his two title-winning cars and possibly might even beat that in a new car if he comes back for next year. So he's just going to keep winning the title and selling cars until the whole field is made up of Kellett race cars. I would not put it past him. Big good business model. Absolutely, yeah. Well, you can't argue with the pedigree of the machinery, can you? Because, as you said, it's dominated the championship, really. Yes, Alistair is an extremely talented driver, but a lot of that success also comes down to how well prepared the cars have been. So, yeah, if you were going to buy a Fiesta ST240 to come and race in the championship, Alistair Kellett is your man that you need to speak to. Now, Morgan Kidd, where is she? She's 6th position now. She's on the tail of Luke Waugh and James Pope. Pope, remember, got past Luke Waugh a few laps ago, but hasn't been able to escape yet from this group. Luke Waugh very wide out of Surtees, but Morgan Kidd not quite close enough in the end to take full advantage of that. Scott, you're pointing at the sky.
There's some very dark clouds looming overhead now. The bright, clear blue skies, the sunshine we had earlier on.
I think they're going away from us, though, potentially.
Oh, don't say that. It's this typical British weather. You know exactly what happens with that. You can never count the British weather forecast. But there is some dark clouds forming overhead. We did say there was going to be possibly some rain forming at some point. Looks like it either could be imminent or it's just putting a bit of cloud cover in to cool things off a little bit.
Which is not a bad idea, quite frankly, halfway through the race. And, well, I say things are cooling down. I don't think that's going to last for long because John Cooper on the previous lap took half a second out of the race leader, Gary Miller. The gap is under a second now between positions 1 and 2. Remember, John Cooper started 17th on the grid in this race. He's only gained 15 places so far, but he's got 10 more minutes now to gain the one other position that he really, really wants to try and take. This battle for 4th refuses to die as well. James Pope, Luke Waugh and Morgan Kidd absolutely together as they round the final corner for the 11th time.
Morgan Kidd doing a grand job of keeping these two cars in touch with her. I remember a couple of years ago when she was the leading AM-class driver. I think it was called Pro and Club class, I think. And at one point at Croft, she was chasing the top 6 cars. She was the top AM-class driver, won the class, took the hat-trick, and was on her way to win what is now the AM-class title a couple of years ago. Has been in Pro the last couple of seasons, getting quicker and quicker with JRW Motorsport, showing some good pace, and again, becoming a regular kind of runner in and around the top 5, which is good to see. It's good she's made some good strides here. As I said, I think her aim next year is to try and get onto the mini grid, one of the mini grids next year, which would be quite good to see. And she'll have had a good education being 3 years here in this championship.
Well, this is a great proving ground, isn't it, really, for other one-make tin top championships or touring car racing proper. So, yeah. Good luck to Morgan in the future. If this is the last we see of her in the Fiesta ST240 Championship, it'd be nice if she could round it off with a top 5 finishing position. Now, John Cooper has, on the previous 2 laps, set new fastest laps each time. That wasn't actually a personal best, but it was still the best part of 2/10 quicker than Gary Miller. I think it's fair to say that John Cooper is driving with the bit very firmly between his teeth in this race, charging through from that disappointing non-finish yesterday. 17th on the grid. He's on 2 wheels through Druid, Scott. That is something I've not seen before.
I haven't, no. He was right up on the curb and that just lifted the inside wheel. That's how stiffly sprung these cars can be. Pitched his way through Graham Hill Bend. He's carrying on, and he's allowed him to get a couple of car lengths close, but it's just not close enough to make an attack as they come through Surtees now with 8.5 minutes to go. So Miller in red, Cooper in white, and it's the kind of multicoloured blue and yellow Fiesta car number 1, which is Alistair Kellett on course now at least to wrap up provisionally another ST240 title.
The Cooper was nearly in the gravel again then. He is using every millimetre of the racetrack. The body language of that car says that he is not going to settle for second place, is he?
No, he's 2/10 slower on that lap as a result.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes, weren't there?
Antics, yeah, a couple. Yeah, a couple of obvious ones. Back to scrap for 4th. This is now still Pope, Waugh and Kidd down towards the mix. Oh, that's Cooper!
Oh,
Cooper's
no.
lost at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. Maybe that exuberance got the better of him this time, and sadly, Cooper sees he's not going to end as he wanted it to. He's also damaged the front end of the car, which is the front splitter. I think the radiator's intact, but sadly, that's in the mix gone. So what this now becomes, in fact, actually, is the fight for 3rd place.
Yes, it does.
And also, just notice, where has James Pope got to? He's disappeared. Now it's Luke Waugh and Morgan Kidd. In fact, Pope has now gone behind Conor Blackburn. He's there, look, but he's lost 2 spots. So where's he gone? But he's there, but why he's gone back there, I'm not quite sure. So this now becomes Waugh versus Kidd for the final podium spot in the race.
Well then, this is a turn up for the books, isn't it? Luke Waugh, when was he last on the podium in the Fiesta ST240 Championship? No, I can't recall a time he's been there. I'm sure there have been some close calls. There's John Cooper. Well, he's looking underneath the bonnet. It's possible that things have overheated. He may have done some radiator damage by bouncing over the grass. I hate to say it, Scott, but that moment you could sort of see coming, couldn't you?
Yeah, I don't want to tempt anything, but do you think maybe he had a spin? Because he obviously gone onto the grass and damaged the front splitter, but do you think he maybe possibly dropped some fluid here? We'll come back to that in a second. Here goes Morgan Kidd. She's got the inside line. There's a little bit of contact. Waugh moves across. She goes sideways into 3rd place, goes Kidd, but that was a bit cheeky between the pair of them. I would say tit for tat because Morgan Kidd was alongside by the looks of it, and Waugh tried to defend the place, but Morgan was fully alongside. So I'm not a steward or a clerk at the course, but if I ask my opinion, truthfully, I'd call that 50-50.
Yeah, there wasn't really anything Morgan Kidd could do there. She was right on the white line on the inside line. But anyway, she goes through. I'm sure they'll discuss it after the race. But Luke Waugh is now going to be fired up, Luke Waugh. So Morgan Kidd goes third. Connor Blackburn now goes fourth. And James Pope, of course, back into the top 5. Can Pope get back on terms then with those 2 drivers ahead? We know he had the pace earlier on. He's had a moment somewhere, but might now have the speed to close back in. So Gary Miller leads by 3.7 seconds over a coasting Alistair Kellett, I suspect. Morgan Kidd third, gunning for, we agreed, what would be a first podium in the class.
Yep.
And Connor Blackburn is up the inside of her and into the back of her. Morgan Kidd sideways at Druids, saves it. That's 2 laps in a row she's been involved in contact at Druids, and she hangs on to third. That brings James Pope back into play, though, and Pope nips into fourth up the inside of Blackburn, who I don't think wanted to take advantage of the situation there, and in lifting off the throttle, lost a position to James Pope.
If I can give any advice to Morgan Kidd now, one simple word: run, because you've got 4 very feisty Fiestas right behind you. Run for your life and hold on for the next 5.5 minutes plus change. That's all I've got to say.
Well, this I don't think is over yet. That's what I will say. They're even closer together than ever. Luke Waugh is still in this. He's up the inside of Connor Blackburn now. Another one who is wing mirrorless on the left-hand side. Luke Waugh's missing his right-hand side wing mirror, but that does not stop him going through. That's another place regained then by Luke Waugh, and he's back into the top 5. So can Morgan Kidd hang on for a maiden podium in the class in what might be her final ever race in the Fiesta ST240 Championship? If she's going to do it, she's got to fend off 4 very feisty and very hungry drivers. David Nye there gets up the inside of Connor Blackburn as well. I wonder whether Connor maybe has sustained some damage in all of that.
So next challenger for Kidd is James Pope. See if he can make it through. What Morgan really needs is these 4 cars to end up fighting each other so much that they get distracted too much in order to allow the Kidd to get away. There's a next group of cars a little bit further back, which is headed by Sean Reynolds, Ricky Glendenning and Harry Hayes, rounding up the top 10. Luke Waugh, of course, is leading the AM class. Yes, that's from Glendenning, who is a guest in the mix. So Harry Hayes is the nenext point-scoring car, then Marco Ricci, next point scorer in 3rd.
James Pope, I think I'm right in saying, is yet to get on the podium in this class either, just scanning through the last couple of years. I don't think he's had a top 3 either. So we've got at least 3 drivers in this group who have never had a podium before, and they're all fighting for one podium berth. That's David Nye, who definitely has had podiums in this class before, looking to the inside line. The damaged car there, the 777 machine, comes through of Sean Reynolds, with the 77 of Ricky Glendenning behind. But Morgan Kidd, this is the centre of attention. 3 3/4 minutes, but James Pope, after this mystery loss of time in the middle part of the race, is back in contention for a podium. Can he do it? Can Morgan Kidd hang on? Will anybody else buy into all of this? David Knight suddenly seems quite racy, doesn't he?
He does. He's certainly worked up a little bit on the tail of Luke Waugh as they come out through Clark Curve and onto the pit straight once more. 3.5 minutes to go. As they came across the line, they would have had just over 3.5 minutes to go. So I reckon lap time-wise, you're going to get, what, roughly another... How many laps is that going to be?
4, probably.
4, maybe 5. So 4 or 5 laps to hold on here. In terms of lap time for this battle for 3rd, Kidd and Pope are equal in terms of laps. 54.7 for both of them. 54.6 as David Nye sends the wing mirror finally flying. But no, well, that goes for a Burton on the exit of Drury's Bend. They're now going to try and do the other one now. It's the same one. It was the cowling on it, but now the wing mirror actually itself is hanging off by a thread. He's got, now David Nye's inside. He moves across, tries to defend it. He gives him an arm to say, look, what are you doing? You're going to pass me or not? This is action aplenty in the ST240s. It's exactly what Kidd and Pope need. These three to keep fighting each other. What Kidd also needs is Pope to try and get up the inside and to possibly lose time to get back into the clutch to these 3 cars. But Waugh and Nye are so busy fighting each other that they're letting the 2 cars in front get away in their own private battle for 3rd place, which is very evenly matched in terms of pace with 2.5 minutes to go.
It is, isn't it? So it might require a mistake from Kidd or a lunge from Pope maybe, but when they're both going for that first ever podium, you suspect that neither of them are going to be averse to getting the elbows out. Certainly no one else has been averse to getting their elbows out in this race, so I'm sure those 2 are going to put up a pretty entertaining fight. So Luke Waugh then fending off an ever more anxious to get through David Nye as they drop down into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Luke War with a bit of a twitch from the rear of the car. David Nye sensing blood in the water maybe, but don't think he's quite close enough. Now, he tried the inside line into clearways a lap ago. Is he going to have a more spirited effort this time? Luke again takes that customary wider line through Surtees, but does not open the door into the right-hander at clearways. So 2 laps to go by my count. The leaders are off in the distance, still separated by just over 3 seconds, so you're missing nothing there. The action is all for this final spot on the podium. And will we see Morgan Kidd or James Pope claim it? 2 laps left to settle it. And Morgan, I have to say, Scott, looking a little bit, dare I say it, touch wood, a little bit more settled now.
Hopefully, but we've still got 2 more laps to go, so don't comment it's cursing just yet. This is going to be
Would
quite
I?
tense.
Well, name 10 times I've ever done that, Scott.
Castle Coombe, no, I'll get to that point. You have done it a couple of times. I've done my share this year too as well. Remember Silverstone with, what's his name? The City Car Cup driver. I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
But anyway, on to what should be the last lap of the race will come the leaders. They're coming onto it right now, I think, in a moment's time. Yeah, Kellett's dropped way back, so Gary Miller's quite far ahead. Lap and a bit to go. Morgan's going to have to try and hold on there. Pope's getting close as ever been. He's lifting the inside wheels to come through. But their pace is very evenly matched. He was a 10th quicker last time, but Kidd's got enough pace off the corner, seems to have just about enough on the straight to hold on. Across the line they go, still with about roughly a couple of tenths gap between them as they come down towards Paddock Hill Bend. As for Gary Miller, well, I have to say, this has been quite a breakout year for Gary. He came on strong towards the end of last year. This has been his strongest season to date in Fiesta ST240s. Had some wins, had some podiums, fought for the title all the way through. It looks as though it's going to be pretty much Alistair Kellett is going to provisionally sign, seal, and deliver that back to Ireland once again for the 2nd year in a row. We're still not sure how 3rd place is going to play out here, but we're just praying for half a lap, or at least the team down at JRW are going to pray that Morgan can hold on for half a lap or so. O'Connell would have also wrapped up the AM-class title, but for the final time in ST240s, Gary Miller's going to try and start it as he finished, as he began it, with a race victory in the final race of the season.
He missed out on the championship, but it's been a strong performance here in the final race. Checkered flag for Gary Miller, and it will be 2nd place for the champion-elect. Oh, I can tell you there's been drama between David Nye and Luke War at the final corner. They're both in the gravel after some contact, but directly ahead of them is Morgan Kidd, who is going to hang on to claim a maiden podium in the Fiesta ST240 Championship, with James Pope narrowly missing out by half a second or so in what was a bruising final round of the championship, but a mightily entertaining one nonetheless. Connor Blackburn ends up 5th, Sean Reynolds 6th, then it was Ricky Glendenning in 7th, 8th for Harry Hayes, 9th position Luke War in the end, 9th position, Simon War, 10th for Luke War. Marco Ricci was 11th, and David Nye I don't think has made it back. No, David Nye's car is very much beached in the gravel trap, but that battle between he and Luke War, you always had a feeling it might come to a head, and it very much has done at the final corner of the race. Well, congratulations to Gary Miller. Oh, Alistair Kellett has a 5-second penalty. It doesn't matter because he was so far ahead of everybody else, but just a note, he picked up a track limits penalty. David Nye trudges away through the gravel trap. That is, well, we've seen some exciting races this year from the ST240s, and that one is certainly one that I won't forget in a hurry. Miller the winner, with Kellett 2nd, and Morgan Kidd gets a debut podium in the championship. James Pope and Colin Blackburn complete the top 5 ahead of Sean Reynolds and Ricky Glendenning. Harry Hayes 8th, Simon War 9th, and Luke War in 10th ahead of Marco Ricci and David Nye, classified 12th, but actually wasn't running at the time of the checkered flag, so likely will be taken out of that result. Maggie Webster 13th ahead of Simon Horrobin and Matt Chambers. We lost John Cooper. That's such a shame for John. He's had 2 non-finishes on a weekend where he's arguably been the quickest driver. He went off from the lead yesterday with some assistance, and potentially by himself in this one from 2nd. Graham Colfer also a non-finisher, and Jason O'Connell likewise after ending up in the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend. Well, lots of hugs and congratulations down in the pit lane, and in amongst the celebrations is Richard Johnny.
Well, Gary Miller just doing the walk around the victory lane here, and congratulating Morgan Kidd on her first outright podium. Really great to see. We'll catch up with Morgan in a moment, but you know, Gary having had a great weekend, and doesn't it set the scene very well indeed, assuming we can get Gary back next season. It's going to be another cracker, I think, that we can look forward to. Gary just getting zero. Gary, well done, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And warm applause. It's Miller time again, 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2, yeah, it's a nice way to finish off the year. Just pity we dipped in the mid-season that allowed us to get away from us, but...
take the goodies.
Thank you very much. But yeah, can't complain. We had a good battle for the first few laps, and then John was coming at me thick and fast, and I wasn't doing slow lap times either, so fair play to me. He good pace in the car, and then he followed me in a bit too quick into turn 1 and lost the back of it, and then there was oil down in turn 1, so that made it interesting.
Okay.
But no, it was a great race. Car's back in one piece, so yeah, no, it's nice to be going on with a few more trophies in the car in one piece.
I was speculating when you were getting the congratulations there. Will we see you back next year?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Nice one, that's really good. I mean, it's a great championship, and you seem to be getting more and more momentum with it as well.
Yeah, it's a great championship. It's a very competitive championship. Like I'd say if you look at lap times in that race, there wasn't much in it either. So, like, you're 10 cars over 3 or 4 tenths of a second is makes for a very good championship. And to be fair, they're a great car to drive. For the money they cost and to run them, they are a brilliant car to drive. So, it's good fun. I see to thank my dad there and Vicky at home. They always help me out. So, it's brilliant to have them here and get a few trophies for them.
Good for them. Do you know what? It's a family sport, it's a people sport, isn't it? It makes a difference, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And also my friend Gary, he got to give it out if I don't mention him as well. The nights I know him to come down and do a bit of work. So, listen, just thanks to everyone who's helped me over the year, and congratulations to Alistair and winning the championship.
Nice one, and well done to you on your performance in the championship, Gary. That was good, wasn't it? You got to say everything you just said to me to the circuit guy now. We'll let you go. Gary, see you next year, mate. All the best for the winter. Gary Miller, our winner. Alistair Kelly. Here comes Alistair. Congratulations. We get to say congratulations again for the championship. We kind of did that yesterday. He said, "Oh, you've got to have a chat with Alistair and confirm him as provisional champion if you can do such a thing." But you're there, and I know you were telling me this morning about cars sold. So you were still getting stuck in there from where I was looking.
Yeah, when you get into lead, you have to try and stay there. And then Gary was coming and he got inside him. I was never going to defend really hard in here, so I let him go. And then I was happy enough in second. Then I seen John come on and I goes, I just let him go as well, and he caught Gary, and I thought he'd get interesting, but I think his engine let go up the top there, so it was very slippery up the top. Then, to be honest, it was a bit of a lonely race after that, but just being cautious, I just want to bring the car home. So,
when you had that, you had that points lead coming into this weekend, and does that sort of take a bit of shine off the weekend for you? In that you're not racing because you think I've got the points in, cars sold, so you want to keep it in one bit. Is it not a full-on race weekend for you, or?
Yeah, it is slightly different, yeah, because if you were behind the points and you had to win and everything else, it probably is a bit more fun. But when you're driving around just to finish and try and win a championship, it's not the same. No, it's definitely more fun when you have to fight for it.
But you've done all the fighting all year and given us great entertainment. It's been a really good championship to follow through the season, so well done on that.
Yeah, it's been good, but it took a bit of a while to get going at the start and got a good few wins then during the year, which set me up, and then Gary had a bit of bad luck. So, yeah, it worked out good, but fighting for the last weekend I think is a bit more fun as well.
I'm hearing that Albert Webster might come back and have another pop.
Yeah, I was talking to Albert, and he said he'd come back if I come back, so I'm going to come back and we'll have a bit of fun next year.
Look forward to that with you and Gary in the mix, and I guess we might get some other quick drivers too. But well done on a great year, and thanks for coming over and supporting us.
No problem. Thank you.
Alistair Kelly, thanks very much. And we get to chat to Morgan Kidd. Well done, Morgan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, how do you feel about that?
Brilliant. What a way to end the season, really. Been at it for 3 years, and now at the end I've finally got a podium. So
you got cornered though, didn't you, halfway through the race, or 3/4 through?
I did get cornered, but I held it, so that's all you can do really in that situation.
And to be fair, I think he realised that, he backed off. You can't undo a tap, can you? But he did as best he could.
Yeah, it looked like it. He so could have come past me. I was sideways, but he gave respect, gave me room. I gathered it up and just continued racing.
Scott Woodwis might have been a bit premature, but he said it's your last race and you're off to Minis. Is there any truth in that rumour?
Well, a slight bit of truth maybe, but it's all dependent on the winter, getting the budget together. As we know, racing is so expensive, but I feel like the move up to Minis is the best move in my career, so for me to progress, but that is again all very dependent on whether I can get sponsorship for that.
That's the thing, isn't it? This time of year you're looking for people to work with, and I've got to be fair, they wouldn't be sponsoring you, they'd be marketing with you and getting a lot out of their profile with you going on the grid. What are you thinking? Is it JCW or Coopers?
I'm thinking JCW, go straight for the main stage with the big guns up on ITV with the touring cars. I feel like that's the best place if you want to market your company. that's the best place to be. They've got such a wide audience, and it's just an incredible package to be on, so that's what I want to be.
Is it the Taster Day in December? Are you going for that?
The Taster Day is in December. I'm still trying to secure funding for that. I think I've got half, so I need £360 to go, so I'm going to keep emailing. I've got till the 30th of October, so it's getting tight, but hopefully I'll secure the funding and get the money.
We'll be very proud at the BRSCC to see you make that move, but for the moment, obviously Fiestas has given you a lovely grounding.
Absolutely, I've loved the Fiestas. It's such a great one-make championship. It's taught me so much from where I began, and now I'm battling and racing up with the front runners, so I'm buzzing. I'm absolutely over the moon.
Well, many congratulations on that podium. It was really good to see, and best of luck sorting things out. We'd love to see you back if we can, but equally it'd be great to see you move on to the Toka package.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Morgan Kidd, well done. Third position for Morgan. We're now looking forward to the Fixed Wheel Production Cup, which is the next race that's coming up, incorporating the Silver Lake DS3. So lots of classes to talk about, lots of developments talking about, and I dare say next year's programme as well in terms of the fixtures which have been announced. To tell you more, Scott and Andy.
Thank you, Richard. Well, Richard's so excited is he about the Fixed Wheel Production Cup that he's getting a little bit ahead of himself and jumping ahead of only the small matter of 2 semi-finals for the Formula Ford Festival that we've forgotten about here. It is the semi-final 1 followed by semi-final 2 to come up next. Then the headline event, as far as Richard's concerned, the Fixed Wheel Production Cup, due to start at 1:30. I'm going to do this awful thing which I really shouldn't do and look at the time. We are 20 minutes ahead, whisper it, 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Well, I did make mention of this yesterday, and then it took us 6 hours to finish the ST150 race at the end of the day. So we make time where we can for that exact eventuality in case we get a delay, barrier damage, bad weather coming in, etc. So the BRSCC officials, as always, doing a brilliant job of moving us through the timetable quite rapidly and allowing us room to manoeuvre if there were to be any delays later on in the day. So it is semi-final 1 coming up first. So this is where it really starts to get quite serious now, certainly for those who have aspirations of lifting the winner's trophy at the end of the day, at the end of the grand final in the Formula Ford Festival, because now we start to get quite a lot of the heavy hitters together on the same grid. I made mention of this yesterday. Quite a lot of the pre-event favourites just happened to get split across the 4 heats. Because there is an extra heat this year, that was always more likely to happen, I suppose. So we haven't really seen a lot of them go toe-to-toe with each other. So this is going to be a really significant race. We've got quite a few potential winners, and I'm not just talking about the semi-final, potential grand final winners in this race. Same goes for semi-final 2, and this is the first chance, really, Scott, that we get to pit them against each other and see who's got the advantage.
I'd say, in all fairness, at least 9 of the first 10 are all good chances to get themselves a good victory or a podium in this semi-final, because particularly 2 names in particular that I've pointed out, they have to be starting on, well, I don't know, positions 1 and 5, I think, couldn't I? I think the 2, if you know Formula Fords, you might have heard them before. They're called Niall Murray and Joey Foster, and anytime those two have been wheel-to-wheel before, usually is fireworks, but in the best possible way, and they get to do it a bit prematurely in the semi-final. So we could get, if they both get through, and the big word is if they both get through, of course, because anything can happen. We've seen big hitters in the festival before not make it through with having issues in the semi-final. And of course, you have to remember, no last chance race this time. So if you don't make it through the semis, and unless you at least don't qualify automatically, if you get yourself 16th to 18th, you can get yourself a reserve spot, but even then you count on other cars not be able to make it through between now and that final. But even if you retire from the semi-finals, then ultimately it's that cutthroat. That's it, you're out.
Yes, so extra pressure then. And so you might ask, well, if you're in the top 5, what's the point in taking any big risk? Well, same as in the heats, every position you gain is a full row that you then gain on the grid for the final. The way that they do the grid for the final, obviously it's based on your semi-final results. The quicker semi-final takes pole position, and that pole position inside row of the grid. The second, the slower of the 2 semi-finals, the winner of that race starts on the outside of row 1, and so on and so forth down the grid. So every position you gain is 2 places higher on the grid that you will be starting. So there's actually quite a big difference, Scott, between finishing 5th and finishing 3rd, for example. That could be the difference between getting away with the lead pack in the final and being stuck battling for a lower position.
That's the key thing, isn't it, on that side of things? If you look at the 2 contenders that we've got right at the front of the field, it's our fastest and 3rd fastest heat. So the fastest of them all in terms of heat for wins was Niall Murray. Kind of to be expected given the fact how quick he is. But of course alongside him is Tom Nippers. Now Tom has been battling in the United Formula Ford Championship all season with Jason Smythe, who is going to be in the second semi-final. I think if I'm correct for the second semi, he's on the front row alongside Rory Smith. That's going to be another pair of cars with some potential fireworks towards the front. Hugh Esterson, who I believe his brother Max is here this weekend actually.
Yes,
today,
might be paying us a visit, I believe, at some point.
Apparently so. And of course, he's now been moving up towards FIF3 and even to the dizzying ranks of FIF2. It's good to see that a recent Formula Ford Festival winner getting onto the F1 package and progressing quite well, it seems, which is good. There's a dark horse, I think. Two-time Super Classic A Formula Ford class winner, Tom Hawkins, always quite quick. Also in there too is one of the McCullers. Dave McCullough. The McCullers are always quite formidable. Both David and Ivan are not here, but David here this weekend. You can see just next to Tom Hawkins. He's usually always a formidable driver whenever he gets an opportunity. Both of the Firmers in this one as well. Leanne McShane along with Joey Foster. And I think that's one of our 269. That's one of our Norwegian cars in the field.
Storm Geardrum.
Yeah, Storm Geardrum is in there too. Good to see him make it as well. As is also Drew Cameron. He's also used to put some good performances in previous festivals from times gone by if he's done so for BM Racing, one of their Medina Sport chassis. See Oliver Roberts' car that's been also a regular front runner in the Super Classics. Even though not in the same class, typically it's been Oliver Roberts and Tom Hawkins, also Ben Powney together, the top three, also running amongst each other at the front. Adam Fathers, he's a regular to Brands Hatch into United Formula Ford and also to the festival. Good to see his car back once again, resplendent in yellow and black. You've got the Vincent J Gulf colour car and some of the older cars lined up on the fence behind them as well for positions 20 down to 30. So again, a jam-packed entry of Formula Ford all the way down the order from top to bottom. Of course, with some of the big hitters towards the front, and even Peter Daly, look, who snuck in as the Progression Race 2 winner. He's going to be in semi-final 1. Was talking down his chances of getting through to the final, but this is the Formula Ford Festival, and it is motorsport, as we typically say with the term. Anything can happen, and particularly at the festival, it usually does.
Well, he only needs to gain 10 positions from where he's starting. But if there's some attrition ahead of him, you just never know. Like you said, it is doable. We've seen drivers do it before. Admittedly, usually the pro drivers in the more modern machinery, but it is possible. And certainly stranger things have happened at the festival on a Sunday afternoon in the past. So cars then released from the assembly area, and they make their way out now onto the grid. And who is going to claim not only the win in the semi-final, who's going to get through to the final, and how significant could their finishing position in this race prove to be in their quest to win the grand final later on this afternoon. All of these questions and more to be answered over the next 14 laps, so 4 laps longer than the heat races, so 4 laps more for things to happen, and I'm sure that plenty of things will be occurring over the course of the race. Quick weather check for you. There's all of this talk of ominous looking black clouds above us, and there are. I'm not going to deny that. It's a blanket of grey cloud now, none of the blue sky and sunshine that we enjoyed this morning, but it's all quite high cloud. There's a stiff wind bringing the weather through quite quickly, so I'm hopeful that at least for the time being any serious change of conditions should be we should be a little bit safe from. We will wait and see. Marshall's there just guiding a few into position a bit further back. A couple of cars heading down the pit lane, whether they're from this race or they're making their way around to the assembly area for semi-final 2, I'm not so sure. Try and get some numbers on those cars for you if I can when they get to this end of the pit lane, and we'll see where they go. They might take a hard right turn out onto the rear end of the paddock. Whilst they do so, we'll have a look at the grid. Niall Murray, double festival winner on pole position alongside Tom Nippers, ahead of Luke Cooper and Spencer Shinner, row 2. Rowan Doherty and Joey Foster, another double winner of the festival, start on row 3 ahead of Ben Cochran and Hugh Esterson, Anthony Amato and Morgan Quinn. He's one to watch definitely, with Tom Hawkins and David McCullough at the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 then for Abdul Ahmed and Storm Geardrum, ahead of Drew Cameron and Oliver Roberts. Adam Fathers and Adam Higgins are on row 9. Row 10, Arnaud Duce and James Rigby. Then it's Richard Higgins, Roland Kinch, James Colborne and Maxime Le Breton on row number 12. 13th row then is where you find the first of our 2 progression race finishers, Peter Daly and Oliver Chapman, ahead of Klaus Dieter Hackel and Vincent J. Then it's Andy Charsley and Callum Dunbar. Those last 6 all getting through from the progression race. Wonder whether any of them can get themselves into the top 15. 75 appears to be the number of one of the cars in pit lane, Scott. I don't see that car on this grid sheet, so I think 75 possibly. Unless, of course, I'm misreading the number, which is a possibility. It might not actually have anything to do with the semi-finals. It could be one of the pre-82 cars making its way slowly back to the paddock area. It stopped at the end of pit lane, though, right behind the course car. 75 is Harrison Morrow. Harrison is, not out in the next semi-final either, so I'm not entirely sure what he's doing there, but just getting himself a ringside seat maybe to see what I think, Scott, is going to be a pretty enthralling 14-lap race.
I think so. When we saw them lining up, what a great sight it makes. A full grid of 30 Formula Fords at Brands Hatch on Festival Sunday. Doesn't get better than that, does it? It is one of my favourite days of the year for obvious reasons, and you can see Formula Fords weaving from side to side just to get some heat and temperature and pressure into the tyres and brakes as much as possible. This is where the serious stuff starts now. The heats was the kind of the literal warm-up to get things going. Now this is where we really get Festival Sunday cracking. The two progression races are done. We've got our 60 contenders now. Now it's time to kind of really lock in to see who can book their spot into the final. And of course, as I mentioned, every single spot counts because a place high you can gain that top 15 is a place high you score on the grid for the grand final. And of course, the faster of the two semi-finals will dictate who gets pole position side for the final later on this afternoon. So if Niall Murray can win this race faster than, or anyone else can win it faster than that in semi-final 2, we'll wait and see. The readjustment of his grid spot there to make sure he's in position.
Yeah, you want to be careful doing that, don't you, in case you you do end up going over the line. That would be not ideal for Niall Murray, but I think he's just about okay, right up towards the front of his grid slot. But
am I right in saying Ben Cock had a drama yesterday, which saw him still finish, was it 4th in his heat or so?
He did, yes, he did go off, didn't he, at one point, and it was a very exciting driver to watch in his heat race, and I think he's going to be pulling no punches in this one. So 14 laps ahead of us. Who is going to claim the victory in the first semi-final here on Festival Sunday? It is time to find out. The back of the grid is in position. The green flag will wave, and in a moment the revs will start to rise. The red lights go on. They go out now after a very long hold, and Niall Murray gets off the line beautifully from pole position. Good start made by Joey Foster as well. Looks slightly slow away for the car to his inside, Ronan Doherty, and so both he and I think Hugh Esterson will come through on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. Luke Cooper there just easing aside somebody through Paddock Hill Bend. That might have been Spencer Shinner, I think, maybe getting levered out wide. Joey Foster locks up and runs even wider. Oh, and there's contact! Foster is involved, so too is Spencer Shinner, and there's carnage further back. 128 is tagged into a sideways spin. That's David McCullough, and immediately some of the favourites for the festival could be out on the spot.
And Joey Foster's the big one. That was a sandwich between two of the old full motorsport cars, Spencer Shinner, and I think also involved in that was who was the other one involved in that too? That was I'm trying to figure out who the other car in the mix as well. That was the mix as well. Safety cars have been deployed, so no red flag. That's the key thing. No red flag. And Drew Cameron's car is stationary. Now, is that going to possibly warrant a red flag? Because that car is stationary in the middle of the road. The safety car has been deployed, and the other car was in there. Was Ben Cocker and Spencer Shinner. Ben Cocker and Spencer Shinner. They were the two that tangled, and Joe Foster was the innocent one. In fact, red flag. Race has been stopped. So that's going to be a complete restart. So at the very least, if that car is relatively undamaged, it might be a bit of redemption for Joe Foster, because it means because the race didn't cross 2 laps, or didn't complete 2 laps, he'll get to restart back from 6th position on the grid. No, he stopped, in fact, look. He stopped down the barriers. Well, if he can get it going again, when he was actually stationary at the end of the, when the red flag came out. So, I hate to say him a line, but I think that's his festival done.
I think you might be right, and after the drama of last year's grand final as well, where he was right in the mix until he wasn't towards the end, that is a huge, huge story. I think there's damage to the right rear corner, which is where he copped a big whack from, I think, Spencer Shinner, and that is his festival done and dusted. I was about to say before the race started, there is always a headline driver who doesn't get through the semi-finals, and with no last chance race, as you quite rightly said, the pressure really is sky high for the likes of Joey Foster and Niall Murray and others that we'll see in semi-final 2 to not get it wrong, to not end up out of the race. But Joey Foster, through no fault of his own really, it's got to be said, is out, it seems, of the Formula Ford Festival, and he knows it. He trudges away, keeps the helmet on. So too, I'm afraid, is the number 12 car of Drew Cameron, and you can see the nose cone there from one of the other Furmans that is that's stuck at the middle of the road as well. This will take a little bit of clearing up, I think. There's a couple of cars to be collected, quite a bit of debris up at that part of the road. The remaining cars are going to be re-gridded as soon as possible, but of course minus those that were not moving at the time of the red flag. Well, we promised drama, Scott, and already semi-final number 1 has delivered.
Well, it's like you said, the semi-finals always tends to claim a big scalp or two, and it's claimed its first big scalp, and you don't get much bigger than Joey Foster, and that one, and a lot of people's money would have been on Joey to succeed and get a festival victory. But He's technically got 3 festival wins. He's got 2 what I call main festival wins, one at 2003 and one in 2017. He did also win the Kent Festival back in 2004, so he won it the year after his first event. But the Kent Festival was for different engine cars, because back then they would have had the main festival going to then it would have been the Z-Tech engine Formula Fords, when there was different engine formula going through, when they went from Kent to Z-Tech, then from Z-Tech to Duratec until the format finished. But that's by the by. And he keeps on questing for this technically 4th festival win, 3rd main festival victory, but seems to keep eluding him for one way or the other. And he got so close last year after an incredible drive in the wet from 22nd on the grid. He kept a set of tyres back that were essentially fresh wet tyres in many cases, because they're an all-weather tyre in Formula Ford. It essentially had a fresh set of wet weather tyres, powered his way through right onto Josh Smith's gearbox. He made a self-induced error, which he accepted was his own fault, and just missed out on that one. He doesn't even get to the final. In fact, he's barely done a lap of racing on Sunday, and that's it. Festival's over. And that must be so gutting for those who I'm sure would have hypothetically put some money on him to take the victory.
Such a shame as well, because we want all of the quick drivers to make it through to the final, really, from a neutral point of view, because that only makes the race more exciting. Now, don't get me wrong, we've got good strength in depth this year on the entry. It will still be a good final, no doubt about that. But the fact that Joey Foster won't be in it is a real shame. But hey, that's the way that motorsport goes sometimes. It's what the festival's all about, really, isn't it? Surviving these preliminary stages, putting yourself in a position to do well in the final. But you've got to get there first. Joey's back in the car. I think they're just requiring his assistance to get the car onto the flatbed truck. But yeah, the fact that he can't drive it away tells me that the damage to the right rear corner is a little bit too significant to continue. And that is a huge, huge shame. He was pretty feisty, though. Had a good start. That put him on the outside line through Paddock and Druids, and it was 2 cars to his inside, wasn't it? Spencer Shinner and somebody else who tangled. It was that typical Formula Ford tangling of wheels, and from that point, it was skittles, really, wasn't it? And sadly, Joey Foster had nowhere to go.
If there's two people that wouldn't quite like to be, it's Ben Cox and Spencer Shinner, because I think they'll be going back to the Old Ford Motorsport warning rather sheepishly, given the fact it was their contact that set off the chain reaction. Just Joe Foster's car is continuing, but this. I guess the key thing is that he's carried on, and there's big damage to that right rear that side pod though. But the thing is, he was stationary. But I guess the question is, was he stationary? Was the car moving? But no, he stopped again.
I don't think it's suspension. I think you can see, I mean, I'm not a mechanic, but you can see all of the cables sort of hanging out the side of the car. I suspect that is inhibiting the performance of the car. He probably wanted to see if it would still run and then argue the case that, I should actually be allowed to restart. But we did see this yesterday, didn't we? Drivers that went off and then there was a red flag and they were able to reclaim their grid positions. But Joey clearly knows the car is too wounded. But he wanted to give it a try, and that shows how much this matters to him. He wanted to try and get the car back up and running, and sadly not able to do so. And yeah, he's looking down at that right rear corner. The suspension looks okay. I was expecting the right rear wheel to be pointing at a funny angle, but I think it's actually the internal damage underneath that side pod that is of major concern. So Marshall spring into action. They've done a brilliant job all weekend of keeping us running on, and indeed often ahead of time, despite a few incidents along the way. And they are busy now clearing the track. Now, what's that Joey's having a little fiddle with? There's a lot of wiring that's been damaged, I suspect, and that's the kind of thing you can't fix at the side of the road. No, unfortunately not. That's not a quick fix on that side, and that's detecting quite a punch from the incident. As I mentioned, if there's one, we get a nice static shot of the December the area for some reason. But even so, back to Joey Foster. Yeah, as I was mentioning on that point, I think if there's 2 drivers that I've been slightly a bit sheepish, would be possibly Spencer Shinner and Ben Cockney, given the fact that they both came together and they're in the same awning, so the same team. So I think you might get a little bit of a slap on the wrist from James Oldfield for that one, I think. Yes, they did both survive it though, didn't they? Look, because Spencer Shinner is back on the second row of the grid, and that is Ben Cochran row 4, so they're both still there. They're both still quick drivers. Now, whether it has knocked any geometry out on the suspension, we'll have to wait and see. But if the cars are still capable of running at a reasonable pace, they are still right back in this. And for Ben Cochran, that's been the story of his festival, hasn't it, really? Early drama, surviving it, and then actually getting himself straight back in the hunt for a good result. So do not count either of those Oldfield cars out, that is for sure. And the fact that those two who sort of were the first to come together have both survived, and Joey Foster, the innocent victim, unfortunately hasn't, is an irony journey that I'm sure won't be lost on any of those involved.
No, I said Ben Cochran probably the luckiest driver at the festival so far. It seems he's going to start back again once again in 7th. You can see there in 4th position is the first of those black and white cars. The car directly in front of him, that's Tom Nippers' car on the front row, but it's the first of the black cars with the white striping along the nose. That is, as we said, Spencer Schiller. And then he did quite well last year in his first festival. Ben Cochran's also been getting stronger, and of course is once again with the Oval Motorsport squad. And as Joe Foster's car gets towed away, I'm afraid that will probably be the last we see of it at all this weekend, because his car is away and gone. Temperature is still quite chilly out there, getting towards autumn. 8.4 degrees according to our weather little widget on the right hand side. But of course, even when it gets 2 p.m, it'll get a little bit warmer to about 10, so it'll get a couple of degrees warmer. But even so, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see how the weather conditions play out. And it's a dry but still as it typically tends to be, quite a chilly festival so far here for the finals day on Sunday. But then again, at this time of the year, it tends to be that anyway.
Well, it does, yes. It's something the drivers are well used to, I suppose. Another car there in the pit lane, Scott.
I think they're reserves.
Ah, yes, hoping that they might now. Well, and in theory, this is exactly the kind of situation that could get them on the grid, because we've lost a couple of runners. The race has not started officially because we've gone back to original grid order, still showing as a 14-lap distance on the semi-final. So we've got 75, which was Harrison Morrow, wasn't it? 96 is also there.
Michael Fitzgerald.
And
if I'm right, they would have finished 7th and 8th in their progression race.
They did, yes.
That means that then, because we lost at least Drew Cameron and Joey Foster, they now move up, and so by process of they're at the pit lane, they should be allowed to start the semi-final.
Yes, a good point. Yes, I hadn't considered that when I saw Harrison Morrow arriving in the pit lane. So this is why we keep you around, Scott. You see, you've got your finger on the pulse as always, and answered a question that we were posing.
You weren't saying that yesterday in WhatsApp.
Well, you know, I've got to try and pretend that I know what I'm doing more than you. Although I think most people realise that is not the case. But anyway, nearly ready, mercifully, to get the race back underway. We're still showing 14 laps the distance, but it's a full race restart. This is the benefit of being ahead of time, of course. The track appears to be pretty much clear now. I don't see any marshals on circuit apart from the ones on the starting grid, and so semi-final 1 should be only a few minutes away from resuming. Of course, they'll do another green flag lap. Team members allowed out onto the grid just to chat to the drivers, check the cars over. A lot of attention being given to the 2 Oldfield Motorsport cars to see whether or not they have sustained any serious damage. Drivers will have reported back immediately what they felt on the lap back to the grid, if you like. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount of consternation, so I think they might have just about got away with it.
And they have a team member there, of course, so it essentially means that if there is any delays, it stops the cars from getting issues like potentially stalling or overheating gearboxes or overheating engines. There is damage to the nose cone of the other firm, which is Leanne McShane's car as well.
Abdul Ahmed.
So in fact, there's 3 firms out there, because I think Leanne McShane's in the 3rd car, so there's 3 of the firms out there, which is quite good to see. The marshals in good conversation, waiting for things to get back underway. Again, another chance, as we always should do, and always do, to say a massive thank you to all of our marshals, all of our officials, our volunteers, to our recovery crews and rescue crews, and everyone that makes the festival happen, because, of course, without them, particularly the marshals, this event wouldn't be happening full stop, because they give up their time for the sport they enjoy and to be up close and personal and to make it happen and be a key component of it. They are a key component, and we can't thank them enough every single time. It's something you can never say enough of, which is to say thank you to marshals. So massive thank you once again for all they do, particularly being here on Festival Sunday, getting a bit chillier but still staying dry for the time being.
Yes, typical festival conditions, but typical festival enthusiasm from all around the circuit. Not just marshals, but as you said, a healthy crowd of people here. The Paddock Hill Bend Grandstand, I'm sure, is filling up nicely as the day goes on. The Kentigan was certainly doing a roaring trade in breakfasts this morning as people were piling into the circuit. It remains one of those events that it has a hardcore fan base that will come here every single year to watch the Formula Ford Festival. Very knowledgeable crowd as well, which you have to be. It's not a straightforward event. It's a bit complicated keeping track of who's progressing from race to race, and they certainly can't rely on us to tell them what's going on. So a lot of them come armed with the knowledge already, and they follow the event very, very closely and remain extremely enthusiastic about it. So great to see, despite the slightly chilly conditions, that Brands Hatch is a reasonably busy place for Festival Sunday, and hopefully in a moment or two we'll be able to bring them a restart of this first semi-final. Getting a look there at Adam Father's car, and lots of work being done. In fact, a new nose cone being fitted to Abdul Ahmed's car, so he'll be easy to spot now, because that is not a nose cone that matches the colour of the rest of the car by the looks of it. But a testament actually to how easy it is to work on these Formula 4 cars. That's always been one of the great things about Formula Ford racing, is that they are pretty straightforward in the grand scheme of things to work on, repair and replace parts, and 3 team members able hopefully to get that car back up and running, even just from its grid position.
You'd hope so, at least. That car will try and do at least and represent some honours now for the Don Harbour squad and for the Furman squad, given the fact that their kind of star man, if you like, in a way, Joey Foster is out of it for the rest of the day, which is a shame. But as the cliche saying goes, as much paid to say it, that's motor racing and that's the festival. That's a component of it that happens. It's also looking there just behind, that was Morgan Quinn's car, that is Dan McCullough's car.
Yeah.
So David McCullough's car that's being looked at there. No Ivan McCullough, but David's made the trip over, which is good to see. So we look at the contenders at the front. If we now take out, sadly, Joey Foster from those front runners. Of course, Niall Murray, 2-time festival winner. There was a year in 2016 where he won the festival and the Walter Hayes and the National Formula Ford Championship. I think he also won the Castle Coombe Carnival Formula Ford race on top of that too. It was a year when just everything he touched in the Formula Ford turned to gold. It was an incredible year. And I've always said this about Niall Murray. Anytime he gets out in front, and he's allowed to get out in front, he usually sets a pace that I would only describe as ominous. In terms of he gets out there, and if he dominates by several seconds, that usually sets the tone for the rest of the weekend. I gather the pace he set in Heat 1, from what I saw of it, was just about similar to that. He got away by a couple of seconds, I think, at least. So that already gave, that may well have put the frights on quite a few of his main rivals already this weekend. Tom Nipp is also a Heat winner from yesterday. Tom Nippers, who's been battling for the United Formula Ford title this year, with on and off with the likes of Morgan Quinn and eventual champion Jason Smythe. So those three have been going at it hammer and tongs. Luke Cooper, who is a perennial race not just at the festival but also in Castle Coombe Formula Fords. Of course, Castle Coombe Formula Ford champion, crowned just a few weeks ago as well, so he's in good form. You've got Spencer Shinner, who I think made his proper debut in Formula Fords at least at the festival last year. He's got a good year, I think, in United Formula Fords if he has been competing. Good to see. Ronan Doherty, who is another one of the cars competing from Ireland on top of that. And then you have in there too Ben Cochran, who has been steadily getting better over the years when he's raced. Hugh Esterson, who finished on the podium last time out at... No, is he there in fact? We lost Hugh Esterson as well, I think.
Hugh Esterson?
No, Hugh Esterson either, because he should be lining up behind where Joey Foster was, but I don't see an Oldfield, don't see an Ammonite Motorsport car lining up.
It's in the pit lane. I think it's just been brought back on a flatbed truck. I haven't spotted where that car had stopped, actually. So
right, so that's another potential front runner that's gone as well, Hugh Esterson. So, of course, brother of Max, so who won it in 2022. So that's another one we've lost that could potentially have had a good result. So it means then that in terms of this heat, the kind of main hope for Ammonite Motorsport, which is the red and white race chassis, is Anthony Amato, who starts on the 9th position of the grid alongside Morgan Quinn, who was, as you said, 5th last year. Another contender. He was the defending United Formula Ford champion going into this season and finished the points, I think, 3rd in points this year, and always a contender. Very capable young Irish driver, also with Team Dolan. I'm sure learning a lot from Mr. Murray in the same field as well on top of that too. So off they go onto the formation lap once again, and we'll try again with this semi-final, shall we, for a second start?
Yes, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, yes, this race has already presented us with a few things we didn't necessarily expect. To tell you who it does benefit is Morgan Quinn, because Morgan Quinn was due to start 10th on the grid for this race after a disappointing run in the heat race yesterday. Well, he will still line up in the 10th position, but 2 cars ahead of him, and I mean directly ahead of him, the 5th, 6th and 8th place drivers, Joey Foster and Hugh Esterson, are not there. So he's got 2 empty rows in front of him to accelerate into. If Morgan Quinn gets a good start, he could be challenging for a top 5 by corner 1, and that means he's got a good chance of getting away with the leaders, which means he's got a good chance of winning or getting on the podium, and that puts him right at the pointy end for the final. So don't count Morgan Quinn out. Qualified on pole for his heat, remember. I don't think they quite accounted for the conditions correctly with his setup. He just did not have the speed in the heat that we'd seen from him in qualifying and that we've been accustomed to seeing from him over the years, and I think he will see this as a real opportunity. 5th in the festival last year was Morgan Quinn, and he will be looking at the very least to break into the top 5 again in this race. He is one of the white cars, number 88, former Ginetta Junior racer Morgan Quinn, who will be coming from the outside of row 5 with a couple of empty grid spaces in front of him. Of course, I said as well, a bit of attrition would benefit those who got through in the progression race, the likes of Peter Daly, Andy Charsley, I think, will be considering that he's got half a chance now of getting into the top 15, or at the very least into one of those reserve spaces. They may well now be feeling, with 3 cars at least further up the grid not taking the restart, that they have half a chance of progressing through the festival. So, last couple of rows are almost in position. Let's try this again, shall we? Hopefully we'll get through the 14 laps incident-free, and we will see, I hope, a battle at the front. To your point, though, Scott, Niall Murray won his heat yesterday by 6 seconds. That is ominous, exactly to your point. He is one of the best in the business at leading a Formula Ford race. It's not easy to break away at the front, but we've seen Niall do it plenty of times in the past. Can he do it again in semi-final 1? Let's find out. The red lights go out now, and Niall Murray goes nowhere. Niall Murray stalled nearly. He's dropped down to 3rd, maybe 5th by the time they get to turn 1. What have we done to Niall Murray? A dreadful start, and Tom Nippers will lead the way. Niall Murray caught sleeping, and he's down to 6th behind both of the Oldfield cars, who are side by side again into Druids. James Oldfield in the pit lane won't be able to watch. Sweeping round the outside goes one of them. That will, I guess, be Spencer Shinner, and I think they will keep it clean this time around. But Niall Murray, it's not a complete disaster, but it wasn't a very Niall Murray start, was it?
And he's getting fully boxed in. He's got one Oldfield car to his left, he's got one to his in front of him, one Oldfield car to his right, and he's also got behind him, looks like, I think, either David McCullough and Morgan Quinn's getting fully stuck in here. Might be Anthony Amato, in fact. Nippers leads it, Cooper 2nd, Doherty 3rd, it's then Shinner 4th by the look of it, 5th for Murray, 6th now looks like could be possibly Amato, diving up the inside of looks like that's triple 5.
That is Shinner, yeah.
That is Shinner, so Ben Cocker's up there. Here comes Morgan Quinn with a good start, trying to pick his way alongside. He gets the toe, and in fact, bump drafts NASCAR style Anthony Amato down the pit straight. End of lap number 1. It's Nippers from Cooper, from Doherty, from Cochrane, from Murray. Down the outside for 6th looks Morgan Quinn. Amato can't make it stick. Murray does go high, wide and handsome round the outside to make the move stick on Cochrane. He's got the track position possibly now to go in towards Druids. Stay side by side, but Cochrane, I think, Andy, might just hold on corner exit. Careful. He's kept it there on the inside line. Has the inside line for the next corner for Graham Hill Bend into 4th position. Job done, question mark, potentially?
Well, we'll wait and see. I don't think it's quite over yet, is it? But, well, I said Niall Murray was one of the best in the business at leading a Formula Ford race. Now we'll see just how good his overtaking skills are. Newsflash, they are not lacking usually. He's a pretty good driver in wheel-to-wheel combat as well, but he's given himself more work to do than he would have liked after that dreadful start. Just, I don't know whether he was out of gear or just missed the lights altogether, but either way, dropped down the order. He's up into 4th place now, though, and gaining on this, the battle for 2nd. Luke Cooper and Ronan Doherty, they can't seemingly keep up with Tom Nippers, and they are not going as quickly as Niall Murray behind them either. There's a little look at the inside from Doherty, but Niall Murray is already on his gearbox. It's now 4 of them debating 2nd place as we head towards Graham Hill Bend.
And all this is allowing Tom Nippers to get away. He was good by a second at the end of lap number 2, so he's continuing to try and pull away. I've said it several times, the half of these 4 fight each other, the easier it is for Tom Nippers to continue to make a breakout in front. The next group is headed by Anthony Amato, followed by Morgan Quinn. Tom Hawkins is the highest super classic car in 8th position, but of course remember it's the heats that decide the grid for the historic final, nothing to do with the semis. Shinner down to 9th after his antics, Dave McCullers in P10, and the rest of the current top 15 qualifiers are Oliver Roberts, Abdul Ahmed despite his new nose cone, Sipion Gerdheim, Gerdem, Higgins, Father, and Adam Farthers at the final transfer spot as Rowan Doherty goes back down the outside to try and attack Cooper. Can't make it stick. Now he's under threat from Murray to come up the hill towards Druids again. And then keeping a watching brief 5th position there is Ben Cochrane looking back down the outside. Murray thinks, right, I'll fill the gap. Up the inside he goes, but he'll be on the outside for Graham Hill Bend. The 2 Irishmen going wheel to wheel. Then you see that's Doherty getting boxed in by Cooper. Round the outside goes Niall Murray into Graham Hill Bend. Not an easy pass to make, but if you're Niall Murray, job done. P3. Yeah. He's going already for 2nd up the inside in towards 13s. Not quite. He almost got 2 for the price of 1 in 2 corners, but he's pushing hard. Here comes Cochrane once again to get back at the inside of Doherty. He's now back down to 6th. It's all kicking off again, and there are still only 10 laps to go in this festival semi-final.
Well, Ronan Doherty won't be best pleased with how that lap went. He was challenging for 2nd at the beginning of it, and now he's all the way down in 5th position as they cross the line. Up into Paddock Hill Bend, Niall Murray peeking to the inside of Luke Cooper, who didn't dare turn in. Look, takes the wide line, but that leaves him vulnerable now to attack into Druids. Niall Murray is up the inside, and he's into 2nd position. What about Doherty versus Cochrane? Doherty's back through on the inside, and he will reclaim 4th place. So that's part 1 of his comeback fight, at least executed well for the time being. Down through Graham Hill Bend, out wide goes Doherty on the grass. That's Morgan Quinn going through, and several others. So Ronan Doherty, I said he just regained one position, and then he lost about 5 or 6 with that moment at the bottom of the hill.
Looking back into the transfer spots, the last transfer spot held by James Rigby, because they had that spin in the progression in the pre-82 race and came back to 3rd place. James Rigby in the Jesus Saves racing car in P15 right now in the last transfer spot. He's ahead of Arnaud Douce in the orange and white Marlboro sponsored livery, or inspired livery on his car in P16. As for Andy Charles, he's 22nd, 21st, Peter Daly 22nd from the cars that made it through from that progression race earlier on this morning.
So Murray second. Can he now catch Tom Nippers? Well, on the basis of his previous lap, you'd say yes. He was 2/10 quicker than the leader, 1.9 seconds the gap, and we are not quite halfway through the race. We're on the 6th lap of 14. We'll now see what sort of pace Niall Murray has got, and he will really feel that it's quite important for him to get to the front, because that would be a front row starting position for the final later on. So I think he is going to be quite keen to do this. Just look out of the window up at Clearways. I don't know whether this will show up on camera, but I think there's a trail of fluid right on the inside line into Clearways corner. Everybody sort of taking a wider entry into that turn, and that will take away an overtaking opportunity if that's the case. Not sure if that is the case, but certainly from our vantage point, looks like there's something down on the racetrack. Peter Daly here. No, not Peter Daly. That's Adam Fathers going up the inside of the 111 car, in a similar livery to Peter Daly, of Adam Higgins. And there's a big sort out at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. This is getting very, very dicey. Oliver Roberts there wide and opens the door into Druids Corner.
Yeah, that's for our driver in 269, which is Storm Gjerdum, the Norwegian driver coming across. Good to see we've got some European drivers across here, from France, from Germany, from Norway as well. Good to see them tracking across for the festival from over the continent. There's Adam Higgins in car number 111. Higgins' name is quite synonymous here in the Derek Higgins in the past. I don't think there's any relation, I'm not sure, but good to see a Higgins name back in the festival. Adam Farmer's in there as well, of course, local favourite in the yellow and black machine. At the front, the gap has come down to 1.5 seconds, but the interesting thing is, Murray's not taking chunks of that lead out of Nippers. It's only a 10th or 2 per lap, so we've still got some, 7 laps to go, including the one we're on, so we've passed half distance in this first semi-final, but Murray's not sailing up to the back of him. It's big spin, that was for Storm Gjerdum off into the gravel track. Now, is that going to want a safety car? Because it's on quite a precarious position. Off the road he goes. Will they cover it with yellows, or will they have to throw the safety car? And of course, if the safety car comes out, depending on what happens in semi-final 2, that might automatically make it the slowest of the 2 semis.
Yes, and then starting on the outside of row 1 isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world here at Brands Hatch, but yeah, it may well be the case. That was, of course, a driver running inside a transfer spot, so Arnaud Douce will now move into 15th position, and so he is currently in position to make it into the final. There's a big move on the inside from Rigby, just as the safety car is scrambled, but I think he had that move made. Ooh, well, I don't know. Adam Fathers is gesticulating as if he feels that maybe there were yellow flags out already, but they will have to settle that between themselves. The yellow flags are definitely out now as the safety car is scrambled. Niall Murray, by the way, Scott, had just set the fastest lap of the race, a 50.208. It was about, well, just under 0.2 of a second quicker than the leader. He was still, though, 1.3 seconds back with only about 5 or 6 laps to go. This safety car is definitely going to play into the hands of the 2013 and 2016 festival champion.
Yeah, you can say that again. That'll certainly be a help for him, of course, and also for the cars behind, because it means the likes of Cooper, Quinn, Cochrane, Amato, Doherty, McCullough, they're all going to get pretty much closer here on this safety car behind the, haven't said it actually for a long time, the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. Again, once again, thank you to Run Your Fleet for their continued support, and of course the almost not just because it's the colour, but the almost now evergreen Jaguar safety car that's been appearing up there. I think it's his 5th season in service this year, so good to see the Jaguar XS Sport Brake still running strong. Now at the front of the field, of course, the drivers don't want to see it, and in the politest possible way, we don't want to see it either, because we want safety car free racing, but when we do see it, it's also good to appreciate it. So, order then under the safety car with, they come across the line 5 laps to go. They're going to try and obviously snatch this to a safe spot as quickly as possible to get it back against the barrier. Tom Nippers leads the way, who won his heat earlier on. So did Niall Murray, of course, yesterday in 2nd place. Luke Cooper in 3rd, always a contender at the festival. Morgan Quinn 4th, Ben Cochrane 5th. Anthony Amato upholding Ammonite honours in 6th in the Ray. Ronan Doherty, who started on the 3rd row of the grid, back down in 7th. 8th for David McCullough, 9th for Tom Hawkins, 10th for Abdul Ahmed, 11th for Oliver Roberts. Then James Rigby, Adam Farmers, Adam Higgins and Arnaud Douce are the 15 automatic qualifiers right now. As for the cars behind them, at the moment, the 3 cars that would go into the reserve spots are going to be Oliver Chapman, incredibly. He's had quite a day today so far already. The 133, which is Richard Higgins, who's a former historic final winner before for the Brian Jones Trophy 2 years ago, if I'm correct. And also in there too is car 15, which is Maxime Le Breton, another of the drivers coming across from France. Those are currently the 3 cars that would be the reserves for the final if they stay in positions 16 to 18 at this point.
Indeed, they would, and looking at the best of those that came through from the progression race, it would be Oliver Chapman, who's in 16th place. So yes, he's in a reserve spot, but actually he might be able to earn his way in on merit, if you like, by getting into the top 15 before too much longer. So Storm Geerdrom's car is out of the way, more or less. The lights are out on the safety car, and so we're going to restart this with 4 laps to go. 4 laps for Tom Nippers to try and hang on and claim what would be potentially a really important semi-final win. Niall Murray, though, will have something to say about that, and the race leader Tom Nippers really bunching them together as they come through Clark Curve. Now steps on the loud pedal, but Murray is already in the slipstream. You can see visibly that it brings the cars closer together, and he elects to give a little bump to Tom Nippers, then goes to the outside, but did not pull out of line to try and make a move on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. That might not be the case on the way out, though. Nippers has a slide. There was almost room there for Murray, and Nippers really struggling, I think, on cold tyres. And look at that, Ben Cochran around the outside further back. It is side by side for the lead. In the end, Murray has to bail out of that one, but Nippers, I think, is struggling on cold tyres, and that is bunching them all together.
Look at the stack up on the restart here. Murray going to put the pressure on once again down the Surtees straight. Another bump draft into the gearbox towards Surtees under green flags. So Nippers, Murray, Cooper, Quinn, Cochran, that's the top 5. Doty's in there as well in 7th place behind Anthony Amato. Here goes Quinn trying to sniff up the inside, can't get past him. It's contact, and goes Doherty. Can he keep out the gravel? No, but he cannot spin his wheels. No, don't do that one, Ronan. That could be potentially, is that, I don't want to say another yellow flag or anything else. The top 5 altogether now. If they can push him out, that might help. But the top 5 nose to tail in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Still with Tom Nippers. This is probably the biggest challenge he's had in his Formula Ford history, keeping back double Formula Ford champion Niall Murray. Up to the inside, he looks once again, throws the block down the outside. And Cooper looks at the outside line. Now around the outside at Druids. Cooper puts the attack on 2, holding side by side once again, edge onto the grass, all the way across onto the curb. He's sideways, loses 1, 2 positions. Quinn goes through, Cooper goes through. Quinn's gone to 3rd position. Cochran tries to get 4th, but Murray's back down to P4 now, and only running out of time with now, 2 and a bit laps left to go.
I said Morgan Quinn should move forward in this race. He's in 3rd place now. This is remarkable. Tom Nippers putting up a very stout defence. I don't think Niall Murray will have appreciated that at Druids. He wasn't really left enough space there on corner exit, he will argue. Well, I wonder whether they might have a conversation after the race. For now, the race continues then with yellow flags at Clearway, so no overtaking allowed there, but there is overtaking allowed at Paddock Hill Bend. Niall Murray to the outside of Morgan Quinn in a battle for 3rd position, but with only 2 laps to go, 3rd position is not what Niall Murray wants to be fighting for.
Back to the inside again he goes. Morgan Quinn's not going to let him go all the way through, but he recognises his teammates there, wheel to wheel between the 2 teammates, and again hangs him out to dry on the outside, picks up 3rd position. Cochran now slots back into 5th. He's looking up the inside with a late dive, can't make that one stick. Also, Dave McCullers come from nowhere up into P6. He's now just sailed onto the back of this top 5 group. Cooper now trying to go with Tom Nippers in the mix as well, but Cooper is now going to be under threat from Murray with a lap and a bit to go. Also, Tom Hawkins is up there. James Rigby's up there in 9th.
Yes.
In the older, he's by far one of the second best cars. They are covering it with double wave yellows right on the exit. I think it's probably one of the slowest parts of the circuit, so it means they can get away with it to an extent. On to the last lap of the race. Abdul Ahmed's there behind Tom Hawkins. Rest of the transfer spots, Amato back in 10th, Favers, Roberts, Higgins, Deuce and Chapman. That's the 15 cars that would make it through. Up the inside goes Ahmed to make up the position on the inside of Tom Hawkins. That puts him now up into 7th place. And as they continue on for the rest of this lap, Nippers has been closed in by the rest of the pack. This is going to be a nail-biting lap, half a lap or so for Nippers to hold on. He's won his heat. Can he win his semi-final and possibly go to the front row of the grand final later on this afternoon?
I think he will, you know. I think the bigger question is whether Luke Cooper hangs on to 2nd, but with yellow flags out at Clearways, I think that might be a done deal as well. Niall Murray is not going to be best pleased after this race, I don't think, when he speaks to Richard John Neal. He is going to be starting, it would seem, on the 3rd row of the grid for the grand final, and this semi-final 1 has thrown quite the cat among the pigeons, hasn't it? It is a win in semi-final 1 then for Tom Nippers. It is 2nd just about for Luke Cooper, with Niall Murray in 3rd position by 48 thousandths of a second. He misses out on a 2nd row starting position, but Tom Nippers is victorious in the first semi-final. A big scrum across the line there. That included, I think, no, not quite the battle for a transfer spot. There is the final transfer position, and it is going to be, yes, the 133 car of Richard Higgins who gets in, and the 111 of Adam Higgins who misses out, unfortunately, by just over a quarter of a second. He, Andy Charsley, and and the 74 of Roland Kinch will be the 3 reserves. But as we just saw in that semi-final, there is a chance for the reserves to get out on circuit in the final if others fall by the wayside. So we might not have seen the last of those. We definitely haven't seen the last of Tom Nippers, and I suspect, Scott, we haven't heard the last of that Tom Nippers versus Niall Murray battle. It was a very robust defence from Tom. I'm not saying he did anything wrong, but Niall Murray will remember that when they inevitably end up going wheel to wheel in the final, and he will be pulling no punches in that one, that is for sure. Nippers then the winner, Luke Cooper second, Niall Murray with the fastest lap is third, but has only a third row starting position to show for it. Morgan Quinn fourth, and Ben Cochrane survives that early clash to finish fifth. David McCullough sixth, Abdul Ahmed seventh, Tom Hawkins, James Rigby and Adam Fathers complete the top 10, whilst Anthony Amato and Oliver Roberts are 11th and 12th respectively. The final transfer spots go to Arnaud Duce, Oliver Chapman and Richard Higgins, with Adam Higgins missing out in 16th. He, Andy Charsley and Roland Kinch will be reserves. Peter Daly just misses out in 19th, 20th for Callum Dunbar. Then Klaus-Dieter Hackel, James Colborne, Vincent Jay after a spin, and Harrison Morrow complete the top 24. There weren't many more finishes, I don't think, in what was quite a race of attrition. Yes, Maxime Le Breton and Michael Fitzgerald 25th and 26th, but we lost Ronan Doherty from a transfer spot, Storm Geardrop from a transfer spot, Spencer Shinner, Joey Foster, Hugh Esterson, all potential winners of the festival, they're out, and Drew Cameron also involved, unfortunately. He was also running not far away from the top 10 on the grid, so a few heavy hitters that will not appear in the grand final this year, and the story, the script writers are working overtime, I think, this weekend. Luke Cooper there discusses with Niall Murray exactly what he made of all of that, second and third respectively. The winner though was Tom Nippers, and he catches up now with Richard John Neal.
Tom's already got the garland and the trophy from Alan Bowles. Let's go and have a quick word with our race winner. No hands free, so I can't shake hands. Fist bump. Tom, I think pretty much everything you had to deal with at some point in that race.
Oh, I mean, to be honest with you, when the safety car came out, I thought, well, it looked like Niall was going to catch anyway at some point. You know, he looked like had a little bit more pace. So, yeah, touch and go, but I mean, I'm not going to celebrate too much because Niall's just told me I'm going on my roof in the final. So I'll be able, you know, I'm not going to do too much. You know, if I'm on my roof in the final, I'm just going to celebrate this. I might just go home. There's no point staying, so, yeah.
Was that a choky comment, or are we serious?
No, I think he's serious. He wasn't very happy about that, but that's, you know, losing does a lot of things to you. So, you know, if he's going to make, you know, I'm trying not to swear, but if he's going to make rubbishy comments, he's going to get them back, so it is what it is.
We'll move away from that and concentrate on the fact that you did a superb drive. Obviously got it off the line well and built the gap, and safety cars are kind of a thing with festivals, but again, you dealt with that really well, bunched them up, looked like a good tactical restart.
I don't know what happened on the restart. I felt a bit bad for Niall originally, actually, because obviously the restart happens. I don't know if it was like a bit of a stall, or it must have been something. It couldn't have been a slow reaction time. It wasn't that, you know, something happened. So took the lead, and obviously he dropped back and he had to get through, and by the time, you know, I was looking at my mirrors, by the time he got through, we had a fair gap, and then the safety car comes out, and obviously they began to catch, but I think if it hadn't have come out, I think it would have been close on that last lap or two. If I kept consistent sort of that 50.4 range, I think I probably would have won it anyway. But then the safety car comes out and makes it a bit of a bonfire. You know, the toes rifer, he's got a lot of power, so it's going to be always going to be difficult to keep that behind. So, you know, he tried around the outside, there wasn't a lot of room there. It never is, obviously, you know, down Druid's a tiny corner, so, you know, he tried it, didn't quite work, so, and then from that point onwards it was, you know, had a bit of a gap, so it was nice.
That's a great result. It's obviously what you wanted. I mean, front row of the final. Do you care about inside or outside? What are the merits of each?
I imagine we'll be outside again, but obviously that's been twice now. So, and I like the results so far. So, but I imagine it'll be twice. You know, it'll be outside because like we had, you know, a safety car. I don't know what the red flag does to it. I don't think it does much, but yeah, you know, the safety cars are enough to slow us down enough. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Nice one. I think we were talking to Derek, weren't we, last night? Derek Daly. He went through the card, so you're on to do that, maybe.
Yeah, well, I know he won all three. I mean, I've got to try, haven't I? You know, I didn't when we started the weekend on. You know, the testing for us was awful. We had a shocking week, but you know, yesterday even in qualifying, we still ironing out issues, and then by yesterday, you know, the pace came, and today we've made a couple minor changes again. I think we've got the pace now. I think we're really, really close. I think we're within towing distance. You know, if we're behind the leaders, we're going to be able to keep up, and if we're in the lead, I'll be able to hold back, hopefully. But there's no point to second place in this. You've got to be ruthless, and that's what I tried to do. So, you know, if they don't like that, unfortunately, you're in the wrong competition. So, and he should know, he's won it twice. So,
well, there you go, Tom. Thanks for the words. Good luck for the final. We'll see you for the final a little bit later on. P2 in that one goes to Luke Cooper. Let's get Luke in. Well done, Luke. That was a very busy race, wasn't it, ultimately?
Yeah, very much so. I'm delighted to come out of that with second place. So, yeah, happy with that.
Yeah, what are your thoughts? Obviously, we saw Niall having a struggle off the start. You got up into the sharp end, and then he came back apart. He was really using the outside, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had a lot more pace than I did. So I was, again, happy to come out of that with second because he had a lot more pace. And yeah, got lost out trying to get past Tom, which allowed me back through.
The key thing is the Neil Shanahan Trophy can be won from row 2.
Yeah, I mean, being in it is the main thing, which I'm definitely at the sharp end of that. I don't quite have the out-and-out pace, but I'm in the mix, so we'll see what we can do this afternoon.
Are there tweaks that you could make to the car that will maybe give you a little bit more?
Yeah, there's a few things that we can try and tweak, but unfortunately, because we didn't do the Friday testing in the dry, we're kind of chasing our tails a little bit today. We're a bit further off than we were hoping to be, so we've got a bit more to try and find.
What does a driver like yourself do between now and the final? We've got a couple of hours, I won't say spare, but, you know, how do you spend that time?
Yeah, it'll just be kind of going over the data, looking to see if there is anything that we can do to find a little bit extra just to try and help us for the final.
Nice one. We'll let you go and get your prep, Luke. Congratulations on P2. Lovely to see you. Very well done. And now we need to catch up with Niall Murray. So has Niall disappeared? Oh, here he is. Niall's always going to have a chat with us. Niall... Oh, we go back a bit. And was it Janetta Juniors originally? And, you know, they start down here and then they go, yeah, mate, bit of passion there, I think, somewhere along the line we heard.
Yeah, look, it's frustrating, you know. Look, I made my own mistake. I have to completely hold my hand.
What happened on the start? Go back to that.
It just wasn't fully in gear. So, like in these, when you're with the dog box, when you're sitting still and you're in neutral and you try to go into first, sometimes it doesn't fully go in. You know, I obviously should have just let off the clutch a little bit to let it pop fully in gear. Completely my own fault. Can't blame anybody. And as soon as I let off the clutch, it just popped and it was neutral. So, yeah, look, disaster really, but thankfully I got it going quick enough. Pace was really good. You know, got into second fairly quick. Luke was quite kind to me. I think when I was passing him, he left me lots of space. I think he knew kind of what was coming, and you know, Tom not so much after the safety car. So yeah, well, you know, if, as I said to him, it's not for me, but for anyone else, if he drives like that in the final, you know, it's just people just have him off because he's just, you know, so slow at the apex, and then when you're alongside him, he just turns onto the grass. So. You know, I was backing out of a couple of moments up to Druids where if it was somebody else I might have just kept the shoe in and you know, it would have been a collision. So yeah, look, we'll see what happens later. We've plenty of pace, starting from the third row. I won it from the third row 12 years ago now, so yeah, I'm sure we can do it again.
That's the great, well, it's not the great thing about the festival. I'm not saying great that you've been put back on the third row, but you fought back twice there. That takes a lot of character.
Yeah, and look, it was, you know, I was trying not to do anything stupid. You know, at the start it was, yeah, Ronan, Ben, Luke were all kind of together going too wide down the straight, and I wasn't sure, you know, I haven't raced these guys wheel to wheel. Obviously I've raced Luke, but not really Ronan and Ben, so, you know, you don't really know what they're going to do. You don't really know the person. So I wasn't really diving for the inside for a gap that wasn't really there. You know, I was trying to be careful, and that's why it took me maybe a couple of laps longer to get into second than I probably should have, but considering the pace we have. But yeah, look, as I said, we've plenty of pace. We'll see what happens now with there's 3 very quick guys in this one as well. So, you know, hopefully one of them goes back a few rows as well to race with me.
It sets us up for a very exciting final. Thank you for the words and keeping it under control, which is great, mate. Well done. Good luck for the final to all of you. Thank you. Niall Murray there in P3. A lot of passion there between our 3. It's setting up a fascinating looking final already. We've only got half the grid decided so far. The other half about to happen now with semi-final 2. Back to Scott and Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Well, semi-final 1 was exciting, unpredictable, gave us a few things that we really didn't see coming, and a few high-profile retirees now that we won't be seeing in the grand final. Sometimes in festival history we have one semi-final that's quite exciting and the other one's a little bit tamer. I don't know, there's something in the water this weekend though, Scott. I don't think this one's going to be a lot quieter than the first one.
Who wants a tame semi-final anyway? Well. No one wants that at all. They want action and excitement and plenty, which I think we're going to get in race number 2, because like it was in race number 1, another talent-stacked semi-final with plenty of good drivers in here that should make some good progress, particularly at least in these first 5 or 6 rows or so when they go forwards, particularly as good the front 3 or 4 drivers here are certainly going to do something in the mix as well. I think Rory Smith, of course, double festival winner. Jason Smythe, who is he's the new United Formula Ford champion, also at the top of that. He was champion of Brands within that too as well, so he knows his way around in this circuit. Charlie Manning's been getting quicker and quicker in Formula Ford the last couple of years, doing well. Jordan Dempsey, former national Formula Ford champion, has a BM Racing Medina Sport chassis underneath him too. That's always a good car, considering that's what Rory Smith has underneath him on top of that as well. Connor Willis, who's been another of the drivers amongst the Oldville Motorsport stable, who's been pretty quick, the young American. And then Callum Grant, who's, let's face it, is quick in any Formula Ford you stick him into. He's by far the quickest historic car in this field amongst some of the younger cars in there too. And he's going to start from P6 ahead of Alex Walker, who was a former National Formula Ford race winner and title contender with Kevin Mills Racing back in the day, back in the Formula Ford, this time with Wayne Poole Racing. I think this might be the first time I've seen Wayne Poole back at the festival for quite a while, I think, so with Alex Walker on his heels. Has a good chance of an outside shot of a good result, as we see the grid for heat semi-final number 2 here this afternoon.
Yep, Rory Smith and Jason Smythe on the front row together. Charlie Mann and Jordan Dempsey row 2 ahead of Connor Willis and Callum Grant. Alex Walker and Callum Baxter row 4, and the top 10 completed by Felix Fisher and Richard Simpson ahead of Noel Robinson and no Ben Powney. Ben Powney is not on the grid. There is a gap on the outside of that 6th row. Darwin Smith and Maris Schultz on row 7 ahead of Leroy Stewart and Stephen O'Connor. Cameron Jackson and Rick Morris row 9, and the 10th row for Murray Shepherd and James Harridge. Then Leanne McShane and Brindley Kinch with Sam Street and Gaius Ginn next in line. Then it is Gerhard Hausschult and Oliver Buckton with Anthony Denham, Mark Sawyer, Will Arif and Bob Hawkins at the back of the grid. So again, we have those that came through from the progression races that we need to keep an eye on at the back. That's the wrong progression race that I've just opened up, because progression race 2 was the quicker of the 2. So Gaius Ginn won that progression race. We must have a reserve driver out there then, because he is lining up 24th on the grid as opposed to 25th where we would normally see the progression winner. And there are 7 drivers tagged on at the back. Bob Hawkins appears to have materialised in 30th position. I'm not entirely sure where from. So anyway, bit of shuffling at the back of the pack, but at the front, as you said, Scott, quite a few potential winners. Rory Smith, a double winner of the festival in the past, and really the other name I think that a lot of people were mentioning alongside Niall Murray coming into the event, they were kind of the two being pitted against each other, assuming Rory Smith gets through this semi-final, which as we've seen is not a guarantee. The first time and the only time those two will actually end up racing each other is in the grand final, because of course they weren't in the same heat, they are not in the same semi-final, and if Rory Smith can go on and win this race and start from maybe pole position, that's a major advantage between two very evenly matched drivers.
And you remember back in 2023 it was those two that went at it for most of the final, going back and forth with some great back and forth overtaking through Paddock Hill Bend and through Surtees. It only really stopped because when Niall Murray had an engine issue that saw him out and retire, and that then allowed, in a way, Rory Smith to go on and drive on to his second festival victory. If it all stays well as it should be, they'll do so again, and of course plenty of other good top contenders in their mix as well. It's crazy to think on Festival Sunday that we get to 1 o'clock and we're already at the second semi-final when things have progressed so quickly. There's still plenty of racing to go with our supports and everything else in between. So as you can see, the Run Your Feet rescue unit ready to go in case it ever should be needed, as the peel makes its way around at the top of the circuit through McLaren, through Clearways, through Clark Curve, and back onto the Bradham Straight once again to line up for semi-final number 2. Quick ID check for cars in terms of who to watch out for. Rory Smith's car is the red and white Medina Sport car with the black banding on the nose. Jason Smythe's car is the blue and white car. Just there you can see in the shot warming his tyres up before he gets to the slightly blue and white heading to P2 on the grid. Charlie Mann is the all-red Ray on the left-hand side in 3rd place. 4th is the red, white and green Medina Sport car of Jordan Dempsey. 5th is Connor Willis in one of the black and white Oldfield Motorsport cars, black with the white banding on the nose. Callum Grant's car is the kind of dark blue and kind of almost cream coloured nose on his Van Diemen chassis, and then you watch for Alex Walker, who is in the blue Van Diemen with the fluorescent yellow nose. That's one to watch out for there. And also watch out for Callum Baxter, who's in one of the kind of Team Canada Scholarship-esque liveries. That's the white Ray chassis with the red maple leaves ready to go. Green flag almost at the back. We are set then for semi-final 2 of Festival Sunday. Let's see who can take pole and possibly take the fastest semi-final time if they can make it stick.
Let's find out. Red lights go out, and Rory Smith and Jason Smythe do battle from the front row of the grid. They will stay in that order. The best start, really, from Jordan Dempsey. He draws level with Charlie Mann for third, and behind, Callum Grant and Connor Willis go wheel to wheel as well. Can Dempsey go right round the outside? I think he will. That's real confidence on cold tyres. The leaders, meanwhile, are always pushing each other up the hill. Jason Smythe to the outside of Rory Smith knows that if he doesn't get this job done early, he might not have another opportunity. They almost tangle wheels down the hill. How have they avoided contact? There is tyre smoke, and Jason Smythe is there. Rory Smith is sideways. He's off onto the grass. Miraculously keeps the car pointing in the right direction. But yet again, Scott, the favourite, arguably for the win, is deep in the field.
Something is in the waters there, isn't it? Smythe leads it then from Dempsey and Mann, but that's Rory Smith back to 6th or 7th place. There is Alex Walker challenging Callum Grant. Again, it's by far the best classic car in the field, but drama between the front runners once again, and Jason Smythe will try and run away here if he can. What a slightly unlikely front row might be of Tom Nippers and Jason Smythe if it stays like this, because they're two very quick cars that have gone back and forth in the United Formula Ford Championship this year. Smythe won the title, and it was Nippers who was second. Of course, not quite unlikely, but against the regular heavy hitters you expect to be at the front, a slightly unlikely front row compared to the likes of Murray, Foster and Smith. Of course, Foster is out of it, but if Smith and Murray are going to be deep in the field, that could be fascinating watching both of them come through, whilst the young guns in the field, the modern day stars coming through, dominate towards the front.
Well, we know that Niall Murray will be starting on the 3rd row of the grid. At the moment, Rory Smith would be on the 6th row of the grid, but he is gaining ground. He's got himself ahead of Alex Walker's number 41 car into that 6th position, and now looks up the inside and makes a really nice move against Callum Grant, who in fairness I think knows to pick his battles, doesn't he? Rory Smith is a little bit the quicker of the two, and with a bit of a gap now up to the leading 4, he can use Rory Smith to drag him up onto terms maybe with the front runners. Alex Walker now has a little look to the outside of Callum Grant as well as they turn through Paddock Hill Bend once again. So Jordan Smythe leads the way from Jordan Dempsey, Jason Smythe from Jordan Dempsey at the front of the field. Charlie Mann in 3rd. Walker nips up the inside of Callum Grant, who does pick a bit more of a fight with him than he did Rory Smith, but in the end it's a fight that he loses, drops out of position, and Alex Walker moves into 6th position.
Watch Felix Fisher in the Brawn GP-esque looking Ray Shatty in 8th position. Oh, and that's a spin for Stephen O'Connor, who's gone around up at Graham Hill Bend. I think there was a bit of a tangle with the car he was battling in front. Might have been Maris Schultz or possibly Darwin Smith in front. One of those two cars he was battling for position. He's gone around and might lose out one of the transfer spots. There goes Callum Backstop, the inside of Maris Schultz, to take another position. The last car in the transfer spot at the moment appears to be, at least coming across the line this time by, Leroy Stewart in 15th place. As we see there, that is Connor Willis holding off Charlie Mann up and now into 3rd position. And Charlie went down to 4th, and there goes Rory Smith slotting beautifully between the two of them round the outside of Charlie Mann. Made that to perfection, and now goes down the outside to try and make up another place on Connor Willis, who stands his ground, but Rory Smith thinks, I did the outside line before, I know exactly what happened last time. Backs out of it for this point in time. Will Arif's in the pit, sadly, so it might be his festival potentially over early on. But Smith now getting himself another place higher in the race, but also another place higher potentially on that grand final grid. If he can pass Connor Willis, he'll put himself right on the same row as, oh, I don't know, Niall Murray. That'll be interesting.
Well, and there's a good chance he might then not be able to catch the leaders, because it's a big old gap that Smythe and Dempsey have pulled out, because they're not really battling each other, which is sensible, honestly. I know I labour this point all the time, but sometimes working together is not a bad thing. This isn't working together. This is a very, very close side-by-side battle at the line, and Rory Smith to the inside of Connor Willis will go 3rd, behind Alex Walker, trying to gain some ground as well at the expense of Charlie Mann. Didn't manage to make that one stick, but Smith is 3rd. Now we need to see what sort of pace he has got. He is about 4 seconds behind the leading 2, who, unless they really start battling, are not going to start going any slower. So Rory Smith is going to have to really dig deep now to have any chance of improving upon 3rd place.
And the key thing is the two leaders are going to be working together. There's a temporary truce between them, it seems, at the moment, between Smythe and Dempsey. They realise, look, if we fight and battle, we're going to lose time. Let's safely work together and hold on. If that's not all will come to nothing, because safety car has been deployed.
There's a car in the gravel
down at Clearways. Can't exactly see exactly who it is just yet. The camera might train on it in a second, but a car off in the gravel at Clearways in a precarious position. That means safety car. So both semi-finals have been safety car affected. The key is going to be which one ends up being the fastest race time. It's Guy Skin that's off the road on the exit through Clark Curve.
That's a shame, having fought to a progression race win to earn his spot on the grid for the semi-final. Guy Skin, unfortunately, already out of the car. It happened a little while ago, I think, this. And you can see the problem. It's a deep old gravel trap, that one. And with good reason, because a car has ended up in that gravel trap over the years, and it does a great job of stopping them. But unfortunately, very difficult to get the car back out again without outside assistance, Scott, is what I was trying to say. So, this, as they like to say, changes everything rather, doesn't it? Because we were talking about this 3.5, 4 second deficit that Rory Smith had to close. Well, that's gone now. That's long gone. He will take the restart right on the gearbox of Jordan Dempsey and Jason Smythe. And Rory Smith will be thinking, right, I can still win this semi-final, and if it ends up being a relatively short safety car period, that could still earn him pole position for the final.
Imagine that after the mishap at Graham Hill Bend on lap number 1. That could be quite fascinating to watch how that plays out. So under safety car then, lap 6 of 14 they're currently on. Let's run you through where they are then in terms of those top 15 transfer spots. It is Jason Smythe who leads it. It is Jordan Dempsey in second place, Rory Smith in third, Connor Willis fourth, Charlie Mann is in fifth position, Alex Walker sixth, Callum Grant is seventh, eighth currently is the 29, which is Richard Simpson. That's then followed by Darwin Smith, who was last year's historic final winner. Mary Schultz in P10, Callum Baxter 11th, Noel Robinson 12th, Felix Fisher back down in 13th, still with the transfer spot. And the last two automatic places currently going to Bryn Kinch and to Leroy Stewart. On the bubble just behind them are both Rick Morris and Cam Jackson in the Winkleman. Also James Harridge is in there as well, as is Murray Shepherd and Sam Street rounding out the current top 20.
Indeed so. Right then, we are near enough halfway through this second semi-final. Out of the pit lane goes Will Arif, by the way. We said that he came in a little bit early on. He is laps down now, though, unfortunately, so not a lot of chance of him gaining significant positions, it would seem. Yeah, the second half of this race is going to be absolutely fascinating. Winner's time, by the way, in the first semi-final for Tom Nippers, 13 minutes, 15.217 seconds. So 13 and a quarter minutes, basically, is what we've got to try and beat. The significance being the quicker semi-final, as we've said, takes up the inside row of the grid. Therefore, the winner of it starts from pole position. Who will that be? Well, we're going to find out quite quickly. The safety car lights are out. Was that a shorter safety car period?
I'd say that's a shorter safety car, I'd say. Definitely.
I think it was. Was it an extra lap maybe we had in the earlier race? I forget. But anyway, we'll find out at the end of the race. There could yet be another safety car period, of course, the way that they're going. Now, when does Jason Smythe go? He goes early. So a different tactic to that of Tom Nippers even, in the race earlier on today, in that he bunched them all up and went really late. This was an early launch from Smythe, and it's not really had a great effect, has it? Because Jordan Dempsey has latched right onto his gearbox, and he's looking to the outside line into Paddock Hill Bend. He won't probably try and go right round the outside, but he cuts back to the switchback, and really well defended that from Jason Smythe, parked the car on the apex, and prevented Dempsey from carrying that momentum through.
As long as Smythe doesn't get himself into a twist, he should be absolutely fine. Now, leaders carry on then on lap 8 of 14, down towards Graham Hill Bend on the restart. So, it is Smythe that leads, Dempsey second with Smith in third. Of course, one thing you have to remember also this year is that, of course, Smith and Dempsey are teammates.
Yes.
BM Racing both in Medina Sports chassis, which means that they are, yes, they'll be on track to try and get what they can, but nothing to say they won't possibly try and do a bit of working together here. Walker having a big look up the inside to try and get past Charlie Mann. I think he avoided contact, but he holds on to 6th position. Still well in the transfer spot, but of course he'd like to be higher up than row 6 if he can. Now sprinting down the pit straight once again, Alex Walker, former National Formula Ford title contender and race winner with Kevin Mills Racing. Missed out on the title, has been doing some British GT in previous times on top of that too. And now in a Wayne Poole Racing Van Diemen 01 chassis from 2001. Callum Grant still 6th as now Dempsey and Smith start to close in. Little speculative look around the outside for Rory Smith, but the top 3 closing up. And Connor Willis isn't that far away in P4, so as I've said it so many times, the harder these 3 fight each other, easier it is for 4th, 5th and 6th to latch onto the tail and make it a 6-pack for the lead with what, just less than 5 laps to go.
There was a little bit of dust in the air on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, and I think Jason Smythe might have had 2 wheels in the dirt there, which is why they've all got right onto terms with him now. I mean, they weren't far behind him anyway, but you could see he was struggling a bit through the final turn. There's a surface flag at the final corner. Can't see any debris, so maybe someone's been dropping fluid, just an extra challenge maybe for the drivers to deal with. What do we think it is, Scott?
Possibly some dirt kicked up when guys given off the road, we think, so just being careful to let the drivers know. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go once again, 5 laps to go, lap 10 of 14. I think the 2 BM cars are starting to latch on together, side by side in the background for 5th. Here comes Alex Walker, finally with track position up the inside of Charlie Mann, and up into our top 5 goes the former National Formula Ford contender and race winner, putting his Wayne Poole car up into the top 5 past Charlie.
Yes, he does. We also had an improvement to 8th on the previous lap for Darwin Smith, who started 13th in this race. Rick Morris, by the way, is into the top 15 now as well, so he's in a transfer spot by a quarter of a second over the number 70 car of Cameron Jackson. So that's a battle worth watching if we could ever take our eyes away from this lead battle, which I'm not inclined to do because the top three are absolutely together still. 4 laps to go. How much of a risk do they really want to take, though? Rory Smith would love to start on pole position, but let's be honest, festivals have been won from lower than 6th on the grid in the past. Is it really worth going for a risky move, especially against a teammate, to try and get a row further up the grid?
These are racing drivers. You try to tell them not to take risk, and they certainly will every time that they get the chance. If they ultimately they say take the risk and try and get the reward, but of course in the festival semi-final, when you've got a transfer spot for the grand final and as high a position as possible to try and take, again, it's a calculated risk you have to take. And of course, given the fact that Rory's next immediate target is his main teammate in Jordan Dempsey, does he really want to risk the wrath of Andy Brickles potentially? I don't think he wants to at all, but he's holding on to 3rd place where he can. If he's resigning to 3rd place, fair enough. If he's going to try and size him up for the last couple of laps, that's his own calculated risk he has to try and take. Here goes Callum Baxter, diving up the inside of a TM Racing car of that, I think he's 29, I think that is Richard Simpson. That's the second of the TM Racing cars, because the other one is right there chasing after Connor Willis. No, that's after Marius Schultz, and off the road's got Oliver Buck. I think that's on the GP loop, I think. Yes, that's off the road. So that should be, I think, not too much trouble if they can push that away. Dempsey with the new fastest lap of the race in 2nd place. There's now 3 laps to go. As Fisher now got past Schultz, and there's also both Callum Baxter and Richard Simpson. And they are fighting between themselves over, that is 9th down to 12th position through Druids. Schultz gets run out wide by Baxter, has the inside line for the next corner, and Simpson thought about making it 3 wide and thought, nah, better off. He thinks, nah, not worth the risk.
No, absolutely so. They head down the Cooper Straight towards a yellow flag zone at Surtees, but they are side by side into the corner, and they do eventually manage to sort it out. Right, the leaders are coming through to start the penultimate lap of the race, and Jason Smythe is really weaving around out of the final corner to try and defend the lead from Jordan Dempsey, who tried the inside line into paddock. So the temporary truce is no more. This is all-out warfare for the victory, and it might well fall into the hands of Rory Smith in 3rd. The battle for 4th is pretty close as well between Connor Willis and Alex Walker, but it's game on now, Scott, for the lead.
Yeah, Rory Smith, what risk does he take? Does he try getting past Jordan? Does he think, right, do I sit here for 3rd and get that 3rd row spot alongside Niall Murray? It's a really tough decision to make. Do you just hold the position spot or do you go for it? That's the cheek coasting with a lap and a half to go. That's the agonised decision they all have to try and make. Dempsey and Smith are quite literally in a rock and a hard place here. Do they attack? Do they defend? Do they risk it? Do they play safe and get there to get their spot? Do they try and risk it from row 2 or row 3 and try and do what they can against the cars around them? One more time around Brands Hatch Indy. This is the big gamble they might have to try and play here.
I'm not sure Dempsey's close enough to Smythe, is he really? He had a bit of a poor run through Surtees, closes back in through paddock, but we know that Clearways is off limits for overtaking, so if he's going to get it done, it has to be in the first half of the lap. He closes slightly through paddock. Alex Walker has finally, by the way, got to the inside of Connor Willis in the background, and I think is going to go into 4th place. Well, they're still debating it, actually, and yes, he does go through there at the top of screen. The blue and yellow car into 4th, and Connor Willis down into 5th position. It is Charlie Mann, the red car, behind them in 6th place. Oh, all sorts going on here. This is Rick Morris. This is for a transfer spot, is it then? Yes, Rick Morris 15th, and the number 27 car of Stephen O'Connor trying to come through to claim the last spot in the final. That will go right down to the wire for the race win, though. Jason Smythe, I think, is going to come through and claim the race victory in semi-final 2. Jason Smythe gets the win. 2nd for Jordan Dempsey, Rory Smith 3rd, and by in the end, 3 seconds, that is the quicker of the 2 semi-finals. So that's pole position for the final for Jason Smythe. Tom Nippers will be alongside him. This is for the final transfer spot. Rick Morris has left the door open. No, closes the door at the very last second, and Stephen O'Connor pulls out. It's almost a photo finish, but Rick Morris, by 56 thousandths of a second, gets into the grand final of the Formula Ford Festival after fending off about 3 different drivers on that final lap. Rick Morris manages to do it, and he will automatically progress to the grand final later on this afternoon. Fantastic stuff. That was a brilliant race up and down the order. Fastest lap, by the way, for Jordan Dempsey on the final lap as well, but it was not enough to knock Jordan Smythe off his perch as the race leader, the race winner, and provisionally the pole sitter for the grand final, which is due to kick off at about 3:30 this afternoon. Do not miss it, and make sure you're here early because we are running ahead of time at the moment, and we may well get that race underway a bit earlier than originally scheduled. Jason Smythe, the winner there. Brilliant effort from Jordan Dempsey to come through, but he couldn't find a way past. Rory Smith will line up on the third row alongside Niall Murray, arguably the two favourites now. They'll both be sharing the third row of the grid for the final. Alex Walker and Connor Willis complete the top 5 ahead of Charlie Mann and Callum Grant. Darwin Smith and Felix Fisher next ahead of Maris Schultz. Callum Baxter, Richard Simpson in 12th position. 13th place then will go the way of car number 33. That was Leroy Stewart, who of course also therefore progresses to the final. So does Cameron Jackson, and so dramatically does Rick Morris by the narrowest of margins, 56 thousandths of a second ahead of Stephen O'Connor. Noel Robinson and Murray Shepherd will join Stephen as reserves for the final. If anyone else can't make it, then it's Sam Street and James Harridge, Leanne McShane, Gerhard Hausschultz, Mark Sawyer and Lorna Vickers in 24th position. We had a handful more, I think, that came home behind. 30 started the race. We lost a couple along the way. But at the front of the field, a brilliant battle and 3 more contenders for grand final success later on in the day. It is a win for Jason Smythe, and we will catch up now with Richard.
Jason's already got the spoils of victory, and on goes the hat. Alan Bowles just handing over the silverware. Jason, well done. Firstly, apologies for calling you Smythe all meeting. It's actually Smith, and we've got that straight now. Congratulations. Again, no such thing as a straightforward semi-final, is there?
No, not especially when someone like Rory does what he does. So, but he got what he deserved. So, yeah. So I'm happy with what we done. Car wasn't handling good in that one. We need to make a few changes, and we could see we were the quickest, and nobody could catch us. So, and we've more to come. So,
talk us through what Rory did.
Yeah, he was just desperate because he knew once I get by, I'm gone. Nobody's catching me. So, yeah, he knew he was desperate. He pushed me all the way up onto the white line in Drews, and I still hung around the outside. And then side by side coming out, and he just puts me on the grass again and then squeezed me going into Druid. So, look, I came out up on top, that's all that matters. So
the key thing is, you know, the viewers watching this, there's so much passion, isn't there? Everybody wants to get that top spot for the Neil Shanahan Trophy.
Yeah, no, definitely. Ever since I came here first, when Dad was racing and everything like that, so I just really, really want it, because me and Dad would be the first father and son to win the Formula Ford Festival. So. Yeah. Be just lovely, and we've such a good chance this year after doing what I done in that, and the car wasn't going too well, so we've more to come.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you're going to be in a race later on, because the first semi-final was just as exciting as yours.
Yeah, I don't know if my semi was quicker or not, so I don't know. Hopefully I'm on pole, I'm not too sure yet.
Yeah, I think it might be. We were speculating the safety car was slightly shorter in your race, so maybe that pole.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, we know we've the pace, so once I get out in that lead, I don't think anybody can stop us.
There you go, there's words for everybody. Well done, Jason. Congratulations on the semi-final win. We'll see you for the final a little bit later on. Go and prepare and enjoy that well. Second position goes to Jordan Dempsey. Fastest lap as well for Jordan. So that shows that you got the pace in the course of that one as well. And that must be good going into the final.
Yeah, I think showed a bit of experience there. I knew not to do anything silly. Thanks to the lads at BM Racing and Peter Martin, they've put a really good car together. So we've really good pace. Like I could catch Jason within a lap. So yeah, looking well for the final. And I know what it's going to be like in the final. There's a few naughty moves going out there in the first lap. So yeah, we'll wait and see what happens. Should be a bit fun.
We want to see some racing, but we don't want it to be decided in the clerk's office, do we, ultimately?
No, not really, but it was kind of borderline what happened in the first lap. I got the bird's eye view of it behind, and there wasn't really much of a gap there. Now, there was a pair at a minute, but there wasn't really much of a gap. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm looking forward to the final.
Preparation for that?
Send it.
Just send it. You're looking at a day to work out where you are. We think that was the faster of the two semis, so inside second row.
Yeah, well, we've been here for 5 days now, so I think if you haven't gone through all the data by now, you're a bit behind. So, yeah, just stick a set of new tyres on for the final, and we know the car is good, so just go for it.
Jordan, you make it sound so simple. I guess that's a good, straightforward approach.
Yeah, well, as I said, I've been here before. I know this event's a lottery, so you always have to just put your best foot forward and see what you can do.
Nice one, well done on P2. We'll see you for the final. Best of luck, enjoy your prep. And let's have a word with Rory Smith. Rory! The words are banding around, aren't they?
Yeah, bit of a frustrating one. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, I just felt like from the get-go being rammed around the first corner wasn't really the way I like to go racing. You know, it's not my style, and it's a bit out of order really. But yeah, then to be wiped out in the first lap is like, come on, like first corner, then first lap, just get wiped out. So We shall see. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the final. I think there'll probably be some sort of accident if that sort of driving standard goes on, so it'll be exciting at least.
Yeah, we don't kind of want it to go that way. I mean, and just focusing on, are there visits to the car? Are you and the other guys likely to get called up to give your version of events? Will they look at it?
I hope so, yeah. I'd like to think it's already being looked at. I mean, you know, being at the forefront of the race and with the live stream, I imagine probably showing that quite clearly. I'd like to think it's being looked at, but we'll see. I'm not really sure. Like, I've just got out of the car and stepped off. But let's see. You know, all in all, still P3, top 6 of the final, so I can definitely race the win there. So I'm not stressed about that. It's just slightly frustrating.
It's doable, isn't it, from there? Well done on P3. Thanks for the entertainment. Thanks for the words too. Really appreciate that. Roy Smith completing our podium. As you can hear, both semi-finals fraught. There's a lot of tension in the air, and that is going to carry through to the final. Whether we'll get an ultimate decision in the final or not remains to be seen. The festival always delivers this, doesn't it? Well, we're going to take a break from Formula Ford now, and apologies for getting the call into the next race wrong last time we moved away. Well, we went into semi-finals, didn't we? Now we have the Fixer Wheel Production Cup with the Silver Lake DS3s, and this time they will have the information for you, because it's the right call, isn't it? Let's go up to Andy and Scott back in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Richard. As he now rightfully says, yes, we are moving on to our sort of first of our two kind of non-Ford-based championships and series that are competing this weekend. It's the second race of the weekend, the final race of the season for the Fixer Wheel Production Cup, along with the Silver Lake DS3 Cup. And before we get things going, it was yesterday's race 1 winner Rich Hockley being pushed away from the grid. Now, he had some drama yesterday when he had a spin at the beginning of the first race. He came through to still win the race in his EK Honda Civic, but that car sadly being pushed away from the grid with issues. So I'm afraid that car is not going to take the start by the looks of it, or if it does, it will have to at least take it from the pit lane if they can get it fired up. And that now means that Dave Tyson, in his Peugeot 308 Racing Cup car, will be starting on his own on the front row of the grid. It's the Fixer Wheel Production Cup, brand new for 2025. It's effectively a sprint format of what we know for the class structure for Club Sport Trophy, which is essentially club and base race cars with a maximum power to weight ratio of 235 brake horsepower per tonne. And these cars are a very mix of mostly hot hatches, you can see, from Renault Clios, and on top of that as well you've got the Seat Leon in there too. You've got always the brilliant, unique Nissan Almera GTI of Daniel Cogswell, and we'll go through the rest of the car in a moment's time. So it would have been Rich Hockley on pole position in car number 111, the Honda Civic, but that car being pushed away from the grid. So sadly that car, unless they can get it fired up, will not take the start, at least from the grid. It'll be, in fact, Dave Tyson on the de facto pole position now in the race car experiences Peugeot 308. He's ahead of a pair of Renault Clios of Colin Dunn and David Myko. Then it's Andrew Thompson, his Seat Leon, and Daniel Cogswell in the wonderfully unique Nissan Almera GTI. How many of those do you see racing in club racing? Not very often, it has to be said. In terms of the rest of the grid, based on the results of race 1 yesterday, and it will be, if I bring my grid back up in a second, if I quickly refresh it, I can tell you the rest of the grid. As you can see, Theo Long and Dewey Grevy towards the back. We'll give you the rest of it in a moment's time, based on the results of yesterday. So you have David Michael, Andrew Thompson, Daniel Cogswell, Elliot Walker and Liam Brownie come next, and then Mini Cooper and Fiesta ST150. Is there Martin Cully in the Seat Leon, and the first of our Citroen DS3 Cup cars with Henry Swanson, who took the win yesterday, for Greg Rose in the Silver Lake sponsored car. That car back out once again, good to see. Jack Watts in the BPC Motorsport Fiesta ST180, and it's Stu McGreevy, who should be out there in the Peugeot 1SM, but is not lining up by the looks of it, which means on their own should be Theo Longman in the DS3 Cup car behind them. As I mentioned, this is pretty much a sprint version of the same class structure that you'll find in Club Sport Trophy, but nestled amongst it, you can see on screen here, two of them at least, are the new Silver Lake DS3 Cup cars. These cars are a new series for 2025. They should continue again in the Production Cup for 2026, and they are based on the Citroen DS3, I think 1.8 road car. And like other popular BRSCC projects like City Car Cup and like the new Fiesta Junior car, the Audi TT Cup, the BW1 series, you simply buy a donor car, strip it out, buy the mandatory set of kit of parts to put the car together, stick it all into one box, into one car, and you have a DS3 Cup car ready to go. I know that coordinator Andrew Payne has been pushing the series quite hard, of course, along with the series sponsors and partners Silver Lake, who of course have a car in the field. And of course, this is a great platform for this car to continue to build and gain more popularity, to find more numbers, and again some more cars built over the winter in order to get them ready for more racing in 2026. Alongside the DS3 Cup cars, which one technically has their own class in this series, there are 6 classes from A down to F. And based on power to weight ratio. The F class being some of the smaller cars you'll find, like City Car Cup cars. So the last few cars in the back of the field are ready to go. The green flag is all set, which means we're getting ready for the red lights. 5-second boardies up, and away we go. Clean start from Dave Tyson. Gets away initially okay, but David Myko from the outside of the second row of the grid will head down towards Paddock Hill Bend as the two Clios go either side of Dave Tyson's Peugeot in towards the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend, and it is Tyson who will turn his way through into the lead. So Tyson leads it then from Myko in second place, Dunn in third. The lightning start for Jack Watts. He was back and what was it? It's the 6th row of the grid, up to third already in the Fiesta ST180. So the red and grey machine up in P3 with a great getaway for BPC Motorsport. Also a quick start for Martin Cully. I think that's in his sibling Barry's car, because usually Martin's racing in his yellow Seat Leon Super Cobra, whereas this time I think it's the black car that Barry's driving. So Martin in a different car than you usually tend to see him. Car's dropping back actually is Colin Dunn. He was on the podium yesterday in his Clio, but he's now dropped behind that Seat and also the other one, which is 117 of Andrew Thompson. So back down to 6th position. Cogswell into 7th place. Liam Browning, who's been a regular in the ST150 Challenge, and before that also the City Car Cup. So plenty of action going on here. But at the end of lap number 1, this 15-minute encounter, the last 15-minute race of the year for the Fixed Wheel Production Cup and Silver Lake DS3 Cup. It is in the lead of the race. A gap already of, if we refresh the timing screen, just a couple of seconds already for Dave Tyson. Dunn in second place, and side by side also for second now, for second position. Myko looks up the inside of the Fiesta. Jack Watts stands his ground. There the wiggle on the exit of the corner as he puts the power down, squeezes Myko to the edge of the corner. There's a little bit of contact as they try to turn in and take the apex. Now puts a rather bemused Barry Cully, Martin Cully in front of them in 4th position. And Tyson continued to dominate the race in the early stages on this opening couple of laps. Out through Clark Curve. And here's the Fiesta in control. So it's Fiesta from Clio, from Seat Leon from Clio in 2nd to 5th position. Dave Tyson's Peugeot 308 has carried on. I think the timing screen's got a bit confused. I think it hasn't realised that we're 2 laps into the race rather than 1, because it's showing it's the end of lap number 1, but it's not. I'm certain it's had 2 laps. So Tyson's actually leading by P2. Up the hill once again. Now the 2 Clios go side by side again. This is now Myko defending from Dunn. He got 3rd place. Down the hill, back towards Graham Hill Bend they go once more. And just 3 wheeling as they go through Graham Hill Bend. Colin Dunn trying to push on. The 2 Clios pretty evenly matched. But it is that Fiesta, which only finished 12th yesterday, and is now back in the mix for an overall podium spot here. But we'll see Martin Cully is doing everything he can to keep him honest. The lead gap at the end of it, I think they have restored the 2nd lap now. Yes, they have now given them 2 laps rather than 3. So completed 2 laps in this race. 3 laps completed now for Dave Tyson. And he is now going to lead as they come across the line for 2nd place. The battle is on. He's now 6.9 seconds out in front as Tyson sets to do fastest lap of the race. Watts is choosing to defend the inside line from Barry Cully. Now this brings the 2 Clios back into play. This is the feisty quartet. They're battling over the podium spots, and Cully looks to the inside for Jack Watts, who stands on the brakes hard enough to activate the hazard lights on the Fiesta ST180. That happens a lot in the ST240s. If you hit the brake pedal hard enough, it thinks that you're about to have an accident. They don't normally disable that system in these race cars, they just keep them on. It's quite entertaining to watch to see the hazard lights flash up all the time. Andrew Thompson's not too far away either in the 117 Seat Leon, back in 6th position. Further back, looking at our DS3 Cup cars, Theo Longman, who started at the back of the 3-car group for the DS3s, is ahead of Greg Rose in the Silver Lake car, or he was at least, because Henry Swanson, I think, has just taken 2nd place in the DS3 Cup from Greg Rose in the Silver Lake sponsored car. Tyson with the new fastest lap of the race, 53.661. Here are the DS3 Cup cars. See them in all their glory. A nice natural progression for anyone that wants to race, who has been racing anything like a City Car Cup car, for example, even out of Fiesta Juniors. You could put yourself in one of these and get going. Now, side by side for 2nd as Cully got a good run exiting Paddock Hill Bend towards Druids. But again, Jack Watts holds on. Colin Dunn now goes seeking around the outside of Dave Myko. Huge understeer as Martin Cully tried to put the power down exiting Druids. And you can see the front wheels were turning at like a 45-degree angle, but there was practically no pace. Dunn gives him a friendly shove out of the corner. Come on, out you get, let's go. And still no charge through here as they come through. And this is now bringing in Thompson. Behind them, you can see that you've got Dan Cogswell, who is battling with Elliot Walker. So that is Cogswell in the Nissan Almera with the BTCC-inspired livery against Elliot Walker in car 126. And they're ahead also of Liam Browning in the ST150, but a pretty entertaining 4-car battle here going on. Could be 5 if Thompson can close in. Here's the DS3s, Longman from Swanson from Greg Rose. There is the Silver Lake sponsored car of Greg. See that car back out in the field. And of course, you can see they're all emblazoned with the bright pink windscreen strips and number plate stickers for both Fixer Wheel, the title sponsor of the series, and of course the Production Cup logo. So it's great. It's a really good platform for anyone that's got a car that fits the power to weight ratio cap of 235 brake horsepower per tonne, that also enjoys club sport but wants a punchier, shorter 15-minute sprint format. You can really go at it a bit harder, whereas with the 45-minute club sport race it's a little more strategic, given that you've got to go for quite a harder point in time. Well, now Dave Tyson has been pointed out in the commentary box, given a time penalty of how much? 10 seconds. That's for an out of position start. So he is, we'll look at the gap as they come across the line, because the battle for second, third and fourth is still going on. The gap is 14 seconds, so even at this rate Dave Tyson would not lose the victory if it stays as it was with 9 minutes to go. Into third place goes Colin Dunn at the expense of the Martin Cully Seat. He's now going to be under threat from Maiko, and now look at the inside line, and Colin Dunn had 2 wheels put onto the grass there as Watts defended sharply towards the right-hander at Druids at the top of the hill. And still this 4 are getting really close together. Andrew Thompson's not getting that much closer to this 4-car group. Dunn powers it round the outside to defend from Cully. He's now under threat from Maiko, and the 2 Renault Clios are now ganging up on the Seat, allowing Jack Watts to get away here in the Fiesta. And slowly but surely, Thompson just creeping onto the back of this 4-car train to make it a 5-car battle for the podium places. There goes Liam Browning in his ST150 Challenge spec machine. And then we have our 3 DS3 Cup cars. Still Longman leading from Swanson in second place in the Fixer Wheel car. Fixer Wheel looked after by Jared Coulson. Massive thank you to him and everyone at Fixer Wheel for their support of both series, of both the Fixer Wheel Production Cup and indeed the DS3s as well. Nice to see a Fixer Wheel livery DS3 in the series, even complete, I think, with pink running lights, which is quite a nice detailed touch. So out of the long, almost never-ending arcing series of right-handers through McLaren, through Clearways, through Clark Curve again, back onto the pit straight. Looking at lap time, Swanson was about 3/10 quicker on the last lap as they come across the line this time. Yeah, definitely much quicker. Into the 59s now, 59.9. Clark Curve, and that's Jack Watts running wide now. This gives the opportunity for Dunn to get the run up the inside line. He's been pressuring for several laps, and Jack Watts now finally started to capitulate here. The Fiesta trying to come back at them down the pit straight, but the 2 Clios are ganging up on the Fiesta here, down towards Paddock Hill Bend again. This is now on lap 9. As the right-hander down the hill and back towards Druids once again, and Maiko now putting him under more pressure for third position. So 1 Clio's already managed to find a way through. The second one might be about to follow him into position. And the 2 Seats are now getting line astern, because Martin Cully, whilst he's watching, will realise that Andrew Thompson's not that far away. Thompson now looking to try and pick up a top 5 position where possible. So there, Maiko darting out to put himself into Watts' mirrors. Dunn's being allowed to escape here in second place. And the hard these lot find each other as it's going to be, as Maiko just puts himself right into the inside curve to hook himself round through Clark Curve. Now it puts him on the inside, right onto Jack Watts' door. They're going to be side by side. Cully will get the slipstream here in the Seat. Might dare to make it 3 abreast down towards Paddock Hill Bend, but the slightly punchier engine in that Ford Fiesta gives him the edge in towards the braking zone for Paddock Hill Bend, turning in down the hill, and it is back to second place for the Fiesta. But for how much longer? Because it looks as though I think the Maiko will have just about enough. This is for third place. This is Dave Tyson, who has that time penalty, but is 20 seconds ahead in the lead and putting a lap on the DS3 Cup cars. And this has now seen, whilst that's battle going on, Longman caught by Henry Swanson. So there could be a change in the DS3 Cup ranks quite imminently as well. I'll keep an eye on that. They are almost nose to tail down the pit straight. But we continue to watch our fight for third now as Colin Dunn escapes up the road ahead of this 4-car scrap. And Thompson has now caught Cully. The 2 Seats, whether they work together or not, we'll see what happens in the next 5.5 minutes. Again, Maiko's car looking like he's a little more agile through the turns, trying to hook himself in. Uses past the AstroTurf to try and put himself alongside for the pit entrance, but there's still not enough pace to put himself off the corner alongside Jack Watts in the Fiesta. Here comes Cully getting a little closer under braking. So a really nice 4-car scrap going on between these cars for third down to sixth, as Colin Dunn continues to clear off up the road by some 2.6 seconds. So he looks pretty comfortable. Scored third place yesterday, looking for second place today. Once again, back around the outside. Maiko using all the track that he needs. He's now got possibly the line he needs. Breaks that a little bit later, forces Watts to give him the space. And through to second place goes the Renault Clio. So car 96, David Maiko into P3 then. So it is now Clio second and third. Now Cully fancies to look up the inside as well. But it might be him just defending his line from Thompson at the same time, who he's also going to have an invested interest in getting a top 5 place and a bit of bragging rights on top of that. But the smaller, slightly diminutive, but very potent little Clios are running away with it here. Not to suggest that the Fiesta and the Seats are what you call clumsy, but they are slightly bigger cars which are still got some agility, but maybe not as much to match the Clios that are a little bit quicker. But the hot hatch battle here, that was a change of position between Elliot Walker and Dan Cogswell last time we looked at them on the timing screen. Back to the outside defending for fourth position is Watts from Cully. Thompson keeping a watching brief in sixth place. And still Dunn in second, Maiko third. There's battle of a fourth going on now. Cully just getting ever closer, ever closer, ever closer to try and make this stick. Swing through Surtees. The two Clios have got a little more breathing space now. They're starting to pull away much better. The DS3 battle just goes past my position, still with Longman ahead of Swanson. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go, right on time. And as for Dave Tyson, he continues to lead by 23 seconds out in front. Has that 10-second penalty. Looks like I think Theo Longman kicked up the dust on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. This now continues to put Swanson there, although there is a bit of smoke pouring from the front of Henry Swanson's car. Now, is that bodywork or is that something that's possibly leaking or fluid? Or I think it could be possibly a wheel bearing, I'm being told in here. So something rubbing against the front left. It might not be affecting performance too much, but it's going to be certainly quite an annoyance. And of course, if it continues to get worse, then it will be a black and white flag, so a black and orange flag for Henry Swanson out there. If the smoke gets worse, you can see it's pouring off the front left. We're not losing him any pace at all. And he's about to be caught shortly by the scrap for second and third. And the battle for fourth behind them he's manoeuvring past Greg Rose's DS3 Cup car. Still Jack Watts in the Fiesta from Martin Cully in the Seat. 2.5 minutes to go in this final Fixer Wheel Production Cup race of the season. Andrew Thompson just keeping his powder dry back in sixth position. Not really going too hard at this point, but he'll sense an opportunity and take it whenever it comes around. So the two Seats now ganging up on the Fiesta, although I suspect that Thompson might be more vested in himself than helping his fellow VAG machine runner. Now the sprint begins again, back down the short straight. I might say B Cully, so that confirms it is typically his sibling Barry's machine, but not here this weekend, so taking the wheel of Barry's car instead of his own bright yellow Seat instead. And Barry and Martin was having a look up the inside, briefly going in towards Surtees. Couldn't make it stick, as the second and third place leaders also now go through past the DS3 Cup leading battle. We continue the focus on Dave Tyson. Oh, it's Dan Cogswell throws the car through Surtees in his continued pursuit to catch and repass Elliot Walker to reclaim 7th position. They are pretty close as they come out of the ever arcing right-hander of Clark Curve, and Dave Tyson gets a little close. He's going to get 2 more laps in this race. He comes across the line with 1 minute and 16 to go. Lap times for him are in the 53, so he should get easily 2 more laps. And oh, Elliot Walker! I don't think he realised that Dave Tyson was right there on his door, and that was so close to making contact. But thankfully, everyone avoided everybody else. And Tyson calmly slots his way past the 2 back markers. As for the fight for second place and third behind, well, Colin Dunn and David Maiko are pretty much away and gone out in front. No troubles there for them. It's that fight for fourth that was going on between the Jack Watts Fiesta and the 2 Seats of Martin Cully and Andrew Thompson. As there goes Cogswell. He's been a regular in Club Sport Trophy previously, as Dan, in other club racing contests. The Dave Tyson Peugeot makes his way down the pit straight. We'll get the last lap board. The 308 Racing Cup car once again go on to its last tour of the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Now for the fight for fourth, they've come a cropper on the DS3 Cup leader, Theo Longman. That's my blooper. Anyway, Theo Longman in the DS3 Cup car. On to the final lap they will go. Watts is feeling more and more pressure here. Having got around the back marker, he slots in neatly. He's got a gap now to Henry Swanson, who I think either ran over something or something broke and fell off the DS3 Cup car. Something appeared on the circuit just now, not quite sure what it was. But either way, continues on, as does Dave Tyson, up through McLaren, up through Clearways, into Clark Curve for the final time. It's great to have Dave and the Peugeot making their Fixed Wheel Production Cup debuts, and after missing out on the victory yesterday, he will come through to claim victory in the final race of the season for the Fixed Wheel Production Cup. A victory for Dave Tyson and the Peugeot, and they'll take over to silverware, along with taking a victory in Class A. For Class B, it's going to be a win for, looks like, Colin Dunn, and David Myko will take the Class C victory, as well as third place overall. And then we will have this fight for fourth that is still unresolved on the last lap of the race, as Cully goes one way then the other, trying to find a way past Jack Watts, but the Fiesta stays firm, still with Andrew Thompson keeping a watching brief. In through McLaren, in through Clearways, and up through Clark Curve for the last time, and despite the possible advantage off the corner, at least initially, for the Martin Cully Seat, it's going to be fourth position overall, and a finish of second in Class B for Jack Watts in the Fiesta, followed by Martin Cully, and then Andrew Thompson 4th, 5th and 6th. And as for the DS3 Cup, that will be a victory for Theo Longman. And Henry Swanson, despite the slightly smoky front end on the number 21 machine, Henry Swanson will pick up P2, and then it will be Craig Rose who will complete the top 3 in category. And that's the end of the season for the Fixed Wheel Production Cup. If you're interested to find out more, you can head to the BRSCC.co.uk website and head to the Formula pages, where you'll find Fixed Wheel Production Cup. Find out more, and if you've got a club and base race car that might have raced in Club Sport or a similar series, or even a similar concept to Production Cup with a power to weight ratio, club and base race car, you can come and join the action and get involved in Production Cup in 2026. And of course, if you're interested in the new Silver Lake DS3 Cup as well, you can also do so by heading to the BRSCC website and find the Silver Lake DS3 Cup Formula page as well. So the result of the final Fixed Wheel Production Cup race of the season sees Dave Tyson take the win, for Colin Dunn in second place, David Myko in third, then Jack Watts holding up Martin Cully for fourth and fifth respectively. Andrew Thompson sixth, Elliot Walker, Dan Cogswell, Liam Browning and Theo Longman, who won the Silver Lake DS3 Cup contingent, for Henry Swanson and Greg Rose. Some more action coming up shortly from another non-Ford based series, but also guesting today after they had qualifying this morning. That's for the CMMC, the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern Divisions, Super Saloons and Tin Tops. And they will be hoping to put on a good show for the local crowds here today. And we'll wait and see what they've got in store. We'll also bring up a grid when we have it for them, which I think they did after qualifying this morning. And then once that's done, we get into our last few races of the day incredibly already, because our timetable shows that we have the last Fiesta Junior race of the season coming up after the historic final. And I'll quickly find out, that's from the timetable. Yep. The cars now making their way ready to qualify all three of the DS3 Cup cars, which is helpful to see. So hopefully we'll hear from our Fixed Wheel Production Cup top three, but at the very least, Richard gets to chat to our top three in the Silver Lake DS3 Cup. You can talk to him now.
And great to get a chance to, in a minute, catch up with our DS3 winners. Just looking at damage on cars and things like that. We'll get the SP from them. Let's go and have a quick word and see if we can grab Theo Longman. Some congratulations there over with our drivers. Looks like cars are coming up for the next one, so I have to try and be quick on these ones. But Theo was one of our Fiesta Scholarship entrants last year, and rather than go Fiesta Junior, coming in and having a go with the DS3s. Theo, let's get you over if we can, mate, and we'll grab a quick word because we've got our guest formula on already. I think they're going to be going for a rolling start. And we'll do a handshake very quickly. And nice to see you, mate. Well done on the win. Better than yesterday.
Yeah, it was much better than yesterday. It looked promising from the start yesterday, but then about halfway in, noticed suddenly the power is not quite there. And then 2 laps before the end, coil pack gives up and pull in on the last lap. So having to start from the back on this one, but it went well.
It did, and you've had several wins in the class this year. I mean, we've had different drivers winning it, so the cars that we've had have been very competitive. And the BRSCC's little reward, a nice little carrot dangle for everybody for next year, standalone races.
Yeah, well, still hoping that happens. Honestly, to see a whole grid of these would be absolutely amazing. We saw it at Silverstone; it was incredible already with 8 of us. So a whole grid would be something else. But yeah, I mean, as you said, the multiple different drivers, they're so even, these cars. You honestly couldn't put something between them. It's incredible.
And this car was a Christmas present last year.
Yeah, Christmas present. I woke up, opened up some keys in a present, and then had, well, the road version of this sitting on the driveway. And over Christmas, spent the holiday stripping it out and got it sent back, and then we went off to testing.
What's this year's present? I'm looking at Dad.
Sponsors. I need it.
Sponsors are good. Theo, well done on the win. Congratulations. Let's have a word with Henry Swanson, second position. Henry, well done. What do you think about these cars? They're rather good, aren't they?
They're very awesome, yeah. I think I had a bit of a puncture halfway through the race. I was smoking really heavily. Okay. So I just thought I was slowly dropping back from first, and I just thought may as well just get it to the line. I'll be happy with second. I mean,
you're going to have a go next year if it's standalones?
No, next year I'm moving up to Brit car in the Peugeot 308, just to try a bit more power and see how far I can get. But
nice one, congratulations. We've got cars on track for the next race, so say well done. Very quickly, we'll grab Greg. Very quick one, because we've got cars on track, but you enjoying the DS3?
Yes, absolutely brilliant. Really good. Yeah, really enjoyed it today.
Hopefully see you next year?
Yeah, we'll be here next year, yeah.
Nice one, Greg, guys. Thanks very much. Sorry for the short chat. Back to Andy and Scott with our guests from the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club.
CMMC, Southern Super Saloons, around the outside, WRC, now, first the power gets underway, and many people guys Skeleton in the Renault Clio Cup car is on the third for the time being, Rebels in the slightly below S2, just powering his way around the outside, making three arrests. Skeleton goes for both of them back, diving down the outside of both Clive Henderson and Tony Skeleton to take second place, was it the lead of the exit.
going through into Paddock Hill Bend once again. The two teammates in the Fiestas are going. In fact, this is Ian Seal and the Rick Skelsey, the two teammates in the tin top category. Our three super saloons are continuing on both individual classes. You've got Rob Burley in Class A, Clive Hainsford in Class S, Martin Reynolds in Class B. Another new fast lap of the race goes into 52.960. Off the road with an issue has gone Ken Hunt in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. Some problems for the 144 machine. And also closing in on these top three is in fact Clive Hainsford in the Mazda RX-8. He's taking a couple of quick lap times. Took him a couple of laps to get into the groove, but once he's managed to settle himself in, he's looking a lot stronger. So 10 minutes, just under 11 minutes to go in this first of the two CMMC Southern Super Saloon and Tin Tops races. Little puff of smoke from the back of Clive Hainsford's car, but that's more a spitter of flame, I think, rather than an issue. You can see the inside rear wheel of Tony Skelton's car lifting as he turns through, very stiffly sprung. And I have to say, Tony Skelton on this shorter Brands Hatch Indy Circuit is giving as good as he gets with Rob Burley. His last lap was 3/10 quicker. I'm not going to suggest that Rob Burley is pacing himself to make this more of a race, but at the same time, Skelton, again, which I would stress again, is 90 years old. He's not racing like he's 90 years old. He's certainly got plenty of confidence in the car and his own ability. The threat now from Martin Reynolds, who is also one of the more experienced drivers in the field and using his Mark II Escort to full effect. Clive Hainsford too. And a nice four-car scrap developing now as this battle between second and third is just allowing Burley to ever slightly sneak away out in front. Four-wheel drive Escort, front-wheel drive Clio, and rear-wheel drive Escort, rear-wheel drive RX-8, of course with different engines, different layouts or so, all front-engined, but four-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, rotary engine and four-cylinder. Massive bit of flame on the downshift. That's one of the most entertaining parts about that Clive Hainsford Mazda RX-8. It does tend to shoot flame out the back on quite regular occasion. It's quick, but also it is quite an entertaining car to watch, and it's quite a nicely put together car as well. That car's been developed a little bit over the years. There it is again on the overrun. 9 and a bit minutes still to go. Skelton has got the advantage here. Reynolds, who is keeping him honest as much as he can, but of course this battle will continue on as much as he can in order to try and close back in on Burley, who is either just pacing himself or just taking a steadier drive, because I think he might have a bit more pace underneath him in that car. If he starts to turn it up, he might start pulling away a little more. I think he's had his play time now. So that gap is getting quite big quite quickly. Another new fastest lap of the race, 52.8 for Rob Burley. There's Sam Haywood, a regular in this series too, in his Renault Megane RS. Currently running in 6th position. Started in 5th, so down one place from where he began. Looking strong at this point. Down the hill. And again continuing on. Back now, a couple of the Honda Civics in the field. This will be Neil Gardner and Graham Richardson. Gardner ahead of Richardson. I think the Neil Gardner car, if I'm right in saying, I think that's an ex-Civic Cup car, Neil Gardner. We're getting a nod from Andy McKeown whilst he's mid-late lunch. 52.7 to Rob Burley, but then Tony Skelton pops in at 52.5 to go even faster, so he's getting much closer. The gap at the top of them, between them, is 1.4 seconds. Skelton just hanging back for a second, then putting a bit more pace in, hanging back, more pace, hanging back, more pace. Just going a little back and forth at this point. So the 87 car has got the rear quarters. I've seen that car in this series a few times before. That car, the rear quarter livery on that, very, I'd say almost Cadillac-esque in terms of their livery, or the logo for the Cadillac, but it's an interesting, unique colour combination on that car. Chasing hard for Neil Gardner, the battle of the EP3 generation Honda Civics. Tends to be the most popular Civic I think you'll find in club racing. There are others, of course. We saw Rich Hockley's Honda Civic in the last race, which didn't actually make the start. I think we got pushed off the grid to begin with, but that's the EK generation Honda Civic, the one before this one. ahead of them as well. That is the fourth Fiesta of Dominic Ryan, I think. Now change on to third potentially because Martin Reynolds is putting Clive Hainsford under pressure. And yeah, lots of flame, a lot of hot things going around this weekend, particularly with the flame spitting from several exhausts, particularly these two cars here, Hainsford and Burley. And Reynolds has got through to third place, so the Escort up into an overall podium place, not just overall but in Super Saloons. There goes Hainsford. Flame from the back here. Not quite. Some little aero details just around the edge of the brake lines where it kind of helps a little bit with some of the little aero flick-ups there that have been put on there to help added stability. Change between the two Honda Civics. So a move for Graham Richardson has put him up ahead of Neil Gardner and up into 8th place. Next target, if he can catch him, is Dominic Ryan in that Fiesta ST180, the Mark 7 generation, the same car that you'll find in the ST240 Championship, just slightly more standard, not quite ST240 spec. And the top three all did 52.6s last time, but the quickest of them all was Rob Burley on a 52.600. So even pace between those top three cars. Showcasing the kind of the full range of drivetrain options, because it's front-wheel drive, leads front-wheel drive, leads rear-wheel drive at this point, and they're all, in terms of speed and lap time, within 100th of a second of each other. Burley across, there's another new fast lap of the race. Skelton eclipses it further. So 52.6 for Burley, 52.4 for Skelton. Still 5 minutes to go. These cars are lapping. I think arguably they are some of the quickest cars you'll find this weekend. I think part of the Formula Fords, who in qualifying were lapping in the 50s, not the 49s, compared to Rod, who, whether he's going at 100% or not, we're not quite sure. He's probably just having an entertaining race out there, just giving a bit of back and forth, a bit of cat and mouse with Tony behind him in second place, I'd imagine. But Tony, to be fair, he's giving as good as he gets in that Renault Clio. You'd expect from races of old with Rod to kind of pull away in that car and dominate by several seconds, but Tony's doing enough in that Renault Clio to not only keep with his pace, but also be better. More flame shooting out of the back of the RX-8 as that continues on in 4th place. Terry Wallace had a quiet race in P5. Sam Hayward, Dominic Ryan, Graham Richardson, followed by Neil Gardner, and then Ian Seal in, I think, the sole remaining one of the two Fiesta ST150s, the white and red machines. The other one, I think, of Rick Skelsey, has dropped backwards. We also lost earlier in this race, of course, Ken Hunt in the Golf GTI, and Colin Claxton, another of the Ford in the Ford Escort. That was the Castrol liveried Ford Escort. Now both of the Civics have got past Dominic Ryan. So whatever happened on that lap, the ST150 to ST180 Fiesta has lost 2 places on that lap to both Neil Gardner and Graham Richardson. So Richardson has now moved up into what is now 7th place, Gardner up to 8th, and Ryan down to 9th from the fringe of the top 10. So just under 3.5 minutes to go. Gardner is keeping Richardson honest. He's just keeping a little watching brief behind, just moving this way and that to keep him into Graham's mirrors, just to remind him, I'm still here, I haven't disappeared. I'm still in striking distance. And all 3 of those cars are about to be lapped by the leaders, because Rob Burley is already turning his way in through Graham Hill Bend. Now the short sprint up Cooper Straight towards Surtees. Gardner back on the tail of Richardson, and if Burley catches him quick enough in one of the corners, that might well be a deciding factor. He's able to squeeze through on top of them as well. Burley drives to the inside of Dominic Ryan, picks up the place, picks up the track position. Skelton will come next. Skelton has dropped back now to, what's the gap this time now? It is 0.7 seconds, and Clive Hainsford now puts the fastest lap of the race in. Pops in from nowhere, a 52.411. He's not making really that many inroads, or not quick enough at least, on Martin Reynolds, I don't think, on the championship. And Burley hasn't caught the 2 Hondas yet. He will now as he turns in through Graham Hill Bend again. This is on their 15th lap. And past goes Burley on Gardner. Should do the same on Richardson if he gives him the space, but of course those 2 will close back up again. Skelton just doing enough to keep in touch of distance. He's now got the 2 Civics himself to deal with, who are into a fight of their own. And again, going through the right hand, you saw the inside wheel being lifted up there by Tony Skelton on the Renault Clio. I think the penultimate lap of the race, I wonder, because lap times are into the 52s and 53s, so I imagine they're going to get this and maybe one more lap around Brands Hatch Indy. Clive Hainsford has found some pace to close in on Martin Reynolds for that final overall podium spot. I guess it's now for the privilege to be able to speak to Richard John Neal after the race also, given the fact that it's going to be either an Escort or an RX-8 that he meets. Which one he'll get, I'm sure that Richard is waiting tantalising to find out if it's going to be Hainsford or Reynolds, one of the two. He's pretty assured who it's going to be for first and second, but for third, this could be the game, one that changes. The leaders come across the line. It will be the last lap this time by they'll start. Because a lap is 52-53 seconds. They cross the line with about sort of 46 seconds to go. And diving down the inside with a last minute move into Paddock Hill Bend. Do or die move there for Clive Hainsford, who's now got himself up into third place. In the RX-8 up past the Escort. We've also noticed that Neil Gardner has abandoned the battle with Graham Richardson. He's now into the pit lane with a problem. So sadly, the scrap between the two Honda Civics has now ended a lap or two early before the flag. So Richardson will go on to take an unchallenged 7th place at this point. Into 30s for the final time. Skelton getting a little closer, but it looks as though Rob Burley has this under control. You can lose count of the number of races to the hundreds that Rob Burley has won around the circuit. It's his home circuit. He always takes the Escort out whenever he can. And the Super Saloons, the CMMC, Super Saloons and Tin Tops, race number 1 at Brands Hatch. It is victory once again for the evergreen Rob Burley. He wins by, in the end, 1.1 seconds from Tony Skelton in 2nd place. Then it's Clive Hainsford who takes the final podium spot in 3rd. Martin Reynolds in the Escort, who had to capitulate after that last gasp move into Paddock Hill Bend, settles for 4th. 5th will go to Terry Waller in the Fiesta. 6th will go to Sam Hayward. 7th to Graham Richardson after he was having that race-long battle with Neil Gardner. And then Dominic Ryan will take 8th. And Ian Seal will come across in P9. Right on the last lap of the race here, we can see that Sam Hayward is not that far away from Terry Waller. It seems as though the Fiesta has enough to keep them again at bay. And after starting in the first few rows, Terry Waller will come to take the final top 5 place in the ST150 from Hayward in 6th position. And that is our last of the finishers from that race. So the CMMC drivers will be back once again for the final race of the day. It will be the curtain closer for the event, because it will be the race after the festival grand final. And of course they'll have quite a task to try and make that one up, considering that we anticipate the grand final is going to be something of quite an extraordinary race, considering the lineup we have in the first few rows. So the result from race 1 from CMMC Southern Tin Tops and Super Saloons sees Rob Burley, who else but Rob Burley, in the Ford Escort WRC, taking yet another victory at Brands Hatch. It is well into the hundreds for him in his career. Tony Skelton, 2nd in the Renault Clio Cup car, and 3rd for Clive Hainsford in the flame-spitting Mazda RX-8. He picks up the final podium place. Martin Reynolds 4th and Terry Waller in 5th, and Sam Hayward and Graham Richardson, Dominic Ryan and Ian Seal, and Neil Gardner, the final finisher, who did pit but came back out once again, who was 3 laps down. He's classified 3 laps down, and that's the rest of the retirements, including Skelsey, Hunt, Claxton and Clue, who retired literally the race started in the first lap. So, out gets Rob Burley, thumbs up for the man himself, here from him, Tony Skelton, and from Clark Hainsford, our top 3 for CMMC, Super Saloons and Tin Tops, race number 1 down there with Richard John.
Not for the first time I've spoken to Rob Burley to take you in. Haven't done for a while though, to be absolutely fair. So always good to have a catch up, and it looked like the car was behaving itself today, which was good. I'm continuing the run of having Scale Extra liveried cars that we're talking to. Rod, come over. How are you? Well done. Look like you taking it fairly easily out there, or was that hard work?
It was hard work. Brands Hatch Indy Circuit is always hard work because you've got all the twists and stuff. But just looking at the ages here, 70, 90 and 70. I don't know what we're doing at this Young Boys Festival, but so nice to win with a Ford at the Formula
70 now, eh?
Yeah, I am 70, yeah. Wow. And to win with a Ford at the Formula Ford Festival, I think we did all right.
Yeah, we'll let you off with that one, yeah. There's no extra prize money or anything, though. But how's things gone for yourself and the club this year?
Yeah, it's been a tough year. There's no two ways about it. Obviously, entries were a bit down today because obviously the Burkett was on yesterday, so a few guys were there. and obviously a few cars are broken, which is unfortunate, but we're still holding in, we're still hanging on. We're going to be racing again next year. Believe it or not, this is my first outright win at Brands this year.
No way.
Yeah, we've had a lot of trouble, but Joe there is doing the tyres. He's worked really hard the last couple of weeks because he said we've got to go out on a high. But I've got to say, Tony and the boys, they made it a good race, didn't they?
They did, yeah. It was a cracking race, particularly for third place in the end there, with Clive coming through on the last lap, which very well timed move. In the conversation we had over email in the week, you said you're going off to New Zealand to race. So tell us about that story.
Yes, last race out there 35 years ago, and it's now the son of the guy who I raced with who's invited me out there. And the one track that I haven't raced at out there is Taupo, which has been upgraded quite a lot because they have the V8 supercar, and that hopefully will be the one that I'll be racing at on January the 4th. Possibly in a BMW, not too sure at the moment. We're just getting that sorted out, but really looking forward to it. They're wonderful people out there. They've got a lot of circuits and they're really enthusiastic. And
you're going to have a long break out there, or?
No, it's 2 weeks. That's all I can afford. Get back to work. I've still got to earn some money to afford to keep this thing going.
Yeah, right, you got to keep going, haven't you? As much as anything else.
Yeah, it seemed like a long race, but when the car's going right, like it was this morning, it is such a joy. It's such good fun. You get the chirp of the turbo. Loads of people today have been coming around taking photographs. And I've got to say, you've got a good crowd here today, and they're a knowledgeable crowd, and they're all coming up and asking good questions. But it's nice to see, for this event, which is a good event, to see a good number of people here.
Yeah, that's nice. Loads of people joining us on the stream, and they will have enjoyed that race as well. I think we lacked a bit of commentary earlier on, so apologies for viewers for missing out on the commentary. Good to see you. They're going to have a word with Tony now as well.
Yeah, good. OK, thank you very much. Thanks.
Let's have a word with Tony Skelton in P2. Let's get you over, Tony. Have an handball. Tony, well done. P2. Enjoy your race?
Yes. It's quite good, actually. In the wet, I'll do better.
I think at one start, I didn't see at the end of the race, but certainly mid-race, I think you had fastest lap as well.
Did I really?
Yeah.
I ought to concentrate a bit more.
I think that means Rod owes you a beer, doesn't it, tonight?
Anyway, yes, it's the first time I raced here for some while, I think now. You probably know the story of Silverstone the other week.
I wasn't going to mention that, but now you brought it up. Do you want to tell the viewers?
No. No.
Well, let Scott and Andy do it on the commentary if they do. But anyway, it's good to see you here. And it was an outright win, wasn't it, Silverstone? You first past the flag, weren't you?
Yes, first past flag, that's it.
There you go. We know how to word these things.
Yeah, by some 8 or 10 seconds, So my car's very good in the wet, and it hasn't got the power that these boys have got beside me here.
Just driving skill.
Yeah. Oh, is it really?
There you go, more. Tony, great to see you. I'm going to have a quick word with Clive Hainsford before we get into festival modes. So, Clive! Hello, well done. Very well timed move there, sir.
Yes, I know. I knew Martin would be difficult. Hot rod move.
Okay,
Rod, same as Rod.
Yeah, that was a few years ago.
Yeah, I knew Martin. I've raced against him so many times. I knew he would be difficult to pass, and I really had to pick exactly where I was going to get him. But no, we nearly didn't get out because the starter motor packed up.
Oh, well.
So yeah, I'm just pleased I got out there, and yeah, we got some sort of a result. So yeah, no, I'm really pleased.
And you're going to be okay for later on as well?
Yes, we've got a spare starter.
So that's good. Tell us a little bit about the car. What's not standard on it, and what have you upgraded, etc.
It's probably easier to say. Yeah, the windscreen's standard and some of the bodywork and the underneath. That's about it, really. It's a 12-year project, and yet again we just had a new map in it, so I'm learning to drive it all over again. So every time we make a major change, obviously you have to relearn the car basically. But no, it's going fine. We'll be out for the next one. And hopefully Martin won't get the jump on me.
And what about next year as well? We've obviously got a race at the end of the day, which we look forward to after the festival final. But is there development going on over the weekend, and you guys keep carrying on?
Always. Yeah. Always. I don't think we've ever been out without some sort of modification to the car. Right. So no, it's a penalty for doing something different. But hopefully the fans like it. It's a rotary which people were normally scared of. So yeah, we're plugging away.
That's good. Rick Morris is the same age as you guys. He's out in the festival Brian Jones Memorial Trophy coming up. He says that the secret to keep going at your sort of age group is that he said lots of naps, cycling and running. Do you do all that as well?
No, don't do any of that. no, that's for him, not me. But I'm just set the rod collectively our ages for the three of us. At this rate, we're never going to attract youngsters, are we? If we're sitting at the front all the time. No, but thank you.
Thank you, Clive. Thanks for entertaining us. Well done. Good luck for race 2 a little bit later on. That is our classic and modern motorsport podium complete. We are now into build-up for one of our highlights. I mean, every race, to be perfectly honest, and it sounds a bit corny, but it's true. Every race has been a highlight. But we're looking forward to that historic element again. We had the Jeff Page Pre-82. Now we've got the Brian Jones Historic Festival final, which we are very much looking forward to. And with a bit of build-up, it is Andy and Scott. If we've got a huge amount of time, maybe we'll go and have a look in the holding area a bit. For the meantime, I'll hand you back to the commentary box.
Richard, yes, well, the assembly area is very busy, I can tell you. We've got a lot of cars queuing up, ready to head out onto the circuit. Well, 30 of them in total. And there's a reserves list of about a dozen who are hoping to gain entry to the grid. And that may well happen, this element of the grid. The older cars, some of them a little bit less reliable maybe than some of the more modern machinery. So there often is an opportunity for those reserves to get out on track. So we'll see if any of them do so. At the front, though, we're going to have a fascinating battle. Ben Powney, who elected, I suspect, to not run in semi-final number 2 earlier on to focus on the historic element of the festival. He's set to start on pole position. So Ben Powney, who we saw at the front of one of the progression races, I think, wasn't it, earlier on today, we know will be quick, and I think he will be gunning for a win here. He's got plenty of stiff opposition towards the front, though. Noel Robinson alongside him. Tom Hawkins is up there. We know how quick he is. James Rigby was flying earlier on when we last saw him out on track. The likes of Callum Grant up there too. It's a stacked entry, this, as competitive as the grand final is set to be later on, I think. This is the full grid. Tom Hawkins and Noel Robinson row 1, Oliver Roberts and Callum Grant row 2, with Arno Deuce and Mark McKenna on the 3rd row. Adam Higgins and Ben Powney row 4, row 5 Richard Higgins and Rick Morris, who scraped into the grand final an hour or so ago. James Rigby and Stephen O'Connor are then on row number 6. 7th row for Guy Skin, who was in the gravel, you'll remember, in his semi-final earlier on. Oliver Chapman even alongside. Maxime Le Breton and Cameron Jackson next, ahead of Gerhard Hausschult and Peter Daly, with Anthony Denham and Sam Street completing the top 20. Then it's Oliver Buckton and Bob Hawkins, Will Arif, if he's got his car troubles sorted, and Colin Williams on row number 12. Then the 13th row of the grid should be shared by Sam Street and Bob Hawkins, I reckon, although there might have been a couple of amendments to the back of the grid. Yes, it's Stuart Kestenbaum and Ben Turner now, then Lorna Vickers and Klaus-Dieter Hackel, with Matthew Sturmer and Harrison Morrow at the back of the field. So another 30-car grid, which is going to be the order of the day now, really, for all things Formula Ford. A packed entry for the historic final, and we are very much looking forward to the show that they put on, the historic final. Don't be fooled into thinking that just because these are older cars that the racing is any less competitive. They go for it just as hard as we will see the pro drivers doing in the grand final later on, and they've produced some thrilling finishes over the years. And very, very evenly matched bunch of cars and drivers at the front in particular. We might have a gap, do we? Is there a car in 6th position? Is Mark McKenna there or not? I'm just trying to peer out of the window and see. When the grid graphic's gone, I'll be able to tell you, but I think there is a gap, possibly. Yes, there is. So Mark McKenna's not there, and P8 as well. 2, 4, 6, no, P9, P10, sorry. Missing? Am I talking rubbish? No, P10, Andy Charsley is not there. And maybe a couple of gaps further back. Well, this is where the reserves list comes into play, because there will be drivers who are on the reserves list and who are chomping at the bit to get out there. There is an order as to who gets in first. So 163, Matthew Sturmer, well, he's actually already on that grid sheet, so I think we've moved some way down this. 169, Alan Slater is next, then it's number 6, John Blanchard, then number 75, Harrison Morrow, who I think I said on that grid sheet as well, didn't I? Number 40, Russell Giles. 50, Will Arif, he's definitely out there. 48, Tim Fitzgerald. Number 7, Jonathan Nash is on the reserves list. There's a whole host of them, and they work their way down that reserves list in the order is based upon heat qualifying, I think, isn't it? The grid for this and therefore the reserves list. And so with a little bit of shuffling to be done on the grid to account for some of these reserves and to fill maybe some of the gaps. It's just taking a minute or two to get the green flag lap underway. When we do get the green flag lap underway, it's a final over 15 laps, the distance, so shorter slightly than the grand final earlier on, with a healthy entry, as we have said, and hopefully we're near enough sorted. There's still a bit of discussion going on at the back, isn't there? But they are releasing the cars anyway onto the green flag lap. I'm sure they'll have it all sorted out by the time they next make it round to the start-finish area. So, pick your winner, everybody. This is going to be very close, I think. Ben Powney, who, as I said, was... I don't actually think it was the... progression race I was thinking of, was it? No, it was the second of the pre-82 feature races earlier on today, which saw Ben Powney scrapping with Mark McKenna for the win. So it's a shame McKenna isn't out there, actually, because he and Powney would have been pretty evenly matched, I think. But it goes to show how competitive this is, because McKenna had only qualified 6th with Powney on pole, so there were 4 drivers in between them, and yet those two were covered by only a quarter of a second at the end of the 15-minute race earlier on today. So we would have expected a similar battle perhaps between them and others in this one, but there are plenty of other quick people up near the front, and there is number 13 going through. That's Stuart Kestenbaum. Well, actually, he's entered as number 13, but number 13 in the entry list is William Liston. So Kestenbaum, yeah, he's not here, so Kestenbaum has taken number 13. Was Stuart originally entered? Oh yeah, Stuart was originally 113 in his 1990 Van Diemen, but obviously now gets to take his preferred choice of number 13. Lucky for some, we'll wait and see if it is for Stuart in this historic final. He'll be starting from 27th on the grid, or well, actually a bit further than that, I suspect, now that we've had a few additions to the entry. So, Scott Woodwis, historic final, usually a highlight of Festival Sunday, and a little taste maybe of what we're going to see in the grand final a bit later on. But so nice that we're able to shine the spotlight, and we really have shone the spotlight actually on this era of Formula Ford today. We always have the historic final, but to have the 2 pre-82 races as well, these cars are certainly not forgotten, and they're certainly still capable of putting on a show.
Absolutely, and the great thing is that these cars, which are built from as young as 1998 all the way through to the start of Formula Ford in 1967, the span and the breadth and depth of different chassis performance and marks is always fantastic to see. So this is going to be quite fascinating. Tom Hawkins, who is now a double Super Classic A-Class winner for the season in Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford. Noel Robinson, always formidable at the festival. Oliver Roberts has been a perennial rival, even though he's been in a different class to Hawkins in 3rd position. Callum Grant, you never count Callum Grant. So I think for me, possibly for 4th on the grid, he's possibly my favourite for this victory, I think. Callum, I think he's so quick. Anytime he's been out in a Formula Ford like that, he's always been fast. I'm also going to watch with Stephen O'Connor back in 12th on the grid. He's won races this year in Super Classic. He can also make it happen too. A few gaps in the grid. We've got a set then, so you'll wind back the clock some nearly 20, 30, 40, 50 years to go for the historic final. Let's see who can win the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy for 2025.
Indeed so. Here we go then. Red lights on, and we are ready to go racing then. And Tom Hawkins from pole position gets us underway. Great start made from the outside of row number 2 by Callum Grant, and he will be in second by the time they arrive at Paddock Hill Bend. Callum Grant then into P2 at the expense of Oliver Roberts and Noel Robinson, who are debating 3rd place, and it will be Oliver Roberts who ends up gaining the position, I think, in that instance. But Tom Hawkins, so far so good. Great launch off the line, and he leads them pretty well. Did lead uncontested, but then got it all wrong through Druids. Ran wide, and they're all back together again. So Callum Grant right on the tail of the race leader. A bit of argy-bargy further. Oh, that was Ben Powney, wasn't it? So Ben Powney a lot further back than I expected him to be in car 37. Had originally been stuck on pole position, but obviously starting mid-grid. He is out there, started 8th, I can see on the amended grid, and is one of many to watch.
James Rigby going up the inside of Richard Higgins, who's a former winner in this historic final before from 2 years prior. He's also got Stephen O'Connor in the mix there as well, but at the front of the field, it is going to be Tom Hawkins who leads with Callum Grant all over his gearbox, and then it's Roberts, and then Robinson in 4th position, Adam Higgins in 5th position, Arno Deuce in 6th, and around the outside for it on the high, wide and handsome line goes Callum Grant. Only took him a lap, Intimately the historic final, but you know the two cars behind are going to put him under massive pressure. One car to the gravel in the background, but survives. Roberts goes down the outside, lock up from Richard Higgins. It's all kicking off in number 2. And off has gone Rigby. I think there's somebody else got off as well. Powney's off in there too. So is Richard Higgins. They're all looking at each other thinking, what on earth went on there?
Well, that was a bit odd, wasn't it? It's almost like there was some fluid down because everyone seemed to suddenly have a lack of grip as they arrived at Druid's corner. So that's a shame for Powney. His chances of a historic final victory probably gone. Big move up the inside there and a bit of wheel banging as well. And has that broken the right front suspension, I wonder, on car 16, Oliver Roberts? It was Adam Higgins launching through on the inside line. And Higgins, I believe, is now up into 3rd position. So a feisty move. It gets him into 3rd, but for how much longer? Because now round the outside is that no, it's Higgins coming back at him as they go into Paddock Hill Bend, and through the right-hander he reclaims the position. So Higgins and Robinson debating that place as they head through Druid's corner, where hopefully everyone keeps it on the straight and narrow this time. Yes, they do. So I don't think it was fluid. I think just a little bit of over-exuberance a lap previous.
Great driving so far for Peter Daly. Started what was it back in 18th up to 8th. So good driving for Peter so far. Of course, he's won the progression race earlier on, so actually moving himself up nicely into the top 10. His next target, I think, is going to be Oliver Chapman, his old sparring partner from that progression race, so that'll be rekindling battles from then. And at the front, though, is still Grant from Hawkins, from Robinson, from Higgins, from Deuce. So we've got 2 Marlborough liveried-esque cars in the top 5. Good to see. One is, tell which is which. Robinson's car is traditional red and white. Deuce's car is orange and white, and it has Marlborough. And out the rest, sadly, is Ben Powney with a damaged nose cone. That was one of the favourites for the historic final. His car is off the road on the inside of Graham Hill Bend. He won't be going any further unless he can get that car going. New fastest lap of the race goes to Stephen O'Connor, who's back in P10. As they come into Druids once again, now closing back in with Roberts. So whatever the contact was, it's not going to hold on too much. Arm at the cockpit to signify that he was waving something. As Powney's car's off the road, and that is in the background Sam Street in the Wayne Poole racing car. So he's out of it, looks of it, in car 81, so he can get it going again. So it's all kicking off. There is still, 10 laps to go?
It's hard to keep up with this race, isn't it, really? Safety car is out, thank goodness. That gives us a chance to take stock of what's going on. A hand immediately out of the cockpit for Callum Grant. There goes Ben Powney. Oh, and there's been another little tangle on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, actually. 2 more cars have come together. There we go. Oh, it's, oh dear, Stuart Kestenbaum.
And Vincent J.
And Vincent J, yeah, well, I said 13 was looking for some, but not for Stuart Kestenbaum, unfortunately, who is out of the historic final. Now, that's happened as they came out of a yellow flag zone, which will not go down particularly well. I was about to say, I don't really understand how Ben Powney's ended up where he's ended up, on the inside of Graham Hill Bend, with damage to the front of the car. I can only imagine something has broken after the initial bit of contact at Druids and sent him off the road down at the bottom of the hill. Red flag now comes out, so the race being stopped, and I think that's sensible. We've got at least 3 cars that need to be moved, and all from the same part of the circuit. Well, there are only so many marshals at that part of the track, and so many recovery vehicles available to be used, and this is going to be a fairly lengthy delay, I suspect, whilst they get everything cleared up.
We are ahead of time, I should say tentatively, because we've red flagged the race and the time is 2:25 We were scheduled to start this race at 2:30, so we're ahead of time, which is what we want to be in the festival, because it gives us a buffer in case we need to do situations like this. So drivers will have to just bring their adrenaline levels down a little bit, bring themselves back onto the grid. What it now means, of course, is that they will come back to the last complete lap, which was 4 laps completed, or at least 3 in fact for everyone, and they will set the grid based on how the order was under the red flag, I guess, at the last complete lap by the leader. So Callum Grant will now get the chance to start this from pole position on the restart with Tom Hawkins alongside him. Then it'll be Robinson and Adam Higgins, Arno Deuce 5th, and Oliver Roberts in P6. And also, interestingly enough, Peter Daly will get to start this restart from P8. 10 spots up from where he started originally. Yeah, good point, actually. We know he's quick. He's won in the historic races in the past. He is a very, very quick peddler in his 1988 Van Diemen. And yeah, he was a little distance away from the lead group. He was about a second behind the next car, which was, as you said, the number 691 of Chapman. So now he's right behind Oliver Chapman. Oliver himself is a capable driver, as we've seen. And so, yeah, those 2 cars definitely a couple to watch. They're lining everybody up on the outside on the start-finish straight, which is standard procedure in this situation, because we're not going straight back to original grid order. They need to establish exactly where everyone's going to be starting. In fact, even if we were going back to original grid order, they will park them on the outside. The start line marshals will be sent an updated grid from race control,
And once they've got that updated grid, they can start about gridding the cars where they should be. Ben Powney there helping to get his car out of the way. It's refusing to move, isn't it, for whatever reason? So that could be damage to the right front corner that they're looking at, and that's just preventing it from rolling backwards. That will further delay us. And yeah, with 3 cars to be moved out of 4 cars, of course. I forgot about Sam Street. His car had pulled over at the side of the road. Now he's just discussing with the marshals whether or not it's going to be able to be driven back. He's looking at the back of it to see if he can maybe figure out a way of getting the car fired back up, but I think that's going to require a tow. So that car needs towing. There are 3 others that need flatbed trucks, I think. We only have 2 in attendance, I think, so that will take a little while. And then there's the not insignificant challenge of regridding the remaining cars. But what we saw before the red flag there, Scott, was some very interesting racing, and Callum Grant, certainly on his toes, got to the front of the field quite quickly, but wasn't really escaping.
No, it just shows the calibre of the field that we have for this year's historic final in particular. There are a couple of drivers who I think are showcasing themselves quite well. I thought Adam Higgins looked pretty good in 4th position. I thought Arno Deuce was also pretty. I think the first time I've seen him in the festival, at the very least for a long time. It's the first time I've come across that name, but good to see the Frenchman come across from continental Europe in another retro-inspired livery. I think he's got, rather than Marlborough, he's got Marlboro. He's changed the B to a D, and he's changed the colours from red to a more, I guess, luminous orange in that side of the car. But it looks quite a smart car, at least. He's got a 1991 Van Diemen, good vintage for that car. And in 5th position at the red time of the red flag, Oliver Roberts, who again has been a front runner in Class B all season for Super Classic Pre 99. He'll be up there too. We had that evergreen battle that's been going back and forth between Oliver Chapman and Peter Daly all day. First of all, it was in the progression race, then it was in the semi-final. Now it's again here in the historic final. Those two can't leave each other alone, which is quite amusing. Also in there too was Stephen O'Connor, and that's a Team Dolan run car, if I'm correct. That's the 1990 Van Diemen. And also Maxime Le Breton, who's another car that I haven't seen too much before in this festival, at least on these shores. Another car from France. That's another 1990 car Van Diemen in there as well. It's, if you look at the vintage of the cars, the oldest car that's in the order at the front, in fact, the youngest car in the oldest car in the top 10 is by far Oliver Chapman's Lola 200. The rest, next oldest car, is in fact Peter Daly's 88 Van Diemen. Everything else is either from the vintage of either 88 to about 92, and then the youngest car appears to be Tom Hawkins in that 95 SC95 Swift. So the faster cars, on paper, at least on how it looks on the grid, is that it's those kind of late 80s, early 90s cars that tend to be the cars that you ideally want in terms of that sweet spot for performance in these super classic classes to get yourself towards the front. There are a couple of exceptions, but for the most part, that's the kind of era of 88 to 92 that you want to try and pick up a car. That seems to be another one of the golden eras of 4 or 5 years of Formula Ford in the festival, where you had some really good, nice, modern, starting to look more modern-looking shapes.
Spotted 2 cars, by the way, returning from the outer paddock. One was Cameron Jackson, and one was James Rigby. So 2 quick drivers who seemingly hadn't taken the initial start of the race are now making their way down towards the assembly area, presumably in the hopes that they'll be tagged on to the back. But no, they've been sent away again, I think. The number 70 of Cameron Jackson disappears back down the tunnel, and I reckon might be followed by James Rigby. I wonder whether they were caught out by the earlier than expected start time for the historic final. As we said, we were running about 15 minutes or so ahead of time. I'm afraid, being the optimum word, but we are rattling through the recoveries quite quickly. Sam Street's car there, look, is being towed away. They have got Vincent Jay's car on the low loader already. There is Ben Powney's car being lowered down, and that leaves only the Stuart Kestenbaum machine to be recovered from the exit of Graham Hill Bend as well. So once his Van Diemen is out of harm's way, we should be good to go. They've got a JCB forklift unit which has arrived at the scene. I'm not really sure why. I think they are definitely struggling to get the Stuart Kestenbaum car lifted for whatever reason. And there goes the JCB. I think it's now been given the message that it's not actually needed anymore. There is Stuart Kestenbaum's car. They've got it attached now, getting it lifted up, and that should, as I said, be out of harm's way within the next couple of minutes or so. So they will regrid the cars in a moment or two. There'll be another green flag lap, and then we will have a race restart. We haven't yet been notified how long that restart will be. The timing screen just says we're on lap 5 of 15. Well, of course, that will change, but whether they decide to give them the full 10 laps or not, I don't know. I don't see any reason why not, though, to be honest, Scott. I think they should be able to give them a 10-lap run because, as you said, we're pretty much starting now more or less on time. So hopefully we will get at least another 10 laps of this once things get going.
You'd hope so. It would give us an opportunity to really see who can win this Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. I don't think it's the first time we've had a red flag in this race before, so it's not unfamiliar territory, but there are some drivers here who I think potentially are doing it for the first time. I'm certain this is Callum Grant's first attempt at the historic
really?
final. I think it is, because he's done the Walter Hayes quite often and been successful there, I think, to many an occasion. I think it's his first time doing the festival, at least in terms of the historic final. And I've kind of always wondered how he'd go if he did actually do it. Now I'm getting the answer, which is he's at the front, and with a very good chance of putting his name on that trophy, which is will be exciting to see, I think, because if you look at the names before it, who've won it before, people like Cam Jackson, who's in this field, Richard Higgins, who's in this field, Darwin Smith, who won it last year, and then, of course, on top of that, you then look to, of course, for all of that, there was Matt Rivette, who was the first winner in 2021, and then, of course, you look to last year with Darwin Smith, so we are on course, at least, I think, potentially to have a fifth different winner. Of course, if Richard Higgins can win it, that means that he can put himself to be the first two-time person to win the trophy, and, of course, it's only in its infancy, because this trophy only was created in 2021 to honour Brian Jones after he passed away, sadly, in January at the beginning of that year. And so it was brought in, and unfortunately it was that moment when it was the 50th Formula Ford Festival, so he missed it. So it was quite a fitting way to bring it in on the 50th Formula Ford Festival. And as I said, we've had 4 different winners from the first 4 times that race has been run for that trophy. Whether we make it 5 from 5, because look at the front of the field, we have not had Callum Grant win it. Oliver Roberts hasn't won it. Noel Robinson hasn't won it. Tom Hawkins hasn't won it. Arno Duce, of course, hasn't won it. So the first 5 or 6 cars in the field, even Adam Higgins hasn't won it, but I think his brother has won it, but Adam hasn't. So the first 5 or 6 cars, have a good chance here of putting themselves to be another new name on the trophy if they can manage a good result here.
You're right that Callum Grant hasn't won the historic final before, but he has been in it. He was 3rd 2 years ago in the historic final. I've rung a bell somewhere that I'd seen him, and a quick bit of Googling, other search engines are available, has revealed that, yes, he was 3rd in 2023. So he's been at the front in this race before, but not won it before. You're right, he's had much more success over at the Walter Hayes Trophy, and, of course, in historic Formula Ford 1600 racing circles, where he is one of the top guns, really, in that style of racing. Right, the last of the recovery vehicles, yes, is out of the way, and so the regridding process can begin in earnest now. They'll put the result back a lap, although our timing screen, intriguingly, has now returned to 15 laps the distance. They might just be resetting it, I grant you, but if that is the case, I don't think that can be the case, because we've done 5 laps, haven't we, when the red flag came out. There goes Vincent Jay's car. That's particular Van Diemen we will see no more of, nor Stuart Kestenbaum, unfortunately. Hopefully not too much damage done, so that they can get the car back out, perhaps at the Walter Hayes Trophy, which I believe is next week, is it? Yes.
Next weekend, yeah.
So I'm sure we'll see lots of these out there. James Rigby is going to take the start, interestingly, from pit lane. So Cameron Jackson decided to go back to the outer paddock, but James Rigby has decided that he was supposed to be starting 4th on the original grid, but that, quite frankly, is nothing like the actual grid we ended up with. 11th is where he was going to be starting. We know he's a quick driver, and of course, yes, he'll be starting from the pit lane, but he could still make some decent progress from there, Scott.
He could. I mean, he got some good progress after his spin earlier on. He used to pick himself up into a podium place. What was it for it was the pre-82 race, wasn't it, earlier on? So he can make his way through, but of course, you have to pick his way through a slightly depleted field, because of course, we've had a few cars that pulled out, then the cars we've had drop out through these first part of the race. So it's not exactly the 30 cars that we started with, but it's still a field he might have a chance to pick his way through to, and he'll know he's got pace over some of the cars towards the back, so he can try and pick them through for whatever laps we have left. The timing screen hasn't switched itself to how many laps we have. No, it has now 11 laps. 11. So we count it back to the end of lap 4, because that was the last complete lap that everyone had done. So it's back to lap 4 completed, so 11 laps for the restart of this historic final. And it now puts, as we said, Callum Grant in the mix, because the rule is usually if you red flag it within the first 2 laps, you go back to the original grid. If it's beyond 2 laps, but before 75% distance, you go to the order it was on the last complete lap, I think, that the leader did and everyone else did, if that makes sense. So it does now put Callum Grant on pole position, gives him arguably the best chance he's ever had to win the historic final ever, literally.
Except he will not have this all his own way. I quite confidently predict. I think based on what we saw there, Tom Hawkins certainly feels he's got the pace to go with him, and there were some quick drivers moving through the field early on who will be very pleased actually that they now get to restart the race far higher up the order than they started it. Weather currently about the same as it has been all afternoon, really. A blanket of cloud, but no rain at the moment. There is a chance of it from 3 o'clock. Some people say 5 o'clock. It depends which particular forecast you choose to believe. We will just keep looking out of the window. Yeah, that forecast says 3 o'clock onwards, a chance of rain. But it was telling us that yesterday when the sunshine was blazing down on us, and then we had it exactly the same way around. It said it was raining, it said it was sunny, and then it turned out it was raining. So we'll wait and see. We'll just watch out the window, I think, and see what the weather gods have in store for us. Callum Grant looking very pensive there as he considers what lies before him, and really what lies behind him. That's the key, isn't it? If he can get off the line well, lead into Paddock Hill Bend, then it's all about defending that race lead from a horde of very quick drivers behind him.
Very quick drivers. You've got Adam Higgins, Arno Deuce, Oliver Roberts, Oliver Chapman, Peter Daly, Stephen O'Connor, Maxim Le Breton, Richard Higgins is back there too as well. You've got Ben Turner, who I'm sure that's an ex Matt Rowling, the World Championship. Matt Cowley car, because I reckon it's black with the yellow side pods. That was always the colour scheme that Matt Cowley usually ran. So I'm certain that's the next Matt Cowley car. If it's not, then it's a very similar looking car. But typically the black and yellow, which is Ben Turner's car, I think, which is just about, it's on row 6, I think, or further back from there. About row 6 or 7 on the right hand side, just in front of one of the yellow. I think the yellow PRS is Colin Williams, who is starting on this restart again about roughly row 7, I think. Back so my eyes don't deceive me.
I think you might be right. It does look familiar. My eyesight's worse than yours, I fear. But yeah, it does look familiar, doesn't it? I vaguely remember.
That's ironic, considering I'm the one that wears glasses.
You're here. Well, maybe I should too. But yes, I think you might be right. It certainly is familiar colours, isn't it? And we know how quick Matt was in a Formula Ford car. Yes, Scott's pointing at it on the screen. It's 7th row back, isn't it, on the outside line. We'll have a proper look at it when the race gets underway, which shouldn't be too far away now. I think team members slowly clearing the grid to be replaced by marshals who are ready to assist should any car not be able to fire up and get going. But 11 laps, the restarted distance then for this Brian Jones Memorial historic Formula Ford Festival final. And Callum Grant, can he go to better than he finished a few years ago, and 2 years ago, and claim a victory in this race? Well, he's about to launch off onto the green flag lap. Be intrigued to see whether actually James Rigby is starting for the pit lane or whether they're going to wave him round to start from the back of the grid. I'll keep one eye on that. If he starts on the grid, then he's really a threat, I think, to maybe not win, but certainly get a half-decent result. Off they go on the green flag lap then. And really important, this is only a short lap. They only get 1 lap, and they'll have lost any tyre temperature that they'd built up in the first part of the race. And so really vigorous weaving will be required, but don't make the mistake that we saw several people make yesterday and weave a bit too vigorously, because there were 1 or 2 who suffered the embarrassing fate of being rescued from a gravel trap on a green flag lap.
Yeah, not talking in particular, Ben Cochran. All jokes aside, it is a tricky thing, particularly when the temperature starts going down a little bit. It's still 9 or 10 degrees, so that's definitely not toasty. It's going to be quite a cold circuit out there, of course, on top of that. But typically I've found that, as far as I understand, a cooler circuit is better for warmer tyres because you can regulate the temperatures much better with those cooler temperatures. Obviously too cold, and obviously if you have the tyres too cold or too hot, they have the same effect. You lose grip and it feels like ice on both occasions. So find that sweet spot to make them sticky enough to be able to give enough grip throughout there. And these are obviously quite tough tyres in a mix. They're not tyres with a massive contact patch, they're very skinny tyres that they run on Formula Fords, both the older cars and the newer ones that run either ACB 9 or ACB 10 Avon tyres. It's quite key. The wind's also picking up as well, as you can see, which is also quite key as well. It is blowing. That's more like a crosswind across the circuit, isn't it? So that's going to be quite tricky, particularly for cars that are going to want to make overtakes, or under brakes at least, when the rear end gets all skittish and all the weight goes towards the front of the car. So in terms of who's where on this grid, I mean, it's going to be very fascinating to see. I think the battle between Callum Grant and Tom Hawkins is going to be key. I've always recognised that on the front of the grid, you kind of want to be on the outside of the front row, because I remember this from ages ago from TCR UK, with talking about it when you had, I think it was Dan Lloyd and Ollie. Taylor, that's it. He was on the outside of the front row of the grid, and the flatter part of the front row got the much better launch and beat Dan Lloyd to the first corner. I have a suspicion if Tom Hawkins, now he's on the flatter part of the front row of the grid, might want to try and use that to his advantage and get a better launch off the corner if he can towards Paddock Hill Bend. and beat Callum Grant towards turn 1. We'll see if he's got that underneath him. Of course, you've got the 2 Marlborough-esque liveried cars. Well, they are Marlborough liveried cars. We've got Noel Robinson and Arno Deuce starting in technically 3rd and 4th position. Are we missing somebody from the back? We've got one's coming to pit, which is Maxime Le Breton, I think. It's coming from what should have been 10th or 12th on the grid. And I think we're also missing whoever should have been starting in P4.
Yes. Now, who would that have been? Yeah, no, you're right.
Is that Adam Higgins, mate? I think it is Adam Higgins.
I think it is, isn't it?
Adam's in the pit lane, though.
Oh, yes, he is in the pit lane, right. Well
I thought there was another car in there, but I couldn't quite make out who it was. So the last few cars in position then. Anyway, green flag at the back. Should we try this again, shall we?
Let's try again. Callum Grant has the pole position. Tom Hawkins alongside him. Who gets into Paddock Hill Bend first then? 11 laps, the restart distance for the historic final. And look at the start from Callum Grant. That was an absolute lightning start. And he will lead by a country mile into Paddock Hill Bend. There's bodywork coming up off Tom Hawkins' car. That was very bizarre indeed. I thought at first there'd been contact, but I don't think there was. And he does the right thing of pulling out of the way and slowing the car down. You don't want that flying up in front of the rest of the pack, but that's another potential winner out of contention. Now, what a shame for Tom Hawkins then, through no fault of his own. How bizarre, though, that that's worked itself loose as soon as the car launched off the line.
Yeah, pretty tricky. Unless that's a mechanic who didn't tie up a bolt when looking at that car in between the restart. We'll have to wait and see. Callum Grant, as you absolutely said, off like a scalding cat. Absolutely superb start from the inside of the front row. And I think it is Van Diemen's of 91, 92 and 91 vintage, so pretty much the same sort of age in the mix as well. That's a real shame though. Tom Hawkins has pulled up with, essentially through no fault of his own, a engine cover that has come loose. Now it's battle between Deuce and Robinson in between Marlborough liveried cars down towards turn 1. Deuce has 2nd place. Robinson going for it to try and get the undercut and the up and under exiting Paddock Hill Bend. Robinson's in there in 4th place. And Stephen O'Connor, who started back in 12th or 14th place, he's up to 5th already. There's yellow flags into Druids because of Hawkins' stranded car, so they can't overtake. But Stephen O'Connor could be at least a massive threat here for a podium place, let alone a top 5.
Yeah, well, it's 4 cars now debating 2 podium places. Oh, around he goes.
Oh,
no, he's collected. Who's that?
Oliver Chapman.
It was Oliver Chapman, yes, and he is furious with that, but there's nothing he could do. The car spun in front of him. He had nowhere to go, and it's ripped the left rear wheel off that car. It's done damage as well to O'Connor's machine, and both cars now stranded in the road. I fear this is going to be another stoppage, isn't it? Certainly a safety car. For now, the race continues. They're debating 2nd place here. Arno Deuce and Noel Robinson.
Yeah, red flag.
The red flag is out of the car. That was certainly not a happy driver, was it, I think? But unfortunately for Stephen O'Connor, yes, he'd lost control of the car, but from then on, what can you do? You're stranded in the middle of the road. It's done a lot of damage to both cars, but I really don't think you can apportion too much blame on that one. But a real shame that we once again have a stoppage to our historic final and 2 more cars that need extensive repair work.
And who was I bigging up?
Yep.
Seconds before the spin?
Yep, you were.
Yeah, I'll take that one on the chin. I'll take that one. But that's a shame because Stephen O'Connor had such a great start up into P5 and then just losing the back end. And that would have been on cold tyres, on only trying to get the temperatures up after 2 laps or so. So that would have been a real shame. So what this now does for the field, well, this is going to be quite interesting because they did complete, well, it says they completed 3 laps, but on to lap 3. But I think the red flag came out before the end of lap 2, which means they're going to go back to a last complete one, which is lap 1, so they have to go back to the original restart grid, which means that now this puts now Callum Grant on pole basically on his own now because Tom Hawkins wasn't running. It will now put Arno Deuce and Noel Robinson back alongside the 2nd row with each other. And in terms of like moving up there at one point, because there'd been the switch and because those 2 cars are out, up now into what would have been actually 5th position of all people was Peter Daly.
who started where, remind me?
18th.
18th. Not bad going.
It's not bad. And there's still potential if he works his way through. If more cars start falling off, he'd get a podium at this rate.
Well, I think even regardless of that, he's got decent speed. We've seen that this weekend. And there he is, the black car top of shot, 5th position. Yeah, I think he's got a real shot, actually, at getting a good result out of this. How long this restart will be, we'll have to wait and see. The recovery crews immediately are launching into action. And helping to clear those two cars out. Those flatbed trucks have had plenty of mileage today. There is the scene down at Graham Hill Bend. Such a sorry sight, isn't it, to see that amount of damage done to two cars, and yeah, particularly the Oliver Chapman car, which is going to require extensive repair to get that left rear corner fixed. Yeah, it's been a bruising historic final, this one. Oh, Tom Hawkins is going to drive the car back. Of course, there's nothing mechanically wrong with that car, because it was just the loose bodywork that took him out. He won't be allowed to restart, but at least that's one less car for the marshals and recovery crews to have to worry about.
Yeah, the rule is, for those who don't know, if your car's not running for regardless of whatever reason at the time of the red flag, you're not allowed to take the restart. So yes, the car might mechanically be sound, and it was the bodywork that caused the problem. Because the car physically wasn't moving when the red flag came out, he cannot take the restart on this one. So that sadly means that Tom Hawkins will have to wait until next year to take a shot at the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy, because he is out of it. And same, of course, sadly, for the Team Dolan run car, Stephen O'Connor, because that car was running really strongly. It was another one of my kind of potential favourites or bets to take a good result, if not take the victory.
Yeah, definitely so. He was in that battle for a podium place. The neutral inside me is quite happy to have this reset, though, because Callum Grant, quite frankly, had disappeared up the road initially on that restart. Now, there's nothing to say you won't be able to do that again, but this does at least give the chasing pack another opportunity to potentially go after him. You can see the way that Oliver Chapman's car, that left rear wheel, has just been plucked straight off, and he was absolutely furious with that. He was right on the outside line, felt there was nowhere else he could go, but sadly that little bit of contact has done a lot of damage. What do they do with James Rigby then? Because if we're going back to the original, well, not original, but the restart grid order, he started from the pit lane, but I reckon he might now be allowed to start from the back of the grid.
That's a very good point, because he technically wasn't on the grid for that first restart, so I think you're probably right, because if he was actually running at the time, they probably will let him start at the back.
Well, and look how many people he'd overtaken, Scott, from the pit lane. I mean, he was more than halfway up the grid, so give him an actual grid berth to start from, and he could be a real factor in this.
And of course, with a couple more cars lost, it means we've got a couple more holes in the field as well on top of that, which means there's going to be more gaps for people to take advantage of in terms of where people are going to be picking their way through. Ben Turner's going to come back through. And of course, now what's also interesting is that Tom Hawkins, now if he goes straight back to the paddock, that makes sense. If he stops at the end of the pit lane, that's going to be contentious, I think. Let's see if he does stop or not. He's just coming down the pit lane. Has he paused?
He's paused. He's getting out of the car.
Right,
getting out of the car.
There
I think he was just finding his team.
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah, out of the car he gets. So he will know the rules. He's been doing this for long enough as Tom Hawkins to know how things work. There we go. He's out of the car. They are going to tape the bodywork down, though, as if maybe they are anticipating that it might be allowed to run. But then there's Marshall comes over, I fear, to deliver the bad news, which is that, no, you're not allowed to take further part in the race, so you might as well save your roll of tank tape. So back into the car against Tom Hawkins, and he'll drive it now out to the outer paddock, I suspect. So shame, really, that he can't restart, but that is the rule, as Scott said, and to my understanding anyway. So they will just send him back on his way, not even bothering doing the belts up, and he will head to the outer paddock. So we lose Tom Hawkins then, and he heads through the tunnel. It's quite a process to get back to the outer paddock here, especially when there's a traffic jam of recovery vehicles. You go all the way down this little internal road, under a tunnel, back up the other side, then you get to the outer paddock, which is quite a long way away. There we go, down underneath the tunnel, and disappear from view. So that's how most of the cars this weekend are getting to and from the internal paddock area, because it's such a tight area. We have to fit most of our teams over in the outer paddock beyond Paddock Hill Bend. So, Scott, we'll try this again, shall we? 10 laps now appears to be the distance, and they've just knocked that one lap off that we had initially run. There's a little bit of shuffling required still to get the grid together, but Callum Grant's thinking, I've got to do this all over again.
Just been looking actually as well at the gaps that we have in the top 10. The cars, gaps that are missing on the grid, 2nd, 4th, 7th, and the entire 5th row.
Right.
So there's no 5th row whatsoever, so there's a big gap between the cars that are starting on row 6, one of which is Ben Turner, and the other one I'm trying to work out is, I was about to say Richard Higgins, but Richard has been pushed backwards to get into a spot that's further back by the look of it. I love the fact that whilst cars have been moved around, other cars are just sat there on the other side looking, thinking, is it my turn yet? Can I move? And look at other cars in the mix as well. I think also number 6 in there. Is that Blanchard in there as well? Number 6, John Blanchard, I think.
Yes, I think it was. Yes, John Blanchard, yeah. Who was off, wasn't he, in the progression race? Yeah, progression race he went off, didn't he?
And he was second reserve, so he's got in for the restart. Obviously.
Oh, I think we're on reserve number 19 at this point, Scott, to be perfectly honest. I think anyone who wants to come a race in the historic final now can probably find a spot on the grid, including, it would seem, James Rigby. I think he is being sent to the back of the grid, but the grid still, rather than starting from the pit lane, so he's one to watch for sure.
He has got car 40 that's just behind him, which is another one of the reserves that we had, I think. Yeah, that was the third reserve in there. Car 40
Russell
Giles and another Marlboro livery car. There's like 3 on the grid for this one of different vintages. So yeah, and it's another, of course, James's car is another retro livery car, which is Jesus Saves Racing, which is another one that was quite used a lot by, I think I'm right, Adriano Medeiros, I think, was a regular. I think it still does campaign it quite regularly. There's the other car which you've seen, Arnaud Deuce, one of our French drivers that have come across on the continent. Great to have a few European drivers coming across this time, of course. I think they're doing it because the Festival and Walter Hayes have kind of done each other a favour by going back to back. It means that those European drivers can use the full 2 weeks to be over here and plan that better rather than having a week in between, because sometimes you have to have a trade-off between, do you come and do the 2 weeks, do you budget for an extra week if it's in between each other? So I think in a nice way both races have done each other a favour by kind of saying, look, let's put them back to back, so it makes sense. The only downside is if a car is damaged, of course, you have to kind of, you have a short space of time to get it repaired and get it turned around to go to Silverstone for the Walter Hayes, but nonetheless it's better to kind of think the entries across the board. I think to be fair in both, because it means then you can get more drivers will come across and make a 2 weeks of it to kind of come and test and race in both and try and contest them, because they are the two big end of season events that all Formula Ford drivers want to come and do.
Indeed so. I do enjoy watching Callum Grant sitting on the grid here, just sort of waggling his thumbs around and just, I wonder what's going through his head. I think he'll be feeling quite confident, to be honest, partly because, as you said, a lot of the top half of the grid sadly aren't really there anymore. Also, he's got no one alongside him, and like you said, the second row only has one car on it, so he's not going to have, you would imagine, too much of a contested run into Paddock Hill Bend when the race restarts. But after that, I don't know, it could be tougher for him than we think. It's all about breaking the slipstream, isn't it? Though once you can get about a second or so ahead of the chasing cars, you break the slipstream. They're not able to get that aerodynamic benefit, and it's very difficult for them then to catch the race leader. And so if he can make another start like he did the first time round, there's every chance he'll be able to do just that.
It was a lightning getaway from what we thought was the more disadvantaged side of the grid, but he kind of proved us all wrong by dropping the clutch perfectly and got at least a good few car lengths ahead of everybody else by the time he got to Paddock Hill Bend. So it could be pretty impressive to see what he can do. There's the size of the gaps I was talking about. 2nd, 4th, 7th and 9th and 10th are all missing from the top 10, which means that on their own you've got Callum Grant on the left, then Noel Robinson, then Arnaud Deuce, then Oliver Roberts, then on his own practically in where he was on the grid in some 8th or 9th position is Peter Daly from row 4. So watch for him to see what he can do from P8. But of course it now becomes P5 because the cars that would have been around him are not there anymore.
Yes, indeed so, and I'm sure he'll be keen to try and take advantage of that. He's a good racer, is Peter Daly, that is for sure. And as I said, we've seen him have success here before at the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival. So, yeah, I would expect him to get properly stuck in here on what is now a 10-lap restarted race. Hopefully, this time we'll get through the 10 laps without any further delay. 66 there, weaving its way through. That is the Peter Daly Van Diemen. And he is officially entered into Class B. There are technically lots of different classes in the festival, as always, based on age of car generally, but you don't really see that to become too much of a factor. It's not a points-paying event, so okay, if you win your class, great, that's a nice little accolade to carry on with you, but really it's all about your overall finishing position, particularly when you're at the front end of a final, which Peter once again finds himself in that position. So tyre warming going on, lots of weaving going on heading down the Cooper Straight. And, can Callum Grant execute another perfect restart? That is the question.
Here's the billion-dollar question. There's Peter Daly then, BRSCC chairman, essentially starting on the 4th row of the grid, but he's not technically, he is 5th on the grid. So we'll see what he can do to get himself into the top 5. You're secretly thinking, can you two just have a tangle at Druids or something and let me get a podium? Because he would be, obviously he won it back in 2020. That was the last year he had it before the Brian Jones stroke. So he has won this race previously. And I think he's also, ironically, the highest placed driver who has in this field, because Richard Higgins is also in there as well. But he's starting back in, I think, must be rough about 7th or 8th, a bit further back, in fact. So he's going to be one to seriously watch out for. He'll be in contention for that. Now, the key thing is here, of course, is that you've got drivers who have to try and find their grid spots, because they don't want to be in the wrong spot and get themselves a 10-second penalty for being out of position. So it's easy enough for the first 3 rows. They have to just line up behind each other easy enough, and everyone is thinking, where's my grid spot? Is it here? Is it here? And then with all the gaps, it makes it a little bit trickier. But I think everyone's just about getting themselves into where they should be. I think all Peter Daly has to do is just follow where Oliver Roberts was. So, historic final take 3. Shall we do it all over again?
You've just got to get through 10 laps, everyone. We can do this. I believe in you. Here we go then. Red lights on. Out they go. Callum Grant, you would imagine, will lead pretty comfortably into Paddock Hill Bend, as indeed he does. The best of the starts made, really, by the 16 car of Oliver Roberts there. He's side by side with Arnaud Deuce for 3rd position. And the number 16 car will sweep around the outside line cleanly and move up into 3rd spot through the first corner. This now slightly depleted field heads uphill into Druids, and Peter Daly tags along on the back of that group as well. 75 is Harrison Morrow, who I'm pretty sure was a reserve, wasn't he? Yes, he was a reserve, and he's now in and around the top 10 as they head downhill. But a clean start, that's good. That's part 1 of the job done. And for Callum Grant, he's pretty much picked up exactly where he left off.
Yep, he's trying to get all that frustration out to try and just get on with the job and get his head down. There's Peter Daly in P5. And the good thing is he's keeping the 3 cars ahead that are battling over those podium places in touching distance on the opening lap. That's the key thing. He's got Robinson, Roberts and Deuce in the mix. There he is in car 66. Getting plenty of TV time today as well in P5. Our cameras are watching. To cross the line then, it's Grant who leads. Robinson, Roberts, Deuce and Daly. That's the top 5. Hauschild 6th, Turner, Richard Higgins in 8th position, Hawkins 9th, which is that's Bob Hawkins, and it is 3-4-1 of Colin Williams in 10th position in the PRS. So not bad for somebody who was in the gravel in the progression race earlier on, and getting into the top 10 in the historic final so far.
Peter Daly going on the attack. Arnaud Deuce is his first driver that he'll have to try and overtake. We'll see whether or not he's able to find a way through. Certainly sniffing around going into Surtees, but that's not really an overtaking opportunity. Clearways is, but he wasn't really close enough to do anything into the right-hander. 92 there, Ben Turner. He was looking pretty punchy in his heat race yesterday, I seem to recall, and making some good moves into Clearways. Decides to keep it single file for the time being. Across the line we go then. Callum Grant, another new fastest lap. So his lead is now 1.1 seconds. That's about what it was at the time of the red flag. And I do think the real battle now is going to be for the lower steps of the podium, but it's a 4-way fight at the moment between Noel Robinson 2nd, Oliver Roberts in 3rd, 4th Arnaud Deuce and 5th Peter Daly, and then this lot fighting for 6th.
Yeah, that group headed by Gerhard Hauschild with Turner in there as well, Richard Higgins, former winner of this 2 years ago, and also Bob Hawkins. And the next group, they're headed by Colin Williams. And James Rigsby, from the back of the grid, in 2 laps has gone from the back to 12th already, and is not hanging around. He's on the back of Colin Williams. He's past Harrison Morrow, so going into the top 10 before the end of this lap anyway. He tried to go around the outside at Surtees, but couldn't get past Williams as the scrap for 6th continues on. And that 4-car train is all together now down the pit straight. It's just come out of view. Here's the next quartet, headed by what is now Gerhard Hauschild. Here comes Richard Higgins to the outside to look at Ben Turner in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Takes the wider approach. Peter Daly of all cars has taken the fastest lap of the race. Faster than Callum Grant. Incredible. 51.303. This boy can drive, can't he? You
sound surprised, Scott. What else would you expect from Peter Daly? Well, that was a big moment there for Higgins up the inside into Druids. Yeah, Peter Daly, 51.3, tenth of a second quicker than the leader, and right on the tail of Arnaud Deuce in that battle for the podium places. So around Graham Hill Bend heads the number 91 car. That is Bob Hawkins in his 1989 Van Diemen. There is the second place battle, though, and they're all getting closer and closer by the corner, aren't they? Noel Robinson fending them off for now, but the attack, you feel, is definitely coming from the number 16 of Oliver Roberts. He's in the wheel tracks now as they come across the timing line, although actually Arnaud Deuce is closer to him than he is able to get to Noel Robinson. So it's the Frenchman who ducks to the outside line at Paddock Hill Bend. Will he try and go right round the outside? Yes, he will. That's not going to work, so he cuts back to the late apex, gets underneath. Does he Oliver Roberts into Druids? I think he has. No, Oliver Roberts slammed the door in his face and hangs on to the spot. A lock-up from Robinson as well. They are all now starting to ask an awful lot from their pretty skinny tyres, and there's a little bit of sliding going on, a little bit of snatching of brakes, but really good close quarters racing.
Yeah, excellent stuff from these 4 cars battling over a second. They're letting Callum Grant get away again. The gap of the last time by was 1.6 seconds to the good for Callum. Sweeping through Surtees, up through Clark and in towards McLaren. Clearways, then Clark curve altogether. Peter Daly's car is the odd one out, just because it's a black Van Dien, but also it's the only car that doesn't have some kind of Marlboro-esque sponsorship. I just realised also that Oliver Roberts' car has got Marlboro on it on the side of it too, so it's like a pack of cigarettes rather than a trio of Formula Ford cars down the pit straight. There is Peter, still holding the fastest lap of the race, still 51.3. So if he doesn't win the race, he'll take some memento from the 2025 final. Big tail slide there from Robertson, didn't get the run through. That was Matt Sturmer, who's off the road at Clearways. Trying to get it going again, but going up towards Druid. It's now side by side for third. There goes on a Deuce around the outside. I think he's been put onto the grass. He's been lost out of the position of Druid Daly, and round goes Deuce. Round goes the Frenchman in the Van Diemen. He's out of it then. This is now 3 for the podium, and of course Peter Daly's now to P4. Dare I say it, he's tantalised. He's 1 spot away from a podium finish.
And I think he's got ideas of going for that podium place, hasn't he? Because he's now found a way past Arnaud Deuce. I think there's a bit of fluid down again through Clearways. That might have come from the car that we just saw off. Yes, we've got cars sliding around all over the place into Clearways, so I think there's a line of fluid down right on the right hand. Actually, McLaren's really, rather than Clearways. Matt Sturmer is in the pit lane. I think it might have come from his car. There's damage look to the front of this one. That's Higgins, isn't it?
It is.
It is Higgins with a damaged nose cone, but that's not stopping him going on the attack against Gerhard Hausschultz to the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. And we know what's coming, Scott. That switchback and the inside line for Druids is what Higgins really wants.
Yeah, that's the up and under he's looking for. Can't get it done this time by, but he stays in Gerhard Hausschultz wheel tracks as best he can. Also in there too is Ben Turner, who I'm sure that is the ex-Matt Cowley car. I'm sure that he's raced with previously. And on top of that is Bob Hawkins. So this is one Hawkins continuing on this race, because Bob has carried on whilst Tom's car was out of the race. Leading the trio for second place go through Surtees and back through McLaren once again. Now they're on to starting the last 3 laps of this historic final, and it's third start. As there goes Daly. If anything, Daly's close to Roberts, and Roberts was to Robinson, so I think if he gets to the toe here, there's an equal chance. Yeah, there's a gap now forming. Daly's in the slipstream here. Dare we place our bets on this one with 3 laps to go? This could happen.
Well, he's done it before. He's looking to the inside. That's from a long way back, Peter. And I think he realised that at the last second. Bailed out of the move. Down through the dip at Paddock Hill Bend then. Up towards Druids. Running out of time, though, really. This is lap 8 of 10. 3 laps to go. And he is certainly starting to ask some questions of Oliver Roberts, who just can't quite get within striking range of Noel Robinson now. It looked for a while like Roberts was maybe the one most likely to make a move. And as I say that, he gets a really good run out of Graham Hill Bend. Now they head through where there is a surface flag, because we do have some fluid down on the road here, right on the racing line. You can see it there. And, well, I was going to say, they all try and skirt around it, but Oliver Roberts didn't. Found out just how slippery it was. And for a moment there, Scott, I thought was headed for the scenery.
I thought he was going around for a second. That lost him traction. It's lost him the gap to Noel Robinson. And here comes Daly in the slipstream with 2 laps to go. Is this the chance he needs? He's tucked at as close as ever been. Looks to the outside line. Is he about to go high, wide and handsome into Paddock Hill Bend? Down the outside he goes side by side for third. Roberts gives him the squeeze in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Looks for the up and under on the exit of the corner, tries to put himself level. Not enough momentum, but Roberts goes defensive. He's not comfortable on the racing line to hold on to that. That was Peter's best chance yet to get himself third position. He's still got a lap and a half to go, more than that. But Roberts has fallen back behind Robinson. It is now game on for third place with the back markers. If Daly gets caught up behind the back marker, no. Is that his chance gone, I wonder?
Well, let's see. He's had good pace. He will have to rely maybe on another little stumble in traffic for the cars ahead of him, but that was a little bit unfortunate, wasn't it? You can see that fluid there. They all skirt to their left of it, our right as we look. And Peter Daly looks to try and get some good speed off the turn. There's actually fluid all the way around Clearways and Clark Curve and onto the main straight, isn't it? You can see the surface flag in the Marshalls hut there on the way towards the timing line. Last lap begins then. Callum Grant leads by 2.4 seconds. Noel Robinson is second. Oliver Roberts is third. And Peter Daly might just have to settle for 4th position. Let's see. Down through Paddock. He's giving it everything he's got, but doesn't seem to quite have enough now to close in on Oliver Roberts, who in turn actually is maybe going to consider having a go at Noel Robinson here. He's definitely closed in on the second place man over the first part of the lap, and he will be thinking of a move into Clearways. It's difficult to do though because of that fluid that's down. Robinson suddenly losing a little bit of speed. Is Oliver Roberts going to be brave enough to try it up the inside on the slippery surface into Clearways? No, goes to the outside line, didn't want to take the risk, and it's a shame because that's taken away a good overtaking opportunity at Clearways corner. They will drag race to the line, but for Callum Grant, he was third in this race 2 years ago. He is 2 steps higher on the podium in 2025. The Brian Jones Memorial Historic Final goes the way of Callum Grant. It is Noel Robinson second, Oliver Roberts in third, and Peter Daly just misses out on a podium, but did set the fastest lap of the race, and he can take something from that, I am sure. Then it's Higgins, Hausschultz and Turner, Ben Turner in 7th position, and Arno Deuce after that spin coming out of Druid's Corner will cross the line in 8th position. Little battle here for 12th place. Meanwhile, the 3-4-1 car of Colin Williams in an almost neck-and-neck finish actually, but does manage to keep hold of 12th position by 54 thousandths of a second from Harrison Morrow. And where did James Rigby end up? 10th in the end. James Rigby, having not even been there when the race first started, then started from the pit lane at the first restart, started from the back of the grid in restart number 2, and in the end came home to finish inside the top 10. So, great racing. Callum Grant very, very pleased with that. He had it a little bit easier than maybe he would have been expecting, but let's not take anything away from the flawless drive that he put in. There were challenging conditions there with that fluid that was put down at the end of the lap, and that, I suspect, might lead to a small delay before our next race, the Fiesta Junior Championship race, can get underway. But the result as follows: Callum Grant the winner, Noel Robinson second, and Oliver Roberts in third. Peter Daly fourth with the fastest lap ahead of Richard Higgins. Then it's Gerhard Hausschultz, Ben Turner, Arno Deuce, Bob Hawkins and James Rigby to complete the top 10. Klaus-Dieter Hackl was 11th, Colin Williams in 12th position. And timing screen already clearing itself as we rattle towards the next race. Although, as I said, I think it will take a little while for the track to be dressed up at Clearways. And Marshall's I can see already heading out with the brooms and the cement dust to do just that. Harrison Morrow, meanwhile, was 13th, Jonathan Nash 14th, Lorna Vickers 15th, and Russell Giles in 16th. A whole long list of non-finishers, but we'll head down now to the pit lane area where Richard John Neal is ready to interview our historic final race.
Hello. Well, congratulations to Callum Grant. We're going to grab a quick word with you, Callum. It's been great to catch up with you all weekend. We're going to do the trophies in reverse order, but just wanted a quick word with our winner. Many congratulations. Fine drive.
Cheers, thank you. It's a bit disturbed with the couple of red flags and sat on the grid for longer than a race, but no, it was good fun. I enjoyed it, thank you.
How much does that get into your head with the stop-start?
When you're at front, it's not too bad. If I was sat 6th or 7th, I think I'd be a bit more worried.
You had to get to the front as well, didn't you, from that original start? And this is the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. You might not know Brian as well as we did, but you did a high, wide and handsome, which was his catchphrase into Paddock Hill Bend to get the move. Couldn't be more fitting.
Yeah, I just got the run on Tom up the straight and took full advantage of it in braking early.
Nice one. Many congratulations. We're going to crack on with the presentations. We're going to start off with the presentations. We've got Brian's family with us again, Charlotte, Olivia and Jacob with us. Thank you for joining us. Lovely to see you. Charlotte's going to start off with the third place trophy, which goes to Ollie Roberts. Well done, Ollie. Congratulations. And photo here, as ever. Well done. We'll grab a very quick word with... Yeah, don't look at me. Ollie, congratulations. Peter was having a go there in the closing stages as well. It was a tough race.
It was just being bullied. I thought we had a really good start, and then someone dived me at Clearways, which knocked me right back to 6th. Then the red flag came out, and then it was literally just about composing yourself every time for each red flag. And I never got the start right, and even on the last one it was slightly better because I took 3rd into paddock, and I thought, right, let's dial in and go. It was never easy. I think my heart rate must have been about 180.
A great reward, great to see you on the podium.
Yeah, fantastic. You know, it's a culmination of the year. We ground up, built that car at the beginning of the year. And it's nice to reward it with a 3rd place at one of the biggest events in the world.
Right, we're chuffed for you. Well done, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Oliver Roberts takes 3rd place. Well done, Ollie. 2nd position goes to one of our visitors, and it's Noel Robinson. Well done, Noel. Congratulations. And Olivia doing the honours now. Do we want some pictures? Are we all right for photos? Okay, we'll get you all together, and then we'll grab a quick word with Noel in just a moment. There we go. Wonderful stuff. There we go. Noel, congratulations. Lovely to meet you.
Yep.
Robinson family, part of racing for years. I need to have a chat with you at some point properly, but well done, P2. What a tough weekend it's been.
Yeah, it has been a tough weekend, but with before the weekend you probably would have took 2nd, but obviously you want to win. But listen, thanks to my dad, he's put a huge amount of effort into it. And this weekend is all about my cousin Aaron as well. He was supposed to be here this weekend with us, and we lost him in July, or the start of August. So unfortunately, we're racing for Aaron this weekend. So we're delighted to get some silverware for him.
Chuffed that you got that, mate. Hopefully we'll see you again year on year too.
Absolutely, yeah. Back for more, yeah. Enjoyed that, so come back to more. It's a great race. Callum just got away at the start, but just one of those things with stop-start, and yeah, with a great race with the rest of us. So it was good, really enjoyable.
Awesome. Thank you for entertaining us. Lovely to see you, and we'll see you next year, if not before. Noel Robinson, P2. And our presentation for the winner of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy for 2025 is Callum Grant. Go on, Callum. And thank you for Jacob for doing the honours there. Let's just move over for photos. Am I in the way? No, I'm not. That's good. There is Callum. He's been quite a character with us this weekend on the podium interviews that we've had. And you can see the camaraderie in the paddock that we've had. Absolutely superb stuff. There we go. All done. Photos. Great stuff. Well done. Jacob's going to pass the spoils over the winner's hat and the bubbly and another trophy. Callum, a final word before we head on to junior time. The juniors should be looking at Formula Ford, I think, because it is such a great training ground for drivers.
Oh yeah, if you can win a Formula Ford race, especially the festival, it's you can win pretty much anything. You look at people like Jenson Button, Mark Webber, they all went on to win in Formula 1, didn't they?
They did. What does it mean to you, winning this one?
Oh, this is pretty special. Cars run by ourselves, owned by Roger Arnold, a friend of ours, and it's just a big team effort. We were all sat in our awning last night with a plastic chandelier above us and eating food prepared by James Jerrod, a friend of ours, so that's what racing's all about, isn't it?
I think we should call you the chandelier. You've lit up the track for us.
That's a weird nickname, but
that might stick now. You'll hate me for that in years to come, I dare say, but many congratulations. Next steps?
See what we can do in the final, starting 13th. I think we're the highest placed heritage car, so if it rains, then watch this space.
We will. The rain's holding off at the moment, but you guys, was that what the delays were for, to get the rain in closer? I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to bribe Alan to hold us back a bit to get some more rain, but it's not arrived yet. Hopefully it's on its way.
Nice one, Callum. I'm going to let you get away now with all the silver. Many congratulations. Thanks for being a great character this weekend too. Callum takes the win in the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy Festival final. We now turn our attention to the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship finale. Now, depending whether Isaac Doble's on the grid or not, depends whether he's won the championship. I gather if he doesn't race that he's got the trophy because of the drop scores, but knowing Isaac and the Doble family, I'm guessing he'll be out there. We'll find out if he is in a moment. Let's go back and join Scott Woodwis and, of course, Andy McEwen up in the commentary box.
Of course. Thank you, Richard. Well, there is a bit of a shortage of cement dust, I'm afraid, at the moment. The marshals, I didn't realise quite how far this fluid stretched around the circuit. It's all the way from the entrance to McLaren's to that point there at the end of pit lane, where it would appear the car in question has pulled over onto the grass, which we missed during that race. So they're almost running out of cement dust here. They're just clearing the last little bits up now on the exit of pit lane. And but I presume this fluid will also now stretch right the way down across the grid hatchings and through Clark Curve. So not ideal, that, really, when we consider we've got 3 more races to go, all of them standing starts, and so those who are starting on the inside line are not going to have quite as much grip as they would have expected. So this might take a little while for the cement dust to be laid. And yeah, I think that bucket's empty now as well. Hopefully we have enough to dress all of the fluid, and the marshals up at Druids don't actually have anything to be doing at the moment. The car in question never made it that far back around, but yeah, just leading to a slight delay in getting the juniors out. But here they come, so they've decided not to bother. There's obviously not too much fluid out on the start-finish straight proper, and as Richard quite rightly says, we do have a provisional champion, we believe, in the shape of Isaac Doble. He has done enough now to beat Tom Merritt to the championship. Richard was pondering the question as to whether Isaac would race. Well, he is there on pole position, and that's the right thing to do. I understand why drivers don't do this sometimes, because the thinking is, well, what if I get involved in some contact and they exclude me and I can't then count that as a dropped score? Not that happens very often, but full-on exclusions only tend to come from really, really dangerous driving, which I'm sure Isaac would not engage in. But yeah, he wants to try and get another race win if he possibly can. He won yesterday by just under 0.2 of a second from Archie Davis, with Tom Merritt, who led the championship for much of the year, really, having to settle for third. It was a damp racetrack for that one, though. It's now properly dry, and I think Tom Merritt Merritt will be quite keen, even though he can't win the championship anymore, Scott. I think he'll be quite keen to prove a point, because Tom was the man to beat, really, through the first half of the season. And it's only really Donington Park where Isaac Doble was able to move ahead of him. And Tom Merritt, I think, would like to get one over on his championship rival, even if the championship itself is now out of reach.
Yeah, bragging rights going into 2026 or so for whoever's sticking around for next season. Yeah, in terms of the outcome of the championship, we had it working out this morning that essentially it's enough to the point where even if Isaac didn't do this race and Thomas won with the fastest lap, which meant 52 maximum points, Merritt would still end up on drop scores 5 behind Isaac Doble. So essentially, within reason, the only way it wouldn't happen, touch wood, is if Isaac gets disqualified from this race, which means that he can't carry that score through. So that's the only way it would happen. But I think Isaac would simply just want to, probably like others today, like Isaac and others, not worry about getting on too many battles. He really wants to just let anyone that wants to go through, run a good pace, bank the points, and just get the job done so he can go away and provisionally, we think at least, as champion. Here's the grid.
Yep, Isaac Doble and Archie Davis front row, Tom Merritt and Chris Doble on row 2. Then it's Oliver Heron and Lewis Islin, with Bobby Holmes and Benji Douglas on the next row of the grid together. Then it should be Neil Hampson and Thomas Simpson, ahead of Darren McInerney and Callie Clifford. Casper Tomilewski and Eden Spanwick are on row 7. Row 8, Oscar Hummerstone and Harry Russell, and the 9th row, Max Fenton and Aaron Beattie. Then it's Daniela Sutton, Ethan Brass, Jenson Pritchard, Lewis Turkington. His father Colin is here this weekend, cheering him on, with Nathaniel Darcy and Harry Lindley on row number 12 of the grid. So 24 cars, good grid for the final round. Often we do see numbers drop off ever so slightly, but it is only ever so slightly at this point in the year. We've got still a healthy number of cars and more on the way for next year. I think there are a lot of people within the BRSCC and Fiesta Junior circles, Scott, who are very excited about 2026.
I think so, yeah. The championship's been in a very good place this year, of course, with the first season doing all Mark 7, because last year we wrote out the old Mark 6, the evergreen Mark 6, the regulations. First season fully with just the Mark 7 car, which got introduced back in 2022 and has grown exponentially. Now to have a full grid of 20 plus of them was the ultimate goal, and now it's happened, which is great to see. And of course, now we'll keep on expanding. Of course, we've got the exciting incentive next year. Of course, we've got just next weekend, we've got the new Fiesta Junior scholarships. We'll crown our 3rd scholarship winner for 2026. Both of the first 2, of course, have been on the grid this season. Lewis Islin and Daniela Sutton. She's already got ambitions of where she wants to go for next season, which is great to see. This might well be her last junior race. Of course, we'll see if Lewis can stick around for next season. But we'll crown our 3rd scholar next weekend, and of course on top of that for next year we have got a touring car team coming in, because we've got Speedworks coming in. We're planning to run as many as 4 cars next year for their junior program on top of that, which is going to be absolutely magnificent. And of course these cars, for those who are moving on, they'll go into circulation with teams and other private owners on top of that who want to come and race in the championship. So yeah, it's safe to say right now in terms of junior racing, Fiesta Juniors in a really nice healthy place at the moment in terms of where it is. It's going into the winter with a 24 car grid, lots of interest and plenty to do, a new scholar to crown next weekend, and of course now 15 minutes to round up the season, and what's been, I think, in many ways, its biggest and best season today in flying style. So congrats to everyone who's been involved in it. Let's fingers crossed we can do this one last time, nice and clean, nice and safely, but really good junior racing at its finest.
Isaac Doble then, the champion-elect, looking to add another race victory to his tally in 2025. Can he do it from pole position? Let's find out. The red lights go out, and away they go. Good start made by Christopher Doble there. Look, the burgundy and silver car, and indeed from Archie Davis on the outside of row 1, but it's Doble of the Christopher variety who had by far the best launch and slots into 3rd position through Paddock Hill Bend. Archie Davis round the outside, though, will get the lead, I think. He's got the momentum down the hill, and he will lead them up towards Druids for the first time. Isaac Doble there in 2nd position, side by side for 3rd. That's Oliver Heron in the white and blue car, who comes charging round the outside. Tom Merritt is down to 5th. Not a good start for Tom Merritt at all. Bit of wing mirror bashing going on down the hill. Darren McInerney makes it 3 abreast further back and gains 2 places as a result. So good feisty driving from McInerney. Oh, we've got one car. Off. Who is that?
Archie Davis is off, and there's 2 more cars off the background, but Archie Davis was a spinner up at Graham Hill Bend. He's off the way from the lead.
Didn't spot that, thank you, Scott. So not sure what happened there. There were others off behind, and now there's some contact at clearway sideways for Bobby Holmes. He gathers it together, comes back into the road. Mercifully, no one else collects him, and that was just not a good place, really, to be banging doors, was it, through the left-hander at Surtees. The car that is going no further who do we think that is? Is that Jenson Pritchard? Yes, 235, Jenson Pritchard, which is pulling over, I fear, to the side of the road, exiting Graham Hill Bend. The rest of the pack, though, arrive at Paddock Hill Bend, and everyone is going for it in this race, last race of the season. They all want a good result. There's more contact coming out of the corner, and a car ends up sideways in the middle of the road. Will they miss it? Miraculously, they do. There's a car in the gravel further back. This has got safety car written all over it, and yeah, that was, again, just a tiny bit of contact, exactly where you don't want it, Scott.
Yeah, right at high speed up at Paddock Hill Bend. The car just got a little bit sideways, and even though it's front-wheel drive, you have to try and catch as much as you can. And these are 14, 17-year-old drivers. They do the best they can to try and catch it. I will say, though, with the races it's carrying on, though, Oliver Heron is on his toes. Whatever he has overnight, he's up and behind champion Isaac Doble, and more than that, challenging former lead. In fact, safety cars has been deployed. I don't think everyone's seen that. Now they have. They're all slowing up last minute. Now the yellow flags are out.
It's Ethan Brass, by the way, who's off at Paddock. He's the car in the gravel trap. Didn't catch the number of the one that spun. It might have been Eden Spanswick, I think, 35.
It might have been possibly Neil Hampson, I think.
Oh, okay,
Neil
Hampson.
It was a BPC Motorsport car. I think I saw Neil Hampson on the window.
Okay, fair enough.
But
well,
yeah, you can see Hampson's the one that's going down the
he's
side.
dropping down the order.
And he is BPC, so I think he was him.
Makes sense. Okay, right, so calm down, everyone. Let's hopefully have a clean restart when we do get there. There's a lot of bodywork that's been left on the start-finish straight. Yes, Neil Hampson's car, perhaps the one that's dropped it. He's missing his front bumper. Dara McInerney is into 4th position, having started the race 11th. I said he was on his toes on the first lap, and he was actually challenging for 3rd at the time the safety car was scrambled. 235 is Jenson Pritchard. That's the car that I saw pulling over exiting Graham Hill Bend. That was part of the schmozzle on the earlier lap, but yeah, I missed how Archie Davis ended up on the grass. That is not ideal for a man who had been leading the race.
And of course, he's battling for 3rd in the championship with Dara McInerney as well. In fact, after that first race, he'd taken 3rd place with Dara McInerney. So that can be crucial for in terms of points, how that works out for 3rd place. But the main course thing we're mainly focused on is what happens in the championship. And pretty much as it stays, given that Isaac was in the mix in race 1 yesterday, and of course if he stays where he is in race number 2, he's ahead of his main championship rival anyway, so that will extend things even further. So pretty much this is kind of a provisional, of course, but essentially like a coronation of him for this race. Just have to keep on going for the next 11.5 minutes behind the safety car. It could be pretty much job done for Doble.
Bit of debris to be cleared up there down at Graham Hill Bend as well, but the main delay is the car that is off of Ethan Brass at Paddock Hill Bend. But yeah, there was quite elbows out racing going on, wasn't there, before the safety car came out. Tom Merritt just not having, he's having one of those weekends, isn't he, where it's just not quite clicking for him. It's odd. I spoke to his dad yesterday morning and he said he absolutely loves it here at Brands Hatch. Now, sort of put yesterday's slightly off-colour performance down to the weather, but I mean, look, we're only a couple of laps in and he lost all of this ground off the start, so maybe once things get going, we might see a bit more from Tom, but a hugely talented driver is Tom Merritt. We'd love to see him back on the podium again in this final race of the season. So, a couple of walking wounded at the back, but at the front, Isaac Doble probably couldn't believe his eyes when he found himself back in the lead of the race, and he is now back in the position that he would most like to be in. But I tell you what, I think Oliver Heron is going to give him a bit of a run for his money.
Could do. He was really putting him under pressure on those opening couple of laps, and that was good to see because Oliver debuted in the championship as a guest last year as one of the last runners to race a Mark 6, and then coming this season, he's had his moments throughout the season, had a couple of decent results, and gotten stronger as the year's gone on. And of course, that's one of the Jansport run cars on top of that too. I think is Oliver Heron, if I'm right in saying so. Oliver, yes, Jansport Racing. So this has been their first season running Mark 7s as well. So they're beginning to grips with it. With some teams like Race Car Consultants and 2010 and others have been running them for a season or two to get to grips with them. Of course, like with the Mark 6, they'll be getting to the point where they'll start to find the tricks in the setup, what works, what doesn't, all that side on top of it. So it's going to be crucial to see how they make that work in terms of how Jansport have progressed, and Oliver certainly showing that all the efforts they've been putting in is helping Jansport get a little bit quicker. They're up now challenging towards the front, and it's helping them get in contention. So if Oliver can try and even challenge Isaac if possible, and even get himself a victory, how great would that be giving confidence into 2026?
It would be remiss of me, whilst we're discussing Jansport, not to touch upon a news story that broke this week, which is that Jamie Going's son Jenson, of course reigning champion in the Fiesta Junior Championship, was making his TCR UK debut here next week in the trusty Subaru. I'll say trusty Subaru, it's actually been anything but the very popular Subaru that they have kept hold of. Ant Morton Eels has raced it in the past, and I spoke to Jenson about that before. I said, oh, you're looking forward to that? He said, Yeah, I think so. In that typical Jenson O'Neill going way. I know they've been fighting a few mechanical issues with the car, but I can't wait to see how he gets on.
I wonder what happened to that Subaru.
Yes, it went nowhere. They've been working on it. It was always quick and always went well here at Brands Hatch. That boxer engine, the low centre of gravity. We know Jenson is extremely rapid. He jumped into a BMW 1 Series Super Cup car, didn't he, at Croft a few weeks ago in his first ever rear-wheel drive race, and was on the podium. So yeah, watch this space. Tune in next week to see how he gets on in TCR UK. Right, before Paul McCurlian sends me an angry message, let's get back to the Fiesta Junior Championship. I just thought that was a point worth making. Let's see then whether Isaac Doble, who of course is part of the Doble clan, which itself has plenty of touring car links, most notably Mikey Doble, race winner this year in the British Touring Car Championship, a local team, a local family. They have already provisionally clinched the championship. Can Isaac Doble now get a race win? Well, Oliver Heron will have something to say about that, as of course will Christopher Doble in third. The lights out on the safety car then. It is in the pit lane. The loud pedal has been well and truly pressed to the fore by Isaac Doble, and that's a decent restart for the top two. Look at the gap back to Christopher Doble in third, who I think is going to be under immediate pressure here from Dara McInerney. McInerney was almost ahead of Doble before the safety car came out. He's already going up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Christopher wants to close the door, and McInerney, in fairness, just at the last minute there, realised what was happening and backed out of the move.
Yeah, just for the better part of Valor. Bobby Holmes all out of shape exiting Paddock Hill Bend, but he carries on unfazed and looks to the inside line to try and recover from Eden Spanswick, who goes round the outside. He's taken a couple of podiums so far this season, as he in the ex-Jacob Hodgkiss car from the last 2 seasons. Through Graham Hill Bend top 5, there's Lewis Islin, his last race as the Fiesta Junior Scholar for 2025. He's in the black car with the Goodyear logos on the side, challenging essentially vice-champion-elect Thomas Merritt for what will be 4th position, and Lewis trying to gut the inside, big dive in towards clearways, not wasting any time whatsoever, and holds the line. But Merritt's going to try and hang tough around the outside here. If he gets squeezed at the edge of the circuit, he might well lose out for 5th position. They're going to be side by side. Now comes Benji Douglas in the Sim 1 Motorsport car just behind. He might give Islin the push because Merritt is out to dry with no toe. Benji gets the toe, might be boxed in for the 2 cars around him. He goes up the inside, and Merritt has no choice but to capitulate and give him the move. So that's now another place done. The Dobles trade fastest laps. It went to Isaac first of all with a 57.9, then Chris with a 57.6. The Dobles are moving forward.
Yes, they are. Benji Douglas there up the inside. Merritt's just losing places hand over fist, isn't he? That is the 15 car of Callie Clifford now coming through. In fact, Callie's going to try and get both of them. 2 wheels on the grass. Bang, there we go. That's one way of doing it, Callie. And Tom Merritt might now make it 3 abreast. Well, he has made it 3 abreast down the Cooper Straight. This is getting very lively indeed. Benji Douglas hangs on, and Callie Clifford, I think, will have to relinquish that position back to Tom Merritt. Yes, she did. Meanwhile, for 2nd place, Christopher Doble has gone through, I can tell you, or is at least side by side with Oliver Heron. There they are, side by side out of the final corner. Dara McInerney closing in as well, and Isaac Doble loving seeing this in his wing mirrors. He is escaping from a very, very entertaining 3-way scrap for 2nd place. McInerney gives a shove to Doble and then goes up the inside of both of them. That is a brilliant move if it works. He's sideways, he's up the curve, he's through. Move of the day for Dara McInerney from 4th to 2nd. How about that?
How on earth did he save that? That was incredible up the inside of both of them. And that move from Heron and Doble started back at Graham Hill Bend a lap ago. There was a little tap in the tail from Doble into Heron at the back of it. They went side by side again. Doble finally gets through. One thing's also interesting though, this is flipped the switch. Windscreen wipers on for Christopher Doble. Is that an ominous sign for a few minutes' time?
I spotted that. I was looking out of the window. There's no rain on our commentary box window yet. That's all I can say.
Fingers crossed. So in towards Lewis to 2nd place. They're all moving around here. Lewis is with another big move up the inside, trying to squeeze Heron wide out to the edge of the circuit. The outer part is going to be quite outer part of the circuit, usually a little bit quick if you can carry the momentum. Now it's side by side for 2nd. It's 2 by 2 like Noah's Ark down the pit straight for 2nd and for 4th. It's McInerney and Doble for 2nd. Islin and Heron for 4th as they charge down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Who's to be last in the late breakers? McInerney did it once, he's going to do it again down towards Paddock, but Doble says, screw this, I'm hanging tough round the outside. It goes back round the outside. Wow. You think you could pass 2 in the park for 1? Try that one for side. That was brilliant. So Doble's 1st and 2nd. How great would that be to have them both on the podium in Isaac's essentially provisional crowning championship race?
And Isaac doing everything that he wanted to do, really. He's checked out and left this lot to battle for the minor placings on the podium. Isaac Doble by 2.2 seconds, the leader at the start of the lap. Side by side further back, Callie Clifford there to the inside of Max Fenton in the 287, who started 17th, by the way, Max Fenton, and is battling Callie Clifford now for 8th spot, as they head along along the Cooper Straight. Archie Davis, by the way, you might remember he was leading earlier on, had the spin halfway around the first lap. He's got the fastest lap as Callie Clifford gets some assistance into Clearway's corner that I don't think she was asking for.
Unnecessary assistance, I think, as well. I'll admit as well. I don't think that was really necessary, was it, Bobby Holmes? Anyway, moving forwards, still in the slipstream. I think these two are technically teammates, these two. Take down
Technically.
Technically, yes. They've got very similar liveried cars, I think, in many cases. Bobby Holmes was thinking about a dive up the inside towards Paddock Hill Bend, but just holds on for the time being, lifts the inside wheel, puts two wheels up as he goes through Paddock Hill Bend. Eden Spanswick on the chase as well. Thomas Merritt's back in sixth. He's now leading a second group of cars now with Douglas, Fenton, Clifford, Holmes, Spanswick, Simpson's in there as well. Archie Davis to take another place on that last lap past Harry Russell. His next target is going to be Oscar Homerstone for 13th place. Coming out of it as well. Daniela Sutton, I should also mention, not having the best final weekend in her Fiesta Junior career, down in 17th. She's chasing at the moment. Looks like Harry Lindley, for 16th position. Or Aaron Beattie she's chasing. One of the two she's chasing anyway. She's chasing somebody. So up there 16th, 17th place.
And Archie Davis makes a move in the grass there down the back straight, and that was against the 5.55 of Oscar Homerstone, who then loses another position up at Clearway's corner to Harry Russell in the white 25. Someone's in the gravel, a black car bouncing onto the road, and that is the 287, isn't it, of Max Fenton, who had been going really well in this race, but he's been off at Clearways and Clark Curve.
And he darted back onto the road. Several cars had to scatter not to get into him, so that was really lucky to amble back onto the circuit like that. Looking at the lap times as well, for the last lap times, all personal bests in the top 8, and two cars off the road, one of which is Oscar Homerstone. I think the other one, I was about to say Eden Spanswick, I don't think it is. Who else is that off the road? One car on its side, so fingers crossed the driver's okay. I think that's the other car that went off anyway towards the barrier, so that's the other car involved. But of course, in any situation like that, red flag, race has been stopped. There's 2.5 minutes to go, so they will not restart it. So that is going to be the result declared. And so fingers crossed that first and foremost that Oscar Homerstone is okay. Of course, they are built sturdy, these Fiesta Junior cars. They're built to the highest standard for the roll occasion for FIA standard, but of course on top of that, you can never be too careful. So fingers crossed he's all right, so he clambers out. And immediately they're going straight into pit lane, I think, because they want to try and get this wrapped up as quick as they can, because they know what's coming next with the main grand final for the festival, which essentially means under red flag, it means that with the victory, and I thought they were going to bring them into up to the top 3, but they're not going to get there just yet. So Isaac Doble and Chris Doble, I mean, it's a Doble 1-2, and Isaac Doble will provisionally wrap up the Fiesta Junior title with a win in the final race of the season, and he gets his cousin on the podium alongside him too. And it's almost a perfect podium in that sense, with Dara McInerney after some stellar moves, ending his season almost as the top independent in third place on the podium too.
Don't think they've done that yet this year, have they? A 1-2 for the Dobles.
I think they have.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
I think they did it possibly at Croft, if not Croft. Maybe at Donington they did that.
Right, okay. I was absent from Donington, although should have caught up on the results, obviously. Isaac Doble, though, dream way to wrap up the season. 2 race wins and a pretty dominant one in that second race of the day, and that is precisely what he was hoping for. He is the winner then by 2 seconds in the end, a red flag shortened race with Christopher Doble second and Dara McInerney third. Lewis Islin and Oliver Heron top 5. Good to see Lewis Islin up there knocking on the door of the podium as well. I kind of hope he does come back for a full season attempt next year. Tom Merritt slightly disappointed, I suspect, with 6th ahead of Benji Douglas, Callie Clifford, Bobby Holmes and Eden Spanswick, with Thomas Simpson and Archie Davis completing the top dozen finishers. 13th then was Max Fenton. Oscar Homerstone then is listed as 14th, but we believe is the car that went off, the race car consultant's car that went off at Paddock. Harry Russell, Aaron Beattie, Harry Lindley, Daniela Sutton, Lewis Turkington, Nathaniel Darcy and Neil Hampson were next, with Ethan Brass, Casper Tomilewski and Jensen Pritchard non-finishers. Now, I suspect we might have a short delay before we can get down to Richard, because as Scott documented, they've ushered all of the cars through into the Parc Fermé area rather than lining them up as they normally would in the podium area. So there's going to be a bit of a delay, I think, before we get drivers out and ready to speak to us. But don't forget, as Scott quite rightly said, up next is the grand final for the Formula Ford Festival, and it will then be the CMMC Southern Tin Tops and Super Saloons after that. 2 drivers out of cars at Paddock Hill Bend. That's good news. So Oscar Homerstone is one of those, and he is absolutely fine, it would seem. We see this quite a lot at Paddock, don't we? Cars, particularly tin tops, when they get into the gravel, they dig in, they start rolling over. It looks very spectacular, looks very scary, and I'm sure from an inside the car it is, but generally the car's safe enough that the drivers can get out absolutely unscathed. Right, let's head down now. I think Richard has managed to hunt down our top 3 finishers. Let's hear from them now with Richard John Neal.
So, because the race was red flagged, we can't do a podium because the cars come into Parc Fermé, and rather than get the drivers to come around, we thought we would come and find them. And already in the photo opportunity is, as James takes the pictures, Isaac Doble. Many congratulations, Isaac. We met, well, that's before the scholarship anyway, but what does this mean to you?
Oh, I mean, it's amazing to win it this year, especially going into my first year. I couldn't have dreamed of coming away with the championship in my hand, to be honest, but keeping it consistent when I wasn't perhaps as quick at the start of the year played its part at the end. Yeah.
Another championship to the Doble family. It's incredible. This Doble dynasty we've got is amazing.
Yeah, well, Mikey didn't get one, Joseph didn't get one, so I had to get one this year. Just one of us has to get one.
I love the way you make the point about this year, but the history of the family is incredible, isn't it now? And you've added to that, so very well done.
Thank you.
Fiestas, obviously you're enjoying it. When I spoke to you earlier in the year, you were talking about, looking forward, but there was a chance when I spoke to you, maybe come back and defend. I guess it's early days really to say about that, but is that an option?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, to be honest. There's lots that could still happen. To be honest, this was always going to be a 2-year thing in the Fiestas, but because I didn't really expect to win it this year. So now we'll just look at what's around, other options, see, might come back and try and retain the title.
Or you could take Mikey's seat in the touring car, as he didn't win this year. I'm joking, Mikey.
Yeah, if that's an option.
It's going to cost Dad a few pennies, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Always good to see you guys around, and closing thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's been a great year. I can't thank everyone enough at Race Car Consultants to give me a reliable car. It hasn't missed a beat all year. It's been perfect.
Not an easy championship to win either, is it?
No, it's definitely not easy at all.
Well done, Isaac. I'll let you go away and enjoy your celebrations now. Good season. And Christopher second. Let's have a word with Christopher. Well done. Another podium. Obviously, we don't get to do it with the Pots. You'll get those a little bit later on. But how have you enjoyed your season? It must be nice racing with family as well.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the season, never racing a car before, I sort of, after the first round, coming like 10th, 12th, I was really happy with it. And then sort of halfway through the season, I started to realise that I've got the pace to do really well in it. So it's been a long year of improvement, of working hard, trying to work out what I can do to improve myself. But yeah, end of the season, I'm looking in a strong position for next year, whether choosing what I do, because I wasn't sure what to do next. But
so are you? I'm guessing with the facial growth, you might be too old for it next year, or can you do another season?
No, this is my last season. I'm 17 now, getting old. So.
What sort of things are you looking at?
Well, I'm entering into the Mini Challenge Scholarship in the next few weeks. That's going to be good. But it's either that or the Civic Cup, I think. The Civic Cup looks good. But yeah, I've got big aspirations, but just got to get them nailed down for next season.
Nice one. This is a terrific training ground, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's a good bunch of drivers, really. The driving quality has been really, really good this year. There's been a lot of people, various teams all battling. But it's been nice to battle with my cousin. Knowing that we're one of the two strongest people in the grid is something you don't really get to say very often.
That's really well done. And we're going to now have a look at Civic Cup if you do that, or indeed the Jam Sport Scholarship. I'm guessing it's Mini, isn't it?
Yeah, the Jam Sport Scholarship, yeah.
So I know a few people entering that now. So again, these scholarships are great to watch. So good luck with that, and we hope to see you in something next year.
Thank you very much.
Chris Doble there. Is Dara about? Can we find Dara McInerney? Where is Dara? There he is, Dara! I finally get to do an interview with you on this is actually my first junior meeting of the year, so it's been far too long. But P3 there, good battle with Chris.
Yeah. It was a brilliant battle with Chris, to be fair. I didn't quite expect to be battling with him in that, considering starting 11th.
Talk us through what happened.
We cocked up on the setup yesterday. Just driver and my dad just didn't quite get it right. And then on that first lap, got a mint start, and then managed to pip him, a couple of them around the outside in Druids. Got merit on second lap, and then it was just Chris battling with, and unfortunately just got me towards the end.
Is that P3 in the championship, do you think, provisionally?
I'm not sure. I think so. I know I was behind Archie going into this one, but I'm not sure what this does to it now.
I haven't done the maths either. I can't cope with 3 drop scores. It's far too much for my brain to cope with. Championship-wise, obviously, looks like you've enjoyed the year. The car stood out for us on track because it's nice, bright colours. It helps us elderly commentators that can't tell the cars apart. So thank you for that. But thoughts on the whole season?
Oh, it's been mega. I came into this year just hoping for a couple of top 10s, never mind 2 wins and 8 podiums. So, it's no words. It's the best year I could have probably had.
Next year?
Yeah, we'll be back next year, and better.
Great stuff. Well, very well done. It's been good to see you up at the sharp end. Congratulations. Have a great winter, and we'll see you next year.
Definitely.
Nice one, Durham McInerney. We heard from Chris Doble and our champion Isaac Doble. All of those guys celebrating down here. We probably, I'm hearing we've maybe got time to sort of wander over towards the thumbs up from Jeremy, the cameraman. We're going to maybe wander into the holding area for the festival final, and we'll see if we can grab. I'm just going to work out the quickest route. That gate's closed, so we'll go through the country code gate, as I call it, which is round here. We've got a few minutes to kill before the start of the festival final. If you heard the interviews from the two semis, things were starting to get a little bit fraught between some of the drivers. There was talk about maybe the clerk of the course has given a briefing. I don't know if they have. We'll maybe try and find that out and feed that back through to Scott and Andy a little bit later on. And I probably won't bring that up with the drivers because it's not really appropriate to when they're about to go on to a world-class event. Excuse me, folks, is it all right if I just come through here? Thank you ever so much. Sorry to disturb you. Thank you for that. And we will go through and have a look down the line, trying to spot someone that we might grab a story from that we haven't had a little natter to as yet. We'll go this way and tell you what we'll do. We'll have a word with Morgan Quinn. He's trying to avoid eye contact here. You trying to avoid eye contact, Morgan, or are you just you're all right? How's it going?
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe a little bit avoiding.
That's fair enough. Sorry to stick the microphone into you. I just wanted to get an insight, really. I mean, you're fairly high up the grid, so it's a reasonable position. What's the mindset like, and what are your preparations like dealing with nerves if you have them?
Funny enough, I'm not that nervous now where I am. Whatever happens, happens. But we were on the back foot yesterday because we had a straight line speed problem. Well, we knew that from Friday anyway. But yesterday they changed the engine, and from the semi that problem's been somewhat solved. Okay. So hopefully I'm still in the fight. We'll see what happens.
I was going to ask you do you know what the specific problem was with the engine that you changed out, or have they not managed to diagnose that?
We don't know yet because it was sent back after the last round because I was given out about it, so not too sure.
A little bit of clearing up from the Fiesta Junior race that we've had, and I've started to feel drops in the air. I don't know whether you probably can't because you're gloved up and everything, but I'm guessing you're going with a dry setting, or is there any gambling on wet?
Well, we're on full dry, and whatever happens, happens. I assume everyone else has to be, because I think if they go wet, they'll be wasting their time until probably the end if it even happens. See what happens.
The other reason I wanted to talk to you, you won the GVK 200 Young Driver last year. Very poignant festival for us last year. They're all important for various reasons, but it was great that you got that award, and we've got to pick a winner. Not me, but the panel have got to pick a winner today. I'm guessing that was quite a nice thing for you to go away with last year.
Yeah, because it go away with something, because we were just shy of the podium, so it was nice to have that. I didn't even know I won. I think someone came there and run, "Oh, you have a trophy to pick up." Because I thought Essen, who finished in front of me, was younger than 25. I thought he'd won it, but apparently he was older than 25. I didn't know that.
But that was great stuff. Morgan, good luck for the race, mate. Thank you for having a chat with us. All the very best. And wish him well. Shall we have a quick word? We'll have a quick word with Alex Walker. All fit and ready for the final. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think okay. It's been a challenging weekend, but I mean, there's only one more to go, so we'll just try our best and see how it goes.
I don't know if you saw the historic final. I think we ended up with 3 starts on that one. I'm hoping this one's going to be a clean race, but I think emotions have been quite high with some of the drivers.
Yeah, I've been watching along the other races, and it definitely seems that way, but we've been trying to do our own thing, and we'll see how this one goes. You know, give it our all. Talk us through your, I was going to say weekend, but maybe give us a bit of insight into testing and build-up. How early does it start for this kind of meeting? Well, we came here on Thursday. I think there was some people testing on Wednesday as well, so yeah, it's a good full week at it, really. Even after the testing, you're a bit exhausted, so then you've got to go and do all the races. And what's the plan afterwards? I mean, obviously you've got a race to think about now, but do you chill out for a couple of days? No, I've got work tomorrow, then got the Water Haze Trophy next week. Well, good luck with that one. I'm working elsewhere next week, so sadly can't go there, but I will be keeping a very keen eye on how things go. Wish you well for it. Yeah, thank you, Richard. Thanks, Alex. Nice to have a little chat with you. Is that Josh over there?
Can we grab a quick word? He's going to be sick of me because we did it last night as well. A pertinent question, I hope, Josh. Thanks for coming over, and thank you for chatting to us last night at the Q&A. What's going through these drivers' minds now? I don't know if you've heard in the interviews, but I was just saying to Alex there, I mean, the temperature's going up and feelings are running a little bit high. But what goes through a driver's mind when you're going into the festival? I mean, you as winner last year and twice winner will know that more than anybody.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just the biggest thing is just try and not overthink everything, really. You know, for me, I'd rather be sat in the car talking about, you know, random stuff about what goes on at home life and anything but the job in hand, to be honest, because the last thing I prefer is, you know, is sat overthinking the game. You know, I'd rather just let the subconscious do that, and, you know, when I'm in the moment, you know, you could, otherwise, me personally, my mind will just run, you know, 1,000 different scenarios that could or should, you know, potentially happen. So the less I can think about the job in hand, about what I'm going in to do, the better it is for me. But everyone's different, aren't they? You know, some people like to really get in the zone, but for me, I'd rather be thinking about what I'm doing next week, or you know, not really what I'm about to, you know, head into.
Max Esterson's here as well, another former winner. We haven't had a chance to catch up with Max, but would you rather be in the car?
I'm a little bit envious now. I'd be lying if I didn't say so. Yeah, I wouldn't mind being in the mix. You know, he's so strong at the front, and you know I could mix it with these boys and have them, and have a lot of respect for them. So, you know, I know it's not easy out there, and you know, some of them maybe aren't where they should be, but you know, that's what's going to make this festival, you know, so special, you know, because I don't know, I think we could see some, you know, strong drives, you know, coming, especially from Niall. I'm expecting him to, you know, be pushing hard, but, you know, I'm hoping there's not going to be a cork in the bottle up there, you know.
So, Josh, thanks for chatting to us. We've got to get out of the way, but pleasure. Well done again on last year, and thanks for all the chats. I was getting ready to go out for the Neil Shanahan Memorial Trophy, the big event of the year for Formula Ford, for BRSCC, the culmination of a super season of single-seater racing about to get underway. Your commentators for the final of this wonderful weekend, Scott Woodwiss and Andy McEwen.
Yes, here we go then, Richard. Who is going to add their name to the incredible list of drivers to have won this magnificent event over the years? Well, we'll find out together over the next 20 minutes or so. It's a 20-lap race. No more eliminations or progressions or anything like that. It is just the first driver to see the checkered flag who gets to lift the trophy in the Kentagon at the end of the day. We are very, very excited for what is set to be a fascinating 20 laps of racing, and the first time now that we get to put all of these drivers that we've been saying are, you know, people's pre-event favourites together on the grid at the same time. Some of them, though, not really where we expected them to be, and namely, I'm looking at that third row, Rory Smith and Niall Murray, the two semi-final pole sitters, both got sort of roughed up in their semi-finals and ended up finishing third respectively. That's the third row of the grid for the pair of them then. Jason Smythe has pole position alongside Tom Nippers, with Jordan Dempsey and Luke Cooper row 2. Then comes Smith and Murray, both of them double former winners of this great event. Alex Walker and Morgan Quinn together on row 4, ahead of Connor Willis and Ben Cochran, with Charlie Mann and David McCulloch on row number 6. Seventh row of the grid then, Callum Grant, fresh from his historic final win, and he was very quick to point out in his post-race interview that he's now looking forward to seeing what he can do in the main final. He's got Abdul Ahmed for company on row 7. Row 8, Darwin Smith and Tom Hawkins, with Felix Fisher and James Rigby in row 9. Top 20 completed by Barry Schultz and Adam Farms. Then Callum Baxter and Anthony Amato in the Ally Motorsport car, with Richard Simpson and Oliver Roberts on row number 12. 13th row of the 30-car grid, we should have Arnaud Douce and Cameron Jackson. Again, Arnaud was up there fighting for a podium in the historic final earlier before a spin at Druids. Then it's Oliver Chapman and Rick Morris, with Richard Higgins and Stephen O'Connor, well, perhaps not at the back of the grid, his car damaged, of course. Oh, he is there. Great work by the team there to get that Team Dolan prepared, Van Diemen repaired, and he will be taking up the 30th position. There are reserves if we are missing drivers. We've got Adam Higgins, 111 as a reserve. Number 55 is Noel Robinson. Number 10 is Andy Charsley. They're the first 3 reserves, and we'll have to wait and see whether any of those are out the back. Well, I can actually see Noel Robinson is there. So Noel Robinson and Andy Charsley released from the pit lane, so they will both be running as reserves from the back of the grid. Well, Scott Woodwiss, what do we think? Can I be so bold as to ask for your prediction? I mean, this race gets harder seemingly to predict every year, and given the way the semi-finals went, I really wouldn't want to put my money on anyone right now.
I think if I'm honest, Andy, chuck the top 8 into a hat, pull a name out, and that's a deserving winner, I think. You look at the front row. Jason Smith, United Formula Ford champion, his perennial rival Tom Nippers. That's not a front row I think we expected, but given the form of the two of them throughout the season, it's kind of surprising but not surprising in Festival and Formula 4 context this year. Second row, Jordan Dempsey, former National Formula 4 champion. Luke Cooper, always a perennial favourite for a podium. Then you get to row 3, 2 former double champions, Niall Murray and Rory Smith. You wouldn't put it past either of them to go through from the third row of the grid. And then row 4, 2 other wild cards here. Alex Walker, a former National Formula 4 contender, and Morgan Quinn, who is always in a shout. He was last year's United Formula 4 champion and got himself the GBK 200 trophy as well on top of that. Outside of it, Connor Willis and Ben Cocker, they've been exciting all weekend on top of that. Charlie Mann could be an outside shot, maybe David McCullough. Don't count out Callum Grant. He said if it rains, watch for that car for 30. He's always quick in a Formula Ford. And then further back, I said this just before we went live with this race, there isn't a driver on this grid that I don't think, see what I mean here, doesn't deserve to be here. Not that every driver deserves to be in the final, but there's not a driver here that I would look at it and go, no, I wouldn't expect him to get there. But they all have got there in some way, shape or form. They all deserve to get their spot, and it's going to be quite a spectacle, I think, in that side of things. I'm going to quickly return the favour before I give a summary, but do you dare predict what happens in this race?
No.
Okay, simple as that then, very simple. But this is going to be fascinating though, of course. And you've got a few different chassis in the mix here on top of it too. You've got the Rays, the Van Diemen's, the Medina Sports, the Swifts. This is what Formula Ford variety at its absolute finest, which should be great to see. The last few bits is a cold final, of course, 9.2 degrees, and thankfully, as far as I can see, fingers crossed, no rain, at least. It might be some in the air, but it's staying off for the time being to be dry. This could be quite a final. Quick ID check for blue and white is where we find Jason Smith on pole. All black for Tom Nippers. It's red, white and green for Jordan Dempsey. White and red for Luke Cooper on the second row of the grid. Row 3 is red, white and black with the black band for Rory Smith. It is white with blue and orange for Niall Murray. It is the blue car with the yellow nose, Alex Walker, and the white car with the BMW-esque striping on it is Morgan Quinn. And this is getting set to be exciting. It's one of my favourite weekends of the year. I'm so glad we're both on comments to this one. And all I have to say is 30 cars, 20 laps, one festival champion for the 54th time here at Brands Hatch, 54th time in its history. Time to the festival grand final to light it up one more time. This is going to be quite an exciting final. Everyone here should be in contention for a good victory. This could be one of the best finals, hopefully, of modern classics. Green flag at the back. Let's do this.
Well, they've described it as one of the best finals in recent memory the last few years. What does the 2025 edition have in store for us? Red lights are on. The grand final at Brands Hatch gets underway, and Jason Smythe makes a good start from pole position. Here comes from third position Jordan Dempsey. He is really on his toes. Gets up the inside of Tom Nippers and will challenge for second place at Paddock Hill Bend. In fact, does more than challenge. He goes through. Rory Smith debating fourth with Niall Murray. He's in the gravel. Niall Murray bounces through the gravel trap. He's on the grass, and he will lose more positions as he runs uphill. He rejoins about 7th or 8th, I think, as they round Druids for the first time. And, well, Festival Sunday so far for Niall Murray has just not been going to plan. He's not out of it, but he's buried deep in the field now. 2 for 7th, I've got him, I think, as he goes down the Cooper Straight for the first time. Smythe leads the way. Dempsey, though, into second. And Jordan Dempsey knows that this is a brilliant opportunity for him to add his name to the list of festival winners. A big lunge up the inside there from Alex Walker against the 21 of Luke Cooper. That does not work. Jason Smythe leads, but Jordan Dempsey, Scott, I think, wants to lead, and he wants to lead now.
Yeah, but Smith and Nippers will make it incredibly hard for him down the pit straight. End of lap 1, 19 laps to go. Smith leads it from Dempsey, Nippers, Smith, Cooper, Walker and Murray. Murray trying to get back on the tail of Alex Walker here to try and build his way back up towards the front. There's the quartet battling over 5th position. Cooper holding it. Walker looks to the outside. Murray not wasting any time. Down the outside to Druids. A typical Niall Murray move. Goes round to take 6th position. Gets boxed in behind Cooper. Meanwhile, Dempsey's past Nippers and on the tail of Smith. He's going for it. 4th for the lead already. There goes Murray into P5. And he will straight away get onto the back of that top 4. This is going to be electric. And off the road, Stephen O'Connor. He can try and track out. I think he's hit the barriers, but he can try and get it out. He's rolling through the gravel, so that might well just avoid it. That was up at Druids by the look of it. There'll be yellow flags down there. Walker up the inside to have a look past Cooper. He gets a little edged out wide. There's still some fluid down there, but Smith holds on then, so it's going to be 2 laps in the books. But the top 5 now, top 4 in the mix, trying to pull away with Murray in 5th and trying to bring Cooper and Co behind him back towards the front.
It was absolutely crucial, wasn't it, that Murray got into 5th place as soon as possible, because the leading 4 were already getting away. Nippers with the fastest lap so far. That's the first full flying lap, I suppose, but it's that 5th place car in a way that we're really focusing on. And the 2 Oldfield cars, who, remember, slashed up here earlier on in the day in their semi-final, thankfully keeping it clean this time around, and they head out through the right-hander. I think that was Will is still ahead of Cochrane. Safety car is out. Now, is this because of the car at Druids? There's still a yellow flag at Druids corner. I don't see out of the window. A quick glance around the circuits doesn't show me anything else. Yes, it is the Druids car. There it is, Stephen O'Connor. Have to wonder whether that car was still damaged, maybe after his issues earlier on in the historic final. But anyway, that car hopefully won't take too long to get out of the way.
Yeah, they could quickly put that behind the barrier. It might just be a one-lap safety car. Now, remember, there was a rule that came in last year that surprised me, but of course the rule in place for the final for the second time since it came in last year, for a maximum of 5 laps, any laps spent behind the safety car will be added on to the race distance. So if they spend 1 lap behind the safety car, we extend the race to get to 21 laps. It'll be a maximum of 5, so we could in the end have as much as a 25-lap final in the end. Now I think they're going to push Stephen O'Connor out of the gravel rather than behind it, so they're going to try and get it going again, even though he is a lap down or so. He's going to try and finish and get a result if he can, and I suspect that this will be a very short safety car, so if we are going to add laps, probably going to get just 1 more, I think.
Yeah, it all depends on whether the car will fire up and could be driven away, or whether it needs recovery from a recovery vehicle. Now that they've pushed it onto the runoff area, they will need to get it out of the way pretty sharpish. So anyway, Jason Smythe weaving around. You can see him scrubbing the front tyres across the tarmac there. I know we've only had a couple of laps of racing, but I'm quite impressed with how Jason is handling himself here, really not feeling the pressure seemingly. Well, I'm sure he is, but he's not letting it show, not making any mistakes. He wasn't overly defending from Jordan Dempsey. Of course, the time to do that will come. He won't just be able to run his own lines and not have to defend for the entire duration of the race, but for now, he wasn't panicking. He seems quite at ease in the lead of a race that is absolutely stacked with top-quality drivers. So fair play to Jason. Very, very impressed. Jordan Dempsey second, Tom Nippers third, and then Rory Smith. So of those two that started on the third row, Smith having the better run of it at the start. Niall Murray, he tried the outside line on lap 1 and just got sort of eased wide into the gravel. If he wins the festival this year, Niall Murray, it will be a particularly well-earned one, I would say.
And of course, the safety car benefits him no end, because of course it means he can close up to the top 4, make it key. That's a great sight to see. It's not completely full grandstand, but it's packed full of people watching from the Paddock Hill Bend grandstand of this festival final. There'll be plenty, of course, on the grass banks also, which there are. There's lots of people watching from the grass side. Some people, of course, parked on the infield as well, on the exit of another action spot, which is Druids, and also on the inside of Druids too. So there's plenty of people watching this final. I think it's a tiny bit darker out there, but the light's not faded enough that it's going to cause any problems. So I think we're all good. This final was scheduled to start anyway at 25 to 4. So we're anticipating it's going to be slightly darker going forward, because of course the clocks went back 1 hour last night, so we get an hour less of daylight, if I'm correct in saying. So it means that it goes darker earlier, so we're going properly into the winter months now. But under the safety car, Jason Smith leads the way. Let's see if the safety car lights come off. Is he accelerating? No, carries on this time because Stephen O'Connor's car's still there. I think now he's waiting for the gap in the traffic to join the back of the Crocodile. So, yep, there he goes. Stephen O'Connor's car unscathed, and away he goes. He might at least just take it off. Unfortunately, he's dragging some gravel all the way through. In fact, the safety car lights have indeed gone off quickly because they've managed to recover the car. So, safety car will come in. Very wide berth, very wide time-warming angle given for Jason Smith. He now is the man to try and pull the pin. He's the head of the safety. He becomes the safety car. He chooses when to restart. He is going almost now. Puts his foot down and off he goes. He's got a really good restart. Managed to catch Jordan Dempsey slightly unawares. But the key thing is now Niall Murray in this queue in 5th position. Now he's got the top 4 right in his sights. So we go back to green flag in the grand final. He can now start to pick them off 1 by 1 if the pace is still there.
Well, but the first one he's got to pick off is Rory Smith, and that will not be an easy overtake, one would imagine. So we're racing again then in the festival. Pretty equally spaced out, really, that leading group. We have 22 laps now on the lap counter, courtesy of the 2 laps behind the safety car, and that is Callum Grant being attacked up in towards Druids corner and ultimately losing a position by the looks of it. It's the 47 car that slips through on the inside line, and Darwin Smith will gain a place. Actually, no, doesn't, because Callum Grant comes straight back up the inside and reclaims the position through Graham Hill Bend, and that brings the number 8 car of Felix Fisher onto terms with them. The leaders, though, spreading themselves out a little bit after that restart. The close closest pair of cars in the lead group, I can tell you, are Niall Murray and Rory Smith, as Murray looks to try and climb his way up the order from as low as 7th halfway around the first lap, and he is now right in behind Rory Smith as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and I think was about to have a go for that 4th position as they went into the braking zone at the right-hander.
Not just that, he's got it.
He's got it already, Rao, so we're seeing this out of the window. Niall Murray then up to 4th there, we see on screen, and that, Scott, was a really important move.
And he passed him while set the fastest lap of the race as Morgan Quinn has Alex Walker up over the curve trying to pass him for what would have been 7th place. And looks like Rory Smith. I wonder if he's decided, look, I know we fought 2 years ago. Don't fight me now. Come with me. Let's see if we can catch the top 3. That would be a very temporary truce between those two, given their history in this final. Of course, they've both won twice in this festival, but of course they're going to try and work together if they can. And if they can do that, they'll be trying to get them back towards the top 3. Alex Walker still showing he's got plenty of pace in a Formula Ford. He's got Ben Cochran on his gearbox for 8th position. Callum Willis also up there in 10th position. Connor Willis in 10th position. And the highest placed super classic car is who else but Callum Grant. Jason Smith takes back the fastest lap of the race, 50.209. And Murray now is closing in to about 7/10 of a second to try and close in now on Tom Nippers. Now remember, back in the semi-final, it was Niall Murray who had to try and get past Tom Nippers. Nippers put up quite a steadfast defence. So I wonder this time now there's much more at stake, given there was a final and the Neil Shannon Trophy. I think Tom Nippers might have to get his elbows up right more. And Oliver Roberts is off and into the barriers onto pit straight. That will certainly be a safety car for sure.
Yes, it will. That car's going nowhere. Thankfully, he's okay. That's a scary place to have an accident. I'm assuming he's been into the concrete wall on driver's right there, so he is going no further. And one has to assume the safety car will come back out again as a result of this. So the yellow flags, safety car boards are out, and we will neutralise the race for a second time. It's not unheard of this in the grand final for a couple of safety car interruptions to come in, but hopefully we'll get into a bit of a flow, a bit of a rhythm as we move a bit further in. So again, Jason Smythe though just casually, calmly, coolly leading the race. Jordan Dempsey in that little run, Scott, was not able to get close enough to really apply too much pressure.
No, I think there's a bit of a shake of the head there from Jason Smith thinking, really? Another safety car? Not again, come on. But yeah, Jason Smith on that restart managed to get a good run, and only really Jordan Dempsey was the one that went with him. Everyone else was kind of napping a tiny bit, and that meant that he could get a good advantage, and Dempsey's gone with him, of course. And he's an Irish one too. Imagine if the Irish get a 1, 2, 3 on the podium. That would be incredible. I don't think that's ever happened in Formula Ford Festival history. I don't think it has anyway. I should probably look at the fact I've got the Roll of Honour with all the top 3 in here, so I might have to quickly look at that and figure that out whilst we're looking at how things look under safety cars. The RunYourFeet.com Jaguar safety car makes its second appearance at the Festival Grand Final. Of course, we still have up to a maximum of 3 more laps to add on to the race distance, which means that I think we possibly are going to go to the absolute maximum distance of the safety car laps added on. We should be going to 25 laps if this doesn't get shortened that quickly.
Yes, I suspect you might be right. Shame that for Oliver Roberts, though. He's been one of the stars of the show, hasn't he, in that 1989 Van Diemen. And he was really strong in one of the races earlier on this morning, I seem to recall, too. But unfortunately, we're not going to see him take any further part in this one. I'm not sure where the car has sustained that damage. Like I said, I'm assuming he's hit the pit wall, but that's only really because of the location that he's ended up in. It could just be that he ran into the back of someone up at Clearways and then the car ground to a halt. But yeah, it's in a bit of a precarious position. There's a recovery truck heading round the circuit. It is at Surtees Corner at the moment, and so that's not going to get round there for another 60 seconds or so. It will then hopefully be able to fairly quickly attach a tow rope to the roll bar and then get the car out of the way. They can pull it in at the end of the pit lane quite quickly, so I don't think it will take too long. There is a flatbed truck heading out as well, just in case. So we're going to have another couple of laps here, I think, behind the safety car, unfortunately, and this might now start eating into what I agree will become a 25-lap distance. Jason Smythe then the leader, Jordan Dempsey second, Tom Nippers third, Niall Murray fourth, and actually now I think these safety cars starting to become a frustration for the likes of Murray and Smith. Yes, they've closed back in again on the cars ahead, but they need all of the laps available to them, really, to start overtaking those cars ahead.
They do, and it keeps at least quite close. And also, I would imagine that with these extra safety car laps, they probably would have been advised, I presume at least, to make sure they refuel for maximum 25 laps rather than 20, because the last thing you want to do is be embarrassed by the fact that you only fuel for 20, and at the safety cars you then run short because you didn't pay attention to the fact there's anything else. Now, one car's pulled off in the background. I think that's possibly, I want to say that's possibly Richard Simpson, maybe car 29, I'm going to guess. That's possibly come off the road. I can't quite figure out. It's a Ray chassis. That's all I can really tell you because it's got the pointy nose. But in terms of which,
I think you're right. It's taken the back entrance to the inner paddock essentially on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. He's getting out of the car and sort of gesticulating towards a marshal that there is an issue. But what the issue is, I don't know. So anyway, he's out of the way at least. And do we think it is him?
I think it's definitely Richard Simpson is driving a Ray chassis, and that is definitely a Ray. I can tell by the sharp pointed nose on the car. It's definitely a Ray. It's a GR20 that he's running this weekend, number 29. So he's from the USA. So I think he definitely is him.
Let's see if he starts to drop down the timing tower. He was 21st in the running order in his 2020 spec Ray. And let's see, does he start dropping? Yes, he does. So yeah, you're right, it is the 29 car, well-deduced Scott that has pulled over, but it's well out of the way. It won't lead to any further delay in a restart. The flatbed truck is already hoisting the Oliver Roberts car up onto its flatbed, and so that car will be out of the way. We possibly aren't going to go racing this time. I think next time is more likely. The RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car will keep the pace as low as possible to try and increase the chances essentially of us going racing at the end of this lap, but they can't go too slowly because then drivers will start to complain that they're losing tyre temperature, and you need to keep up a certain pace in order to keep the tyres in the operating window. So one more lap then behind the safety car, then we're good to go, and we're going to be ticking in towards the half race mark. Then we're on lap 11 now of what is going to become a 25 lap grand final. So we've had a bit of a stop-start first half. Hopefully, Scott, we get into a rhythm in the second half. What these safety cars will do, though, I think, is they will ramp up the urgency a little bit, because drivers know they don't necessarily have another 12 green flag racing laps to do what they need to do.
No, that means that the pressure will be on, particularly for Jason Smith to defend any attacks he might get, and also it'll give the incentive and the hurry up for Jordan Dempsey, Tom Nippers, and in fact, indeed, Niall Murray and Rory Smith to basically get on with this, because they can't just sit there for a few laps and debate their move and do I pass here, do I pass there? That's the jeopardy of the festival. Effectively, if you hesitate, you might get one more car come past you, 2, 3, 4, then your chance of victory goes up in smoke. Quite, in some cases, quite literally. So that's going to be quite key to watch out for. Oliver Roberts' car is going to very quickly be pushed behind the barrier. I suspect that now it's off the circuit and the site of the incident is clear. As you rightly said, we should be going this time by, so we'll be looking out for the safety car lights to be going out when they get onto the Cooper Straight exiting pattern near Graham Hill Bend. This time by, we can get the race back underway. I think we are both right. It should be now up to a 25 lap total race distance, having those laps back added on from this safety car period.
Yep, I think you're probably right. So Jason Smythe has to try and execute another strong restart. He's done it once already. That was a decent first restart. Jordan Dempsey sort of went with him, but then Jason, who's really been working the tyres, I mean, they're all weaving quite vigorously, but I'd say Jason is the most vigorous weaver of the lot, and I think that really paid dividends on that first restart. He was able to get up to speed immediately and pull a little gap over Dempsey. Dempsey had been closing in at the time of the safety car to within 0.3 of a second, but can't really afford to lose too much ground now with perhaps limited racing laps still to go. The lights are still on the safety car. I imagine they're going to go out as they go through 30s. Yes, they do. And so we are good to go racing at the beginning of lap 13 of 25. So still plenty of racing to go. And you can see what I mean here about Jason Smythe. He's using the whole track, fishtailing the car around just to generate some more tyre temperature. Now he steps on the accelerator and pitches the car into the right-hander at Clearways. Van Diemen from Medina at the front of the grid, and it's the number 26 Van Diemen, that gets us back underway. Keep an eye on Murray though. Niall Murray, fourth car in line, has had a really good restart. So has Morgan Quinn. Look, trying to get to the inside of Luke Cooper. That door is kept firmly shut on the route into Paddock Hill Bend. It is Niall Murray though, Scott, that I'm watching here. He will want to start moving forward immediately.
The trouble is he's behind Tom Nippers, who put up a steadfast defence on him in the semi-final, so it won't be easy. There's Alex Walker looking to go around the outside of Morgan Quinn for what would have been 7th position. And the two Oldfield cars in there too. There goes Walker up the inside, giving Morgan Quinn no choice, and they just clip wheels as they come exiting Graham Hill Bend. They might just lock wheels again as they come through. Back up the inside again, we'll go Walker trying to make that stick. Around the outside comes Ben Cochran. So as Walker slept and actually didn't get it through, Ben Cochran round the outside at 30s. Impressive stuff from Ben. And that now puts him in an Oldfield Motorsport sandwich, because now right behind him is Connor Willis. Down the pit straight, Smith is almost away and gone. Nippers is going with Dempsey, and Murray is going with both of them. So that's going to be quite intriguing to see how that plays out in the next few laps. Here comes Connor Willis to make it 2 Oldfield cars up the inside of Alex Walker, and thought about it, tried to squeeze past, but couldn't make that one stick. Back through Paddock Hill Bend they go. Also in there too is David McCulloch and Charlie Mann. And last year's historic winner Darwin Smith was in a modern car for the first time this year and up in 13th place.
Well, is this now going to be a battle for second, or can any of these three go after the leader? Jordan Smythe, off the restart, sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 50.193. He was the best part of a second up the road already. Jordan Dempsey just can't live with him on cold tyres. That's what's made the difference. They're all sideways through Surtees, and Niall Murray is going to be thinking, surely this isn't going to slip through my fingers again. It's been a while now since Niall Murray won the festival, 9 years to be precise, and he must have really felt good coming into the weekend when he qualified on pole position for his heat. He ended up on pole position for the semi-final, but on the Sunday he has had a pretty tough slog and he's not yet into a podium position. Another new fastest lap for Smythe, a 49.980. He's a second and a quarter up the road now, Scott.
And getting under 50 seconds is no slouch in terms of lap time. Going sub 50 shows he absolutely means business. He's kept his best and his powder dry all the way through to the final here to show exactly what he's got. And in charge, looks like he's out the race as he is car trundling back to the pit into the paddock. So that's his festival over. Good to see him at least make the final. Now they come down towards Surtees again. Top of the three cars scrapping over second place, and Murray's car getting the most sideways out of all three. Nippers locked in a battle here between Jordan Dempsey and Niall Murray. Quite a story on his social media, being battling with a National Formula Ford champion and a two-time festival winner. Now here comes Murray in the slipstream, closest he's ever been. Looking to the outside line, surely will he go to the outside and expect the light switch to the inside line. Nippers goes defensive, but he'll look for that up and under if he opens the door through Paddock Hill Bend. This now gives Dempsey a bit of a respite, gives him a car length or so's gap as they come through towards Druids again. Still nothing doing. Little slide from Smith. The gap now still 1.2 seconds. And Dempsey matched the pace in front. In fact, anything, Nippers and Murray were quicker than Smith and Dempsey on the last lap by a couple of tenths.
Yeah, now, of course, they do have a good slipstream from Jordan Dempsey. That will be helping to some extent. But I do think Dempsey is a little bit the cork in the bottle. There's a yellow flag at Paddock. Someone's been off, but I think has now rejoined. Might have been Adam Fathers, possibly, as the rest of the field pour through Surtees. And I think I can see Adam Fathers detached from the back of the field at Druids. I think he's been off and on, but no need for another safety car intervention. Good news if you're Jason Smythe, bad news really if you are Jordan Dempsey, because a safety car right now might be the only way that he gets back into this. Although that was a personal best lap from Dempsey, it was fractionally quicker than the leader, less than half a tenth, but that is a sign that maybe he's now starting to get a bit more confidence in the tyres. Can he still get there? We're on lap 17 of 25, 8 laps to go. If he can get within a second or so, Scott, he'll start picking up the slipstream again, but that is going to be easier said than done.
He's got a good car to lead him, of course. He's got the Medina Sport car. I think that's the same car which Joe McMullen raced last year at the festival. Well, of course, also a former festival National Formula Ford champion. So Dempsey doing that car justice, dancing his way through. Rory Smith is keeping in touch. The next battle behind them is between a slightly forgotten battle between Luke Cooper and Morgan Quinn. Not quite the third place he was hoping he scored last year in terms of pace. Alex Walker's returned to the festival back in 8th, as we see now again Murray into the slipstream, looking to dart out to have a look at Nippers, who's being one of the best defensive drivers all weekend, looking down the outside to make it stick. Looking for the high, wide and handsome line, looking for that undercut switch through, was thinking he might well have. Nippers runs out wide over the curb. Here comes Murray, pulls himself about halfway alongside. Here he comes for third place into Druids corner, and the move is done. Up to P3 goes Niall Murray, but is that a couple of laps too late?
Well, I fear you might be right there. He is into third place, but that's actually cost them time to Jordan Dempsey on the previous lap, was slightly slower than the leader. Rory Smith is with them now as well. Rory's been largely anonymous in this final so far, but he arrives on the tail now of the podium battle. Keep an eye on Murray though. Has he got the pace to chase after Dempsey? And if he gets there, can he get through? If he can get through, does he then have any time left to chase after the leader? That lead gap is hovering at around 1.3 seconds. Let's compare lap times this time by the completion of lap 18 of 25. Smythe does a 50.0, a 50.2 for Dempsey, and of course a 50.7 for Murray, losing time with the overtake, but now he's in clean air. We'll see what he's really capable of.
Yeah, this is looking a bit more like a, dare I say it, a foregone conclusion in some cases, because Murray's having to defend there from Nippers. Smith is almost at the back of Nippers to try and pick up fourth place from him. Dempsey's got a couple of seconds, or 1.5 seconds over Murray in second place. And as for Smith, he's now by 1.5 seconds already, and he's lapping against a couple of tenths quicker than everybody else. So at this point in time, it looks as though, as we come towards the last 6 laps of the race, on lap 20, onto lap 20, including the one that they're going to be on, 6 laps to go, and I think it possibly could be Jason Smith, who is on course to make it a victory which will, I think, not at least emulate the victory which his dad, Smith took. In fact, Tom Nichols was wide there, lost him a couple of spots and lost him out of place to Rory Smith. Then the wave of dismissal down the pit straight, but that's him back to the bottom of the top 5.
Yeah, so Rory Smith then into 4th position. Lap time check, the leader, the fastest on track again, 50.08, 50.3 for Dempsey, 50.3 for Murray. So Murray is matching Dempsey, but not really catching him. The Oldfield teammates, by the way, at play here as they head into Druids Corner. Inside line held by Connor Willis, outside by Ben Cochran. These two have been mightily exciting to watch so far this weekend, and they're doing battle again into Graham Hill Bend, but that is a tough place to make a move on the inside, really. You need to have the car fully alongside into the braking zone, and that wasn't quite the case there for Ben Cochran. There are the leaders. Niall Murray, well, you can't say he's not trying. The car absolutely flung sideways through clearways. The gap to second, I would say, is creeping down slightly. He was 9/10 behind Jordan Dempsey. Well, actually, no, it goes up slightly. The lead gap also creeping out by a 10th. So the best of the battling to be had further back, as here Morgan Quinn, no, not Morgan Quinn, sorry, that is McCullough, isn't it? Sorry, the 128 looks to try and go toe-to-toe with the Oldfield boys.
I will say one thing, I don't think we've ever had an all-Irish 1, 2, 3 on the podium in the festival before, so if it stays as it is, we will get that, because Smith will be the winner. It'll be Dempsey in 2nd place and Murray in 3rd. So the first time I think ever that the Irish will have dominated all 3 spots on the festival grand final podium, but he's still got 5 laps to go to do it.
Yes, we have, and spots of rain on the commentary box window I'm noticing. It's not heavy at the moment, but that will certainly be catching the attention of the drivers up and down the order, particularly the race leader, because he is the pioneer, isn't he? If it is getting slippery out there, then Jason Smythe is the one who has to establish exactly how tricky the conditions are. And yes, lap times have dropped off by about 3/4 of a second, so it is getting a bit sketchy out there. Murray then within now 7/10 of a second of Jordan Dempsey, and we know Niall is pretty handy in the wet. If it does start to rain, then he could still have a chance to improve his position. He's certainly going to have a shot at Dempsey, I think. His chances of chasing after Jason Smythe seem now to be pretty slim, but 2nd place is still within grasp.
But even if he doesn't, it will still be, I think, a Team Dolan 1-2, because Jason Smythe is entered the Team Dolan banner, so they'll get another victory on Bernard Dolan's honour roll for victories there. Was that somebody going off? Was the camera switched pretty quickly? Usually that's making something happen, but looks like it was a bit of a false storm for that. So 3 laps to go, and it might have been the most spectacular final that we've had in recent years, but I have to say Jason Smith has led this one pretty much from the start and could be going on for a lights to flag victory in a very, dare I say, almost Niall Murray-esque performance in some cases. So this is kind of like is this Niall Murray 2.0, shall we say?
Very reminiscent of what we've seen Niall do in the past, isn't it, really? It's so difficult to do this, to do what Jason Smythe has done, to lead the field from pole, 2 safety car restarts, remember, and to keep them all at arm's length in a field as stacked with talent as this. He wasn't one of the names that was necessarily at the forefront of a lot of people's minds coming into the weekend as a potential festival champion, but he has done absolutely everything right over the course of the weekend so far. Won his heat, of course, had a really strong run in the semi-final, and now here he is with a golden opportunity now, just 2 laps away from claiming the victory in the grand final. What's going to happen for second? That's the real question. Niall Murray versus Jordan Dempsey. The gap is 4.5 so as close as they've been, but is Niall Murray going to be able to get close enough to make a move?
Certainly try another wide over the curve exiting Paddock Hill Bend for Dempsey, but it's going to keep Murray closing in. Last time by he was a 10th quicker. He's getting closer, but he's going to got a lap and a half to do this now. Otherwise he'll have to be resided for 3rd position. Just looking on the roll of honour from the actual winners before. I don't think Mark Niall's ever finished 3rd in the final. No, he hasn't. He's finished 2nd a couple of times and won it twice. Never 3rd, so it might be the Grand Slam in terms of the podium. We'll get a 3rd place. It will complete the set, but it's not the one he wants. He wants to get himself on the trophy again for the 3rd time. Through some of the back markers here. This could be crucial because now Dempsey's under a back marker of Adam Fathers, but now here comes Niall Murray in the slipstream with 1 more lap to go in the final. Is it going to be a late snatch for 2nd place, or is Jordan Dempsey going to hold on? But it looks as though he goes to the outside line to try and make an attack on 1 last ditch attempt. What's it going to be with Jason Smith out in front? But who's going to be second? Big twitch. He's going to keep on pressing, but this might well be Dempsey had to get everything out in his defence to try to hold off Niall Murray for this 2nd place.
So Niall Murray then will have already accepted in his mind that 2nd is as good as it gets, but Niall Murray is not the kind of man to settle for 3rd if 2nd is there for the taking. He's got 1 more overtaking opportunity to go, and I think Niall Murray is going to be desperate to try and make the move into Clearway's corner. Is he close enough then to snatch 2nd place away from Jordan Jordan Dempsey. Through the right-hander at McLaren they go. I don't think he is. Jason Smythe, though, an absolutely flawless performance from pole position. He led off the line. He dealt with 2 safety car restarts. He dominated the field. And Jason Smythe is your 2025 Grand Final winner at the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival. It is Jordan Dempsey second. Niall Murray comes home in third. A 10th and a half back. Even closer look between Morgan Quinn and Luke Cooper. Morgan actually taking 6th place away at the line as they came through there. The rain has just started to come in with a little bit more ferocity as well. You can see the spots on the camera lens there, and that maybe is limiting grip for a few drivers. Rick Norris there with a bit of a slide through the final corner at Clearways. He is battling only for 23rd position with the 133 car of Higgins, but that was Richard Higgins who started right on the back row of the grid. Good battling up and down the order, but yes, we did not have that frantic multiple lead change slipstream kind of final we've seen in the past, but in a way that it makes what Jordan's just Jason's just done even more impressive, Scott.
It certainly does. So we should also mention that he's not the first Smythe to have won a festival in previous years, because he's punching the air with delight, and rightfully so. It was a really clean performance from start to finish. He's shaking his head in disbelief, he can't believe it, and that was the aim he wanted. He wanted to come here and do well, and he's done so the best possible way. He's done so with a win in his heat, winning semi-final. Yep. He's done the perfect route, winning the heat, winning semi-final, and led every single lap from start to finish, and he'll pull up to position number 1. He'll get the applause of those involved, and he'll punch us there because he knows exactly what that means. And the great thing for a young driver like Jace, who knows the history of Formula Ford and the festival, he'll know what this means to him. And of course, for family history, the Kent Festival, when it was not the primary engine category at the festival, it was his father Neville who won it back in 2010 in a Rage GRS 09. This weekend, you can see that he's in absolute disbelief, but rightfully so. It's been a fantastic drive for an incredible champion in the United Formula Ford, and he's now done the double, United Formula Ford champion, and now 2025 Formula Ford Festival Grand Final winner. Brilliant drive.
Jason Smythe then has done it. He wins the Formula Ford Festival for 2025. Jordan Dempsey comes home second and fends off Niall Murray, who really will be feeling that his festival all went off the rails on the opening few laps of that semi-final earlier on. Rory Smith in fourth will probably feel the same, with Tom Nicholas completing the top 5. It's emotional scenes down in the pit lane as Jason Smythe will be celebrating with friends, family, team members. Scott mentioned a perfect weekend so far, all the way through really, including pole position in his heat at the start of the weekend too. So pole for his heat, won that. Started on the outside of row 1 for his semi-final, won that by beating double former winner Rory Smith. And now he is a Formula Ford Festival champion, a new name to add to the Roll of Honour. Let's hear from him now with Richard John Neal.
Jason with Bernard Dolan, as you can see. And Bernard was, I mean, he's got so many cars in this that are capable of winning, Bernard, that he said, I think any one of his drivers winning, you'd have been happy with any of those, Bernard, wouldn't you, winning? But you look like you're glassy-eyed, tears in your eyes.
Yeah, no, it's a long time coming, especially running as far. I ran as far. He won the festival. Now to run for his son, it's just unbelievable.
Another bit of festival history, Bernard. So we're going to have a word with the man himself. But thank you for that. Thank you very much, Bernard Dolan. And we couldn't really grab a quick word with Jason because he hasn't got his helmet off, but he will have now. So I'm going to get straight in. Jason Smith. Congratulations, mate. What a weekend. Garland from Peter Daly and the hat. What does that mean to you? Can you get any words for us?
Oh, it's just, I've been dreaming this since I was a child with my dad winning and everything. It's just unbelievable. I just can't thank everybody enough. And just have no words.
First father and son to win the festival, which is mega, and a win in your own right is superb. And Andy McEwen in commentary said that was a flawless drive in the final, and I have to agree.
Yeah, no, I drove his socks off there, to be honest. I don't know if whether it was the car was going off, there was oil being put down, but it was pretty tricky on the last couple of laps. Last lap I used no track anywhere just to bring it home.
And it's not just about the final, is it? It's the preparation, it's the testing, the mindset, and getting through the heat and the semi-final. It's a complete weekend.
No, yeah, I really had to work for it this weekend, winning my heat and then being in second for the semi and then racing Rory the way I did. It was a pretty ballsy move when I'm looking back on it, but yeah, that's where it got me now.
Well done, Jason. We've got to do some podium presentations down here. There'll be some photographs as well. We're going to do a 3-2-1 down here if we can. I'm guessing if the stream goes away to the support race, fine, but we'll try and get our 3-2-1 done. And in third position, please welcome up Niall Murray. Niall's got the goal in the well. Niall, congratulations, mate. What a cracking race. And, you know, I know how much it all means to you guys, and that came across from the semi-final interviews. But P3, some great overtakes to get where you did.
Yeah, look, I'm happy. Well, I suppose happy-ish for P3, considering we started 6th. But look, I'm delighted for Jason and Bernard and Neville and the whole team. And look, he didn't put a foot wrong. I was kind of hoping he would have, but you know, nothing can take away the win away from him. You know, look, as I said earlier, I made the mistake myself in the semi, so I'll definitely be thinking about that the next few days and make sure I don't make it next week at the Walter Hayes. But yeah, look, I kind of did what I could do from 6th, I suppose, up to 3rd. Jordan was really quick, and obviously Jason was just uncatchable at that stage. I would have had to do 48 towards the end to close him in. So yeah, look, happy enough.
It's always great to see you, mate, and watch your race. Lovely to see you, Niall. Well done on P3. We're going to hand over to the live race. We're going to carry on recording and get the rest of the interviews for the catch-up a little bit later on.
Gets underway just as Richard hands back over to us. This is the second Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern Tin Tops and Super Saloons race of the day, and Rod Burley immediately has some pressure from Tony Skelton, the second oldest licence holder with Motorsport UK here in the United Kingdom, Tony Skelton, and he is was challenging, but then skated wide at Druids in what are, as we've said, completely challenging conditions. It is very, very greasy out there now. The rain has arrived just at the end of that Formula Ford Festival final, and it means that for the Saloons and Tin Tops, pretty challenging conditions they will have to face. But Rod Burley has seen it all in his, don't forget, 4-wheel drive Ford Escort Cosworth, and so he should be more than capable of handling the conditions out in front, and he'll be hoping to add to that list of hundreds upon hundreds of race victories that he's had over a long and successful career. Burley leads then, Skelton no longer second perhaps, because up the inside comes one of the Fiestas. That's the 66 of Terry Waller, but Terry not quite able to complete the manoeuvre into Paddock Hill Bend because the power of the Clio is a little bit superior to that of the Fiesta. He's later on the brakes at Paddock, but there's no way through on the way into the right-hander, and I think this is almost only a matter of time. Yes, here he comes, sails through on the inside at Druids, and the Fiesta will go by. Then we've got the Honda Civic in 4th position. That's the 188 of Neil Gardner, who was a late retirement in the earlier race, came into the pit lane with only a handful of laps to go, but the Civic driver looking now to try pick his way through into 3rd position, picking their way through the darkness as well. It has gone very gloomy. It is about twice as dark in reality as these pictures are showing us. It is a lot darker here than the camera will allow to be shown, and that is only further adding to the challenge.
It might be the film on our commentary box because there is a darker tinted film on our window as well, so that might be showcased to be, for us at least, a bit darker than it actually is, but it is certainly a bit dark and greasy out there with the rain. But of course, if there's one thing that you want there is 4-wheel drive, and Rod Burley's got that in spades in the Ford Escort. He's leading, of course, now after 2 laps. And has a 2.2 second advantage over Tony Skelton, who, I have to say, for being a 19-year-old, he can still pedal his clear pretty quickly. He was keeping Rod honest in race number 1, and he's actually not keeping him too far away in race 2 either.
No, he's not, is he? Had it not been for a wayward moment up here on the opening lap, he might have even challenged for the race lead. But on the previous lap, he was quicker. He was the quickest on track, actually, was Skelton, and so took a fair chunk of time out of the race leader, about 0.6 of a second or so. Further back, meanwhile, this is the number 27 Ford Escort of Martin Reynolds, battling away with another Ford, a slightly different one though, Ian Seal's ST150 Fiesta, which will go through, and in behind we've got another of the newer shaped Fiestas as well joining in the battle. That's Dominic Ryan, I think, isn't it? So good little scrap going on in the midfield. The older Escort will slip up the inside into Surtees, but none of them have really got any grip, and they're all just desperately trying not to slide into each other. As that goes on, by the way, another fastest lap is set by Tony Skelton. That was a 58.8. That was 1.3 seconds quicker than Rod Burley. So Tony Skelton is now within a second, Scott, of the race lead.
I mean, you can't have 4-wheel drive, have front-wheel drive instead. He's got that in the Renault Clio, so we'll see how that plays out as they've got proper lights ablaze now in what's proper now kind of late afternoon festival weather. But I'm actually glad that we got through this and the rain hit just as the festival ended. So
perfect timing.
It was perfect timing. So at least these cars can handle these wet conditions and have headlights to tackle some of the darker lights out there. Huge bit of flame from the side exhaust from the Escort or Rob Burley as he changed down into towards 30s. I'd imagine that the Clio, regardless of how much horsepower I think it may have, is probably going to be enjoying these conditions a little better, considering that the Escort's going to be a little bulkier out there, have more power, and therefore Rob won't be able to use as much of it as Tony might be able to use the pace in his Clio. And they're breaking away quite cleanly from Terry Waller, who is doing quite a fine job in third position in his Fiesta. But it's a proper hot hatch battle here with Waller, Gardner and Hayward. Fiesta versus Civic versus McGann. And Neil Gardner, the ex-Civic Cup racer, just closing in a little quicker. Little spit of flame on the exhaust. He goes up a gear, exiting Paddock Hill Bend. Now the charge back towards Druids. Looking to the outside of the Fiesta. Wipers ablaze. They take the wider line, which is better in these conditions. A little wayward for Gardner. Missed the apex, now to turn out of it. This gives Hayward the chance to close back in. It's good to see a Renault Megane there. We don't see too many often Meganes. Clios are quite popular. Megane's not so much.
Yeah, I don't know why really. It's a good looking car and a slightly bigger platform as well, so in these conditions would provide a bit more stability, one would imagine. Where are you going, Tony? That's not... I know the wet line is the wide line normally, but we don't tend to see people go quite that wide through 30s, but he's finding the grip as best he can. He did lose about half a second or so to Rod Burley last time as Rod set a new fastest lap of the race. Now you can see the effect of that. The gap is now starting to go back out. It's a three-way fight for third, though, between Waller, Gardner and Hayward, and it is Hayward in the yellow and black Megane that looks the most likely to make a move now. Goes to the outside line into Paddock Hill Bend. Again, probably won't try and go right round the outside. Cuts back to the late apex. That puts him across the slipperier line, but it didn't seem to matter. Brilliant traction off the corner, and the Megane goes fourth.
Yeah, so the Megane certainly working better in the wet conditions than the Civic is at this point in time. Another little backfire of flame as he shifted through the gears. And sort of on and off the throttle a little bit. Overrun on that Civic is looking pretty strong. Gardner's not totally finished with this. He's trying to sneak back up the inside again to repass Hayward for fourth position. Waller in P3. And the gap is 2.9 seconds out in front between Rob Burley and Skelton. Clive Hainsford's RX-8 doesn't appear to have had the smoothest second race. There's in the pit lane at the moment with issues. And a spit of flame again for Gardner. Sometimes if it spits too much, it's obviously an indication of an engine problem, but it's just over on the overrun. It's just fancy to look at and looks good. So down the pit straight again, coming up to half distance in this 15-minute race, the final race of the weekend for the 54th BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. The main event is complete. Two generations of Fiesta. That is Dominic Ryan and Ian Seal in car number 7. And his teammate is not in this race. No, Rick Skelty was in the race while earlier on, but Rick Skelty hasn't taken the start for race 2. It's just one of those two white and red Fiestas that are in the field. Colin Claxton also had a rough time in race 1-2, and he retired from that early on after a couple of laps in the Escort, in the Castrol liveried Escort, Mark 1. He's now circulating in 11th place. Also out there, good to see Ken Hunt, who did pull up at Graham Hill Bend in race number 1. He retired too in his white Mark 4 Golf. So Reynolds seems to be relishing in these slightly damp conditions. Nice strong run for him so far up in, well, I say strong, he's up in 9th position. It's not as high as he was in race 1, having picked up 4th place. But that was a really that was only because Clive Hayes made a very daring last minute move into Paddock Hill Bend on the last lap, shooting down the inside to deny him a podium spot. And as for the leaders, looks like Rob Burley's now turning his way into Graham Hill Bend as we watch Sam Hayward. He's got a nice clear run, he's put the lap on Ken Hunt's VW Golf, and he's now, the gap's now, I think it's even more than 6 seconds now. That gap is more than 6 seconds between himself and Tony Skelton. So I think Skelton in these current conditions is not maybe feeling as though the car's exactly where he wants it to be compared to where it was a few laps ago.
No, it seems the way, and Rob Burley sort of did this in race 1 as well, didn't he, where he maybe wasn't all that quick at the start, but then really could have sort of built up the speed as the race went on. So I wonder if it's a combination of those two factors maybe. Intrigued to see what further progress Sam Hayward can make here though, as the Megane starts to home in on the Fiesta ahead, and running in different classes. In fact, the top 4 cars in this race all running in different classes. Class A for Rob Burley, Class B for Tony Skelton, Class T2 for Terry Waller, and T1 for Sam Hayward, which is the same class as the Honda Civic behind in 188 of Neil Gardner. So that is a battle for the class victory. But not really a huge battle now, is it? I think the Civic being dropped slightly by these two. We are 6.5 minutes, just under, away from the conclusion of our final race of this Formula Ford Festival weekend. And Rod Burley will be pretty pleased, I think, with how this one's gone. 6.5 seconds his lead at the start of the lap, and looking very likely now to add to the wins tally. That, as I said, is well into the hundreds now for his career over the many decades that he's been racing. And fascinating to hear him talking to Richard after race one about his winter plans to go race in New Zealand, which I didn't know is something that Rod did, but apparently most years he goes over there and gets a bit of winter racing in as well. So yeah, good for him. Still as keen as ever, isn't he?
I wonder if that's something to do with the what do you call Super Touring Festival they do over there with all the old touring cars.
That's
because yeah, that's something which is always quite a cool thing to do. They have a lot of Super Tours that hang around New Zealand these days, including lots of BTCC cars do so. So I wonder if they get him over to have it play in one of those, or just something over there. It's some kind of historic festival that must be going on.
He said maybe a BMW. Didn't state which BMW. He said maybe a BMW, maybe not. So not sure.
He has raced amongst many cars he has raced and does race. He has raced a BMW 3 Series before in this series. He has also raced a Honda Integra, I think.
Yes, I think he did, yeah.
And of course, this is his typical daily racer, shall we say. He has got WRC, which is still as evergreen and quick as it always was. It's a trusty car which has helped him out. Of course, if you look further back in his history, when he's racing in the kind of the silhouettes or the mod sports, that we call them, or the Thunder Saloons. I think one of the cars he used to race was a proper wide-body Honda Prelude. I think I remember that from years and years ago. Less than 5 minutes to go of racing action here at Brands Hatch. And I say time-wise only, it's only 4:30, so we're actually not doing too bad time-wise. We'll probably get away pretty quickly. Of course, we'll have the trophy presentation, which I'm certain that I say they're going to be taking those pictures for. I think they've still got a group of people down there who's still taking pictures and doing stuff with them, recording stuff with, I presume. Although Jeremy's camera is resting in one of the garages I can see on the screen opposite me, where our producer and director Barry's constructing things, a little wave given us as well. So it looks like they're not filming anything right now. It's just a lot of people down there just celebrating the fact that we've had a festival winner. Yeah, there's plenty of people down there. I think it's more a challenge trying to get them over to the Kentigan and actually get them going again. So we might have to fill for a bit before we get that underway. But I probably have to go. I'll have to go over there myself, of course, to be part of the festivities being BRSCC. So, but it has been a fascinating weekend, a fascinating day. Of course, I was at Alton Park yesterday, but yesterday, of course, with the heats and all the races we had yesterday and all the champions we crowned provisionally today as well. And of course, the most important thing, of course, was an excellent final. I think an excellent festival from start to finish. And again, it might have had matched the intensity or the excitement of the last, let's see, 3 of the 4 festivals that we had, because obviously we don't talk about 2022 for obvious reasons. But the one before that, 2021, and the previous 2 years have been exciting. That was a good festival in its. We're talking obviously whilst the race is going on, but that was a festival in its own right that had excitement in its own way in terms of how good Jason Smith's drive was, Marlon Rowe trying to come back to the field, and the fact we've had now, I think that's the first ever all-Irish festival top 3 we've had in its history, I think.
We've got a tendency, I think, and I don't know whether this has always been the case or it's just modern culture, but we do have a tendency sometimes to write off a race if there wasn't a lead change, or if there wasn't a big crash, or if there wasn't like a big controversial moment or a great big battle pack. Sometimes, actually, just seeing someone go out there and execute 25 perfect laps of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit and not only fend off, but keep some distance behind them the likes of Jordan Dempsey and Niall Murray and Rory Smith, who are extremely talented drivers, that is sometimes just as impressive to see. So, yeah, I certainly enjoyed that final quite significantly. Now, what I'm also enjoying is this battle for a class victory that's going on between Sam Hayward and Neil Gardner, as they battle down the Cooper Straight. Now, I said earlier on that Gardner didn't look all that likely to challenge Hayward, but he's really come on strong in the middle part of the race and has closed right back in on the tail of the McGann.
He has. Got the proper hot hatch battle, and looks like also Terry Waller's done a great job to pull away from these two also, with 2.25 minutes left to go. And the slightly nimbler Fiesta doing a decent job of keeping the two, I say, slightly bigger hot hatches out there. So it's arguable that the McGann is the bigger of the 3 cars out there. Here comes the lead battle, or at least Rob Burley has the 3.2 second advantage over Tony Skelton, who the Clio is nimble enough, but of course look, it's got plenty of power underneath. He can just put his foot down and it sort of grunts and goes in a straight line, and it's got plenty of the corners to handle whatever he needs to use. I'm not sure exactly how much power that's got, but enough at least to try and trouble Rod and how much he has in his car. Through 30s. little wayward, but the fact that he keeps understeering quite a lot probably suggests that that's how much power it has. Maybe it's set up more for power than it is for handling in terms of where its cars. You can see also it's stiffly sprung. It keeps on just lifting his inside rear wheel through Clearways and Clark Curve every time he goes through there. So definitely stiffly sprung. 2 laps to go left in the second CMMC Southern Super Saloons and Tin Tops race, and indeed the whole festival timetable. So it looks like we're going to get this done before about quarter to 5, which should be quite impressive.
Yes, especially if you have a 250-mile journey back home, which one of us does.
Mine's about 20.
Yes, thank you, Scott. Well, luckily, before I start the long trek, the long voyage back up north, we've got another couple of laps of racing to be enjoyed. And I wonder whether Tony Skelton might still be harbouring some intentions of challenging Rob Burley for the win, although he's just been delayed in a bit of traffic there. The number 7 car now coming into play. That's Ian Seal, who is doing his best to stay out of the way of this Class T1 battle. Rob Burley, though, comes out of the final corner. Last lap board awaits Rob, and he is also going to be pretty pleased with the way this race has gone. I don't think actually that Tony Skelton is going to be able to challenge him realistically. Let's see what the lap times are. Well, there we go, just as if to prove the point. Oh, never mind, I was going to say, as if to prove the point, Rob Burley goes and takes the fastest lap back, but is then beaten by a 1/10 of a second by Tony Skelton. So Skelton, in fairness to him, is keeping the pressure on here, but he's just not quite close enough to do it into Druid's corner. Round the right-hander, up the inside of one of the lapped Honda Civics. And Burley, Skelton, the top 2. It looks as though Rob Burley is going to add another win to his list, his tally of race victories. But Tony Skelton gave him a pretty significant run for his money. Through Surtees, McLaren, the right-hand kink, and then the more significant right-hander at Clearways. Flames spitting, as always, from the side exhaust of the Escort. Windscreen wipers are working, headlights are ablaze. He peers through the gloom. He'll just about be able to spot the checkered flag. And Rob Burley celebrates another race victory here at Brands Hatch, and another fastest lap for Skelton at the end. He was within a second at the flag. Had that race been another minute or so longer, he might well have been able to challenge for the victory. It's Burley from Skelton. 3rd position then goes the way of Terry Waller. 4th for Sam Hayward. All of those class winners, by the way. And 5th position for the 188 of Neil Gardner. And the rest of them cycling through behind. And the only one we're waiting for, I think, is the 86 car now of Colin Claxton, whose Ford Escort did not finish the race earlier on today, but does at least manage to get to the checkered flag this time around. Rob Burley then the winner, and managed to overcome the very challenging conditions. I can tell it is getting dark, because even the spectators sitting in their cars, and I don't blame them, it's warmer in the cars, sitting in their cars on the South Bank, they've got the headlights on just so they can see what they're looking at. So a very gloomy finish to the day, but some entertaining race, I absolutely agree, throughout the 2 days, and already looking forward to doing it all again in 2026. Rod Burley then heads back towards the pit lane area. He will, well, actually, we believe not be greeted by Richard John Neal. I think I'm right in saying Richard, in theory, should have already started wandering over towards the Kentingham, but we'll wait and see. But what we will do is congratulate Rod ourselves if we don't get the chance to speak to him on the live stream. Rod Burley then a winner once again in the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern Tin Tops and Super Saloons series, which is easy for me to say. Rod Burley, Tony Skelton, Terry Waller and Sam Hayward, the top 4, all of them winning their respective class. Neil Gardner and Graham Richardson were next ahead of more class winners, Dominic Ryan and Ian Seal, Martin Reynolds, Ken Hunt, Colin Claxton in 11th, and Clive Hainsford was, I think, the only non-finish. Sad to not see the Mazda RX-8 running at the end of the race, but he retired only 5 laps into the race. So we will not, as I suspected, be able to head down and hear from Richard John Neal, because he's been ushered over to the Kentingham to be in charge of the final trophy presentations, which will be streamed live, so don't go anywhere. We're going to step aside just for a moment and take a really quick break. It likely is the last that you will hear from myself and Scott Woodwiss until next year, at least. Well, in fact, Scott, you'll probably be back on a BRSCC live stream in a couple of weeks' time, will you?
Yes, because those who've got one more big event for us to run, of course, we've done our Formula Ford Festival here, which is fantastic. What more left for us to do? It's a very special one, of course. Anyone who loves this time of year in motorsport will know that we have the Race of Remembrance coming up in a couple of weeks at Anglesey. And yes, I'm very privileged and honoured to be asked back to go and commentate on that again alongside our good friend of ours, Rob Lewis, and also Paul Trustwell, and I think Diana Binks is involved in that.
Oh, really?
She's got some involvement in the Race of Remembrance, I think, too, as well. So a great team of people we put together for what is a very poignant and very incredible weekend of not just racing, but also remembering and celebrating those who have done wonders for serving for their country and also paid an ultimate sacrifice to be able to give us what we have today. So it's a couple of weeks' time. We sort of tune in for that on the BRSCC YouTube channel and indeed on the Race of Remembrance and Mission Motorsport channel. So just looking forward to that. But I'll just give my last words here to say that, well, first of all, I wasn't expected to be on commentary today, but I'm glad that I was. But it was another great fight at the festival once again for 2025. Great entry, had 80 plus cars in the end as well. Lots of good talent, lots of past masters, and also some great young talents coming through. And I think we've had a very worthy winner in Jason Smith, who I suspect that won't be the last time he wins the festival. If he can continue to put that up in Formula Fords, and the fact he was so emotional having won it and emulated what his dad did back in 2010 in the Kent Festival, when it wasn't Kent engines weren't the primary engine formula for the festival and for Formula Ford at that time. That will mean so much more and be even sweeter, which would be fantastic to see. Again, massive thank you to everyone involved in the event. Thank you to all of our fantastic marshals for braving the cold and the dry conditions. It was sunny this morning. It's been a little bit wet towards the end. Fantastic effort from all of them, officials, volunteers, teams, drivers, everyone's been involved in this tour who organised the event. Everyone at BRSCC has played their part behind the scenes. Thanks to, of course, to Barry and everyone at Digitex for another great broadcast over across both days. Obviously, credit to yourself and to Richard for a great job. And just thank you to everyone who's made this possible. And of course, if you haven't already, please subscribe to BRSCC YouTube, because of course that's how you can watch Race of Remembrance. And a small little milestone over this weekend, we also hit 20,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel.
Nice.
It's quite good to see. So thank you for that, for everyone that's supporting too. It's been an incredible season once again. Lots to look forward to in 2026. We've got the Fiesta Junior Scholarship coming up next weekend, then the Race of Remembrance, and then we're into award season, off season, then us crazy folk do it all again in 2026. So it won't be the last time you hear me, but last time on a regular BRSCC meeting. Again, thank you to everyone who's been a part of the season, and onwards now to the presentations and then to another season next year. So thanks to everyone, and fingers crossed that we're good again next year.
There's not much left for me to say after that, Scott, but thank you very much. Yes, I echo all of Scott's sentiments. I won't repeat them all because we'll be here till midnight, but thank you very much for joining us. We will be back again in 2026. For those of you who have tuned in, like I said, don't go anywhere. We've got the trophy presentation coming up very, very shortly. I hope you've enjoyed the Formula Ford Festival in 2025. We've had fantastic racing, a little bit of drama, a little bit of controversy, a dominant performance in the final. That is what the festival is all about. For now, though, good night, and we'll see you all soon. Traffic depending, it could take me half an hour to get out of here.
people up there, mate. Yeah, just don't stand in front of the camera. Yeah, so come in from, you stand off at the side when they come up. Obviously, if you're in the frame, that's absolutely fine, of course. Yeah. So do that. When you're taking your shots, and just walk out of frame. The only place.
What are you going to be getting? You're going to be getting that way. Nine.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our presentations for the 2025 BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. Have you had a good weekend? Yeah. So we too. Thank you ever so much, everybody, for taking part, whether you were driving, whether you were engineering a car, transporting a car, or just supporting within the paddock. And there's no just about it, you know. We're going to come to that, you guys. We'll do it now then, but a big thanks to all our crews, be they marshals, rescue crews or otherwise, but particularly our marshal fraternity. Thanks ever so much for all you do, really appreciate it. And thanks for the prompt. I'm going to crack on straight away because I know a lot of people have got places to go and you don't want to hear me wittering on. The first award that we're going to present is a new one for the competition, which is the John Webb Memorial Cup, which was for the pre-82 Formula Ford cars, sponsored by Jeff Page Engineering. 3 people making the awards here, believe it or not, so I'd like to give a very nice Brands Hatch Festival welcome to Perry McCarthy, Natasha Furman and Jeff Page. So it's 3 people to present 2 trophies. We've got the perennial one, which is a new perennial trophy, which Natasha and Perry will see. Nice to see you. Thank you very much, both of you, for coming up. And good to see you, Jeff, as well. I'm going to depart the stage because it's about the drivers that are... Oh, Perry wants a word. That's a surprise.
What a surprise. Great to see you all here. Formula Ford Festival, a long part of our history in motor racing, and certainly part of mine. And this young lady here, Natasha Furman, the Furman family, of course, Van Diemen. Thank you.
I am humbled to be here today. My father's been here all weekend along with my mother. He has had a great time, and I've heard many, many, many stories about where he's had such an amazing past here at Formula Ford Festival. In particular, I'd just like to check, was it Van Diemen that won today?
Yes.
Ah! Well, thank goodness for that. So, I'll hand back to Perry. I know you want to have a chat.
Thanks, Natasha. I just wanted to make sure that we've got such a heritage here from so many different manufacturers and people, but to have Ralph here at a fairly advanced age and still absolutely living it the same way we do, with that same passion, and at his age, and health, to just see it come out of him, just a reflection of what this all means to us. But I did want to, and thank you for your time here, because I did want to actually just point out somebody in this audience who, to be quite frank, I've been around motor racing for a long time, and hands up if you've got a particular hero in motor racing. Let me just hear. Have any of you? A particular hero? Right, just give me a shout. Who's your particular hero? Senna. Senna. Who said that? Thank you. Rick, where are you? Rick, would you mind staying up? Because you are the exact reason. You are the exact reason why I asked for the microphone. Okay. A, to see you all there is wonderful today. And B, to see you out there with your full commitment, your passion, bravery. Because I talked to Rick earlier, had the great opportunity to meet up with Rick after a long time. And I said, Rick, you're 79 in January. What's going? He said, well, I said, is it strength? He went, no. I said, what is it? He said, well, maybe doing the same thing every lap. I said, yeah, I used to have that when I was in Formula 1, right? Are you scared? He said, no. 79 years old against you guys out there in Formula Ford, 125 miles an hour going into Paddock Hill Bend, and he's not scared. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. We talk about Ayrton, we talk about Mika, we're talking about Michael, we're talking about Lewis and everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, within my top 3 or 4 heroes, it's Rick Morris. All day long. And of course Ralph Furman, for who I drove for. So I beg your pardon, I just wanted to say a couple of words there. I've gone on a little bit long, sorry to delay, and I'll pass you back, but thank you, lovely to be here. Perry, thank you very much for that. One thing I would say, Perry obviously wasn't here last night, because didn't we give you an ovation last night as well? He's going to be fed up with it, Rick, isn't he? But I've got to say, Perry has ever put it much more eloquently than I could. Thank you, mate. Very much indeed. So let's get on to the award. The first winner of the John Webb Memorial Cup is Mark McKenna. Well done, Mark. Congratulations, mate. We're going to have up onto the stage, receive your 2 trophies.
Nice to meet you, Perry. And you.
And we'll do the photos again. I'll keep out of the way.
Is that it? No, this is the one you've been. All right. Thank you.
John Webb, of course, as we mentioned, very much instrumental in bringing the festival to Brands 50 years ago. How special was it that we had Derek Daly join us last night by video, which was great. There we go, nearly done. Everybody okay? That's great, thank you very much for that. Let's have another quick word with Mark before you disappear. We've done it a couple of times already on podiums, but I guess you sat down and probably got a bit more to say.
Yeah, look, it was a brilliant weekend. The festival is the festival, and you mentioned Ralph and you mentioned Rick Morris, like 2 absolute legends. We're all here at Formula Ford, we all love it. So we take part, get a win, happy days.
Safe travels home, very well done. Mark McKenna, congratulations, mate, well done. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff Page. Harry, pleasure to meet you. Natasha, good to meet you too. Thank you. Yeah, all done. That was it. It's 1 pot.
Thank you.
Checks in the post. Right, we move on to our second award. And I'm wandering around annoying Jeremy, the cameraman. Sorry, Jeremy. And this one is for our main historic event, of course, the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. To make the presentation, hopefully, it's Jacob again, isn't it? Going to come up and do the honours? He did it on track. Jacob and Charlotte are going to come up, putting him under a round of applause. Brian's daughter and grandson coming up to do the honours. What a special moment. Amazing that we just had Perry McCarthy here. Someone, to me, in the interviews that we've had over the course of the 2 days, reminded me a little bit of Perry. There's a little bit of cheekiness in there. So it's been a pleasure to interview. Give it up for your winner of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy, Callum Grant. Thank you guys very much indeed. Arthur and Jacob, thanks very much. Are you going to go? You're going to have a quick word? You don't want about Perry, do you? Final word?
Thank you for everybody coming. It's been an amazing weekend, and it was great watching these boys at the front battling. I was a few 15 places back, but it was good to see Jason win. He deserves it, so well done.
Thank you, Callum. Callum Grant, everybody. So our third trophy is the one that was introduced last year, and you'll all remember the wonderful GVK 200 Festival that we all enjoyed last year. So it's the GVK 200 Future Star Trophy, and this is picked by panel: Steve Hindle, Wayne Pearson from Heroes of FF 1600, Steve from Motorsport News, and also Graham Fuller. Thank you guys for putting your time into selecting this award. Gerrit, as you will remember, was very passionate about young talent coming through motor racing, whether it was Formula Ford or otherwise, and that's why the award is in his name. It's presented to an under 25 years of age driver, and we recognise speed, sportsmanship and professionalism. So I think Steve Hindle's going to do the honours here to make the award. So thank you, Steve. Give a round of applause for Steve. And our second winner of the GVK 200 Future Star Trophy is Tom Nippers.
Thank you very much.
We'll grab a quick word, Tom, before you disappear off stage. Always nice to get something. I was lucky to be here for the festival that Garrett won, so I'm guessing that's going to mean quite a bit to you.
I mean, I've only ever heard a bit about Garrett in terms of how much, but obviously I was way too young to have any idea about who he was, what he did, and all that. But I've just heard he was an absolute legend, and on the trophy, you know, it's lovely. It's lovely. It's a nice feeling. We've had a great weekend, so much fun. I mean, it was feisty at times, but it's always going to be, and I enjoyed every second of it. And there's always next year. There's always next year.
You guys were all having a beer afterwards.
Yeah, there's one.
Let's see if we can get somewhere. Reboot. 1, 2, 1, 2. That's gone. It's gone. We'll have to shout instead. So I know you're still having a beer.
Yeah. No. Well, at the end of the day, particularly but no, for example, it's like it's always going to be. You know what I mean? In the heat of the moment, it's always going to be like that. It's always. I completely understood at the time. It's just, and I was obviously heated at the time as well. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is. And that is the beauty of the festival. It matters so much to us. It matters so much for everyone. And yeah, as I said, enjoyed every second of it, even the moment where I got a bit feisty like that. So it was beautiful. I loved it.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Nippers. We'll try again. No, still not going. No? Okay. So we're going to move on to our 4th award, which is one of our, it would be nice, best of order if you could please, just to respect our winners. Thanks so much for that. The Roger Pedrick Trophy, another annual award. And to make the presentation, please welcome up Tom Hicks. I'm not going to ask Tom to shout, you'll be grateful to know, or you'll be grateful to know, Tom.
Well, I can shout.
Okay, I'll be good.
Is it working?
We were told it should be.
Is it working?
No, it's back to shout.
Well, I've known Roger for many, many years, and he had his unfortunate accident at Brands where the engine hit him in the back, but he's still been a soul and part of Brands Hatch, and such a brilliant person. And I think everyone admires him and how great a person he is. But I also love to say that one person who really loved him was Brian Jones, and we all miss him. And I've had the pleasure of holding a trophy with Eddie Irvine, which I tipped a beer over Brian Jones's head. And then the second time I did it was with Jan Magnussen, which was full of vodka, over Brian Jones's head. And the good thing about Brian, he had a microphone in his hand, unlike me, and he just carried on talking without blinking of an eye. So all these people here today are just so fantastic, and we all remember all these great drivers, supporters, engineers, everyone who are here. And I just love everyone because it's a big family, from marshals, people on the working, security, everyone. I love them all. So I would love to present this to the person who is going to...
Well, it's for the highest placed English driver in the festival final, Tom. And that goes to Rory Smith.
And we've got Mike working again now, which is lovely. Really thought he was going to get away with shouting when he does, but Tom, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. It's brilliant to be here. I've been here for so many years, and I love everyone.
We love you too, mate. Many more years to go, too. Thank you so much. And thanks for that speech. Sorry we had to make you shout. Rory, congratulations on that.
Thank you very much, yeah. It's obviously frustrating to not get the win, having
won it before, you know how good it tastes, and congratulations to Jason on a great drive. I just want to say that the standard of driver this year has been unbelievable. It's the strongest I can remember for a long time. So yeah, it's really great to see, and Formula 4 is looking really strong. So yeah, can't beat that.
100% mega job from everyone this year. Rory Smith, everybody. Well done, Rory. Lovely to see you. Congratulations. Our fifth award is, again, an annual one. Very important one to us at the British Racing and Sports Car Club because it's for the John Nicol Memorial Trophy. Debs Nicol has some input into it, but making the presentation today, please give a warm welcome to Graham Fuller. As I say, this one means a lot to us. I was lucky enough to meet John in early days as a BRSCC member going back many years, and the continuation for me with John happened with Legends cars. We were talking about Legends earlier on, and he was instrumental in helping them, and that was the key thing about John. He helped absolutely everybody, but we remember him as BRSCC chairman back in the day, did a huge amount to encourage so many people into the sport. Graham, is it all right to ask you for your memories of John as well?
Yeah, I remember John, because sometimes I ended up in Lee's office for various reasons. But yeah, John's a good guy. He's enthusiastic, very keen. And I know Debs would like to have been here tonight, but she's working. So she's, hope we're going to take some photographs, etc., so she can see. So yeah, but I'm very honoured to be presenting this, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham, for joining us. The award is for the outstanding performance by a British driver. And that, this year, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Rick Morris.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Rick. We might be able to finish the chat we had, because we were chatting to you on the grid, and then they blew the whistle and we had to get away. But amazing, as Perry said, the longevity. You were at my first festival when I came to watch in '76. Incredible, incredible, and congratulations on the John Nicol Award. What does that mean to you?
Absolutely, it means an awful lot. I mean, to be able to see somebody doing it at my age is amazing, but to have some recognition is embarrassing, but great.
It shouldn't be embarrassing. It shouldn't be embarrassing, should it, ladies and gentlemen? A third ovation of the weekend if we can. Rick Morris, everybody. Congratulations, Rick. Absolutely spot on, absolutely spot on. The next award is going to be presented by Wayne Pearson. Wayne, if you'd like to come up and join us from F1600 Heroes, or Heroes of, let's get it the right way round. Wayne says he's not the hero. I picked a different terms of dates, but there we go, that's for another day. And this is for the Mike and Polly Blanchet Trophy, which goes to the fastest lap in the final. And our first visit to our presentation podium of the evening for Jason Smith. Well done, Jason. I'll tell you what, we'll catch up with you again a bit later on because you're probably fed up with the microphone already by now. If not the microphone, then certainly fed up with me. Jason Smith, everybody, the winner of the Mike and Polly Blanchet Trophy. Well, we're getting through them. We've only got 2 more to go. The next one is probably the busiest one of the lot because it's going to go to 3 drivers. Now, those of you who were here last night or maybe watched on the stream the Q&A might remember a prediction made by a gentleman called Martin Donnelly, who said that he basically thought that the Irish were going to clean up. Was he right? Yes, he was. The winner of the World Cup, Ireland A, Noel Murray, John Dempsey and Morgan Quinn to make the award, Peter Bailey. I think Ireland B, I think, was second by 3 points, or there was 3 points in it very closely. So I think the rest of us got pretty well topped this weekend, so well done to our visitors.
Okay guys, and then I'll have just a little step forward with this.
Quick, who's going to be spokesperson, or do we get both of you?
I will both do it. I said I will both do it.
A good weekend, and obviously the World Cup was a thing back in the day, back again now, and Martin Donnelly was absolutely right. You guys, I think, got the better of your teammates there as a collective.
Yeah, no, I was surprised with how well the weekend went from my point of view anyways. Like after Thursday, I thought it was going to be about 9th or 10th with the pace we had in the dry. So yeah, the team worked really hard, and to be fair, we pulled it out of the bag. Just didn't quite have enough for Jason, but happy enough.
Good stuff. And Niall, part of a winning team, always strong at the festival. Always good to see you guys over here, and you get something to go home with at least.
Yeah, as Jordan said, at least we beat Jason somehow anyway. Yeah, part of the winning Irish team and also the winning team Dolan. Can't take anything away from Bernard, Neville or Jason on the weekend. It was absolutely flawless.
Sets the bar for the others next year, doesn't it? On the day, our winning team, the World Cup winners. Well done, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Niall Murray and Jordan Dempsey, of course, very best wishes towards the winning team. And so on to our final trophy, the thing that everyone was racing for. The object, of course, is to win this magnificent trophy. And I'm going to invite Peter Daly back up onto the stage to make the award. We thank, as ever, Mary Nib Shanahan for their support for this trophy over the years. Very greatly appreciated. And it makes winning the festival even more special. So, for the second time this evening, will you welcome to the presentation podium our champion for 2025, Jason Smith! Well, you probably heard in the commentary history made here with the first son to follow his father as a winner of the festival. There's always a bit of magic, there's always a bit of history written at these events, and it happened again this year. Peter, thank you so much for doing the honours there. And now, speech.
Yeah, no, it's just an honour to win something like this, especially when Dad's won 15 years ago now. So I think I've accomplished all he accomplished in Formula Ford in, was it 2.5 years, so... we'll try and get the haze so I can make him sick. So, yeah.
How long are the celebrations going to go on for?
I don't know, it depends on where we're going tonight. I don't know, no, I think we'll do the celebrations next weekend.
That sounds right fair. And so what's next? What's the routine for you? What's a normal day now?
Well, just now we have to go back to Ireland, and my uncle Nigel's racing, so we have to get that car back, and we'll probably unload the car, check over a few things, and then reset for the Walter Hayes now.
And will we see you back next year to defend the trophy?
I don't know. I might retire now. Might do a Rosberg on it. No, I'll keep on pushing till we get the tree. So yeah,
that would be great. Just a quick show for vocals. Would you like to see this young lad come back and defend next year?
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't mind that anyway. So yeah, no, I'm looking forward to next weekend because that's going to be a real scrap with the town in Silverstone. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Give it up, everybody, once again for our Neil Shanahan Trophy winner, Formula Ford Festival Champion 2025, Jason Smith. Well done, Jason. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience this evening, your attendance. So many people too. Oh, we've got no one. What this one?
I've missed this one as well.
Alan, what we got?
Super Classic, Class B runner-up this year. Right. Drove extremely well this year.
Hang on, I'll let Alan explain it.
Yeah, he came in 3rd place in a historic final. So can we have Ollie Roberts up to accept his trophy?
Ollie Roberts, there we go. Nice way to round up. Thanks, Ollie. Thanks for having me very much. Nice to get an addendum to our presentations. We'll finally wrap up now. Can I just say, big thank you, Marshals, obviously, first and foremost, for everything you do, not only this weekend, but all year. Everybody that's taken part, staff at Brands Hatch have been fantastic. Marshals, medics, rescue crews, teams and drivers, supporters, absolutely brilliant. Everyone from BRSCC has worked really hard putting this event together. Alan Bowles, if I've forgotten anybody, I apologise. I wish you all a very pleasant evening. I know you're going to be nice to each other, so I don't need to say that. But have a great winter. Look forward to seeing you for more racing action next year. Thank you and bye for now.